What if I just did that all night? Get into the debate and just I feel like it'd get old real fast. People be like, what the? Is this some form of performance art? No, it's just Rob. Man, I got a headache tonight. I don't know what's going on. I feel all right, though. Normal America Show host robnoerr. Weird debate. Weird stuff tonight. I have to show you my pants. I have my night pants on that my son picked out. My wife, me, and him all have the same pair. So I'll be wearing these a lot until the end of Halloween. Here we are. Yes, they are a nice spooky Halloween sleep pants. So he was very excited that we all have matching pants to go to sleep in. He's a good kid, man. We stopped at the farmer's stand down the road and we bought a bunch of gourds today. He's very excited about gourds. He's always liked them for like 3 years now. In the fall, he likes getting a bunch of gourds. So me and him were playing today. I think we got like 20 gourds. We took turns picking them out of the box, our favorite ones. Sometimes I'd pick one and he was upset because he liked it, so I'd have to put it back in and then grab a different gourd. You know, stuff like that. But, yeah! Debate night. Woo! Should be fun. Debate's supposed to start at 9:15, so I figured come on a half hour early. Yell at you all to give money. Give money! What are you doing? Naughty German Crisco are giving money. Morning? Where the hell are you at? Oh, shit. EOD. Oh, fucking hell. So, anyways. Australia. I did the extravaganza today. So, I'd like almost no free time until dinner. I did my stream, then I got off that. Then had some work calls to take care of, did that. Then went picked my son up at school. Extravaganza, got back. After that, had dinner. Had to do some stuff. My car is shitting the bed. I don't know what's going on with it. I think the alternator's out on it. I just got a new battery like 6 months ago and it's dead again and it won't start. So I don't know. I just put $2,500 into it and the piece of shit won't run. So that's fun. So I was out there messing with it and then came back in and decided to come up and stream a little. So tonight's debate, who is worse, George Floyd or Destiny? I forgot the question mark in the title. Who picked the topic? Not me. I don't know. So my partner will be Marte. I really like Marte. We'd planned on doing a debate together for quite some time. I intuit this was some sort of personal argument he was having with the people we're debating, at least one of them. And he was like, well, let's make it a 2-on-2. Rob, will you debate this? And I said, sure. Sarah Fields news dump. What are you talking about, GG? You talking about the spying? We now have more proof that the Biden administration, Jack Smith, was spying on Republican senators. Oh. See, this is just it. Sarah Fields is doing the... She's doing the Destiny stuff, huh? Yeah, I see the Sarahfield stuff. So I mean, I got to be honest with y'all. I'm probably not the best person for this. I haven't followed a lot of the personal destiny drama. I haven't. So like, I'm not big on the ins and outs. I'm vaguely familiar. Correct me if I'm wrong. The story is something like this: he was sexting a girl, got nude photos from her. She ends up being an underager. Sarah Fields is saying court documents show that now things are going to have to be sealed to sort of protect her because she was underage at the time of the sending of these documents. Uh, my concerns with Destiny are more general, I guess, than his specific potential crimes when it comes to his sexual dalliances, shall we say. I don't know. Yeah, I saw that Asmongold clip too, Legion Gaming, that said that if Destiny said if he goes down, there's a bunch of other people, streamers that will go down too. I'll tell you who's not going to be on a list that Destiny has. Me, or, well, I guess I can't say that. I suppose my name could be on a list, but I didn't do shit. I don't hang out with streamers in real life. I don't DM people like that. I don't know. But I guess no one can stop. If someone just accuses you of something, I guess they just accuse you. But I don't know. I don't know that Destiny actually has a list, or if it's just bullshit talk. Yeah, Aquays, we were just talking about it. My understanding from reading the DMs a while ago, or whatever was released, was that he basically half-ass asked her, like, by the way, how old are you? Because I need to know. Oh, okay, you're 18, fine, good enough for me. So his claim is he didn't know. The question then becomes, did he do his due diligence? If you're asking for pornography, or, you know, I guess, nude photos, or accepting nude photos from someone, should it be incumbent on you to verify their age? Flavius, thanks so much, man, for the $20 over there in Rumble. $20 says for the vehicle. Thanks. Yeah, it's a piece of shit. Now, luckily, it's my backup car, but here's what happened. Yeah, EOD, sorry, man. I just saw your message right before I came on. I'm so sorry. I'll explain in a second here what is going on. Nonetheless, my vehicle that shit the bed's my car. My wife's car still runs. That's our primary vehicle. But my wife's mom needed to borrow my car tomorrow, so I went out and tried to start it. No love. So I did. For those that are wondering where I've been, I was doing some shit for the Crucible starting last Wednesday, and I just got back Saturday night. And then, so apologies that I hadn't streamed quite a bit. We're trying to make up for it, though, so hopefully we get some good donos tonight. No, what's Destiny dead? No, Destiny's not dead. Anyways, do the morning show. I did it early because I was like, well, I feel bad. I haven't streamed for quite some times. And then, of course, I got some work stuff I got called in for after that. Then, of course, I got told, hey, we need you for the extravaganza today. So I did the extravaganza. Then I had some stuff to do after the extravaganza with work. So I'm really trying to get caught up. Tomorrow's going to be a brutal day for me as well. Not necessarily through streaming, though I'm going to stream my normal scheduled noon show and then 10 o'clock show. But I got a lot of stuff to do with my health insurance. I switched insurance this month. My doctor is left, so I have to get a new doctor. Now, I think the same facility that I went to is bringing a new doctor in, but I have to see if my new insurance covers that same medical facility, and then prescriptions and all of that good stuff. So we'll see. But that's what I'm dealing with tomorrow. There's going to be a lot of that sort of stuff going on in addition to my normal streaming. So, but I have a lot of calls. I got to get in touch with EOD. I got to get in touch with Black Elk. I got to get in touch with Spiro. I got to get in touch with my trophy and merch guy. I would like to get all that done this week, but I don't know. It just depends. Yeah, changing health insurance is a nightmare and a hassle. It really has been. It's been a huge pain in the ass. But what can you do? Naughty Germ, thanks so much for the $5, man. Really appreciate it. Really do. Always appreciate it. Crisco, 12 months as one member badge. Who jealous? My goodness. Look at that. 1 year, Crisco. Crazy. And then our friend MN Conservative, $20 says, for the car. Thanks, man. Always remember your avatar there. How did this topic come about? So Marte's a dude that is a fan of The Crucible, who's done some panels on Sarah's Tomato Show. He's a fan of mine. I think Marte's a nice guy. Nothing negative to say about him. He asked me a while ago if I'd be interested in doing a 2-on-2 debate at some point. I said, sure. I got busy. Didn't think about it for a month or two. He reaches out to me and says, hey, would you be interested in the topic? Who do you think's worse, George Floyd or Destiny? I was like alive? Like while they're alive? Probably Destiny. He's like, yeah, that's what I think. Do you want to be my partner and do this debate? I said, sure. I think it's kind of a silly topic. But I'll do it. So that's it. That's how the topic came about. I don't know who I'm debating. I mean, I could find their names, but I don't know who they are. Balderson and Slow something. Now, my guess is, though, that it'll be two right-wingers if they don't like George Floyd. But I definitely think they should. Well, the exact wording is, I'm the negative. So I'll read this to you. It is Monday, October 6th at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time. So that's 15 minutes. The affirmative, Balderson and Slow News. The negative, Marte and me. The prompt, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? There'll be an open panel afterwards. So I'm saying no, George Floyd's not worse for society than Destiny. Of course, I could be a prick and argue that I don't have to argue that Destiny's worse. I just have to argue that George Floyd's not worse. So I could say they're equally bad, I suppose. Smokey gets it. Not anymore, he isn't. Right. So I'm going to argue that I mean while they were alive. Is my doctor a progressive lefty? I didn't even actually have a doctor. I had like a nurse practitioner in the small town I was at. That's all we could get. And she was not a lefty. She was, I don't know that she's heavily politically involved, but she's from the area and she's definitely no crazy progressive. She's a nice lady. I enjoyed going to her. She was also some of my clients that I worked with, doctors. Oh, Mr. Bill was down at ICE in Portland. Nice. I just inferred Andrew Wilson's a prick. Did I? What did I say? I don't know what I could have said. Well, Andrew is kind of a prick. But he's our prick. No, Andrew's very nice behind the scenes. It was the glint in my eyes. Is it because I said I got doing the extravaganza? Well, the way it works is, look, just to explain a little of what I do for the Crucible, I'm sort of like a utility person. I've basically been hired. I have set duties, work with like debate and research and stuff like that. But I also agreed when I got hired on to do anything within my ability that I could do. And one of the things I could do is fill in when Andrew has to miss a show. Oh, my trash can, you saw pizza cardboard? No, I don't think so. There is a plate. And the reason there's a plate was my son was eating an egg roll up here. But other than that, let's take a look in the garbage, shall we? Let's see. Oop. Just water bottles. There's a Coke bottle, an orange soda bottle, a lot of hint waters. That's about it. Nothing crazy. I try to keep food out of here, to be honest. I'm not a big fan of having food up in my office here. So yeah, yeah, we're debating in about 15 minutes. Am I a switch hitter? Is that the word? Pinch hitter? You mean? Switch hitter makes it sound like I'm gay or something. Switch hitter is someone that can bat from both sides of the plate. Brad's the guy from the Buzzsaw video. I remember that. Brad didn't do so hot. Called in and didn't know who I was, allegedly. Well, you get to see me debate tonight. Yeah, anyways, as you well know, this is a good sentence. That sounds about right. The title is the topic of the debate. Yeah, my spider's gone, man. This is the first day I'm noticing I don't see him. I still see the daddy long leg, only one of them. But my buddy Lost and all up there, I don't see. It's a real bummer. Look, it's going to be time. I got to warn these spiders. They got like a month and they got to get out, particularly down in the basement. It's getting out of control. I'm walking through cobwebs coming through my side door now. It's like, all right, guys, you're getting a little out of control. A little too homey. I was willing to share the place with them until they started interfering with my like entrance and exit into the house. Now it's getting to be a bit much. Anyways, here's the deal. Once the debate starts, I won't be able to grift. I'll probably be here till like 2, 3 in the morning. So I'm counting on you all through your generosity to send money in. That's what I'll be counting on. We're trying to reach our goal of $357. Hopefully we do better than that. I missed 5 days streaming. I missed 5 days of getting paid. It's all right. As far as the strategy for this debate, I'm just going to sort of have fun in general. I don't think it's any secret. I think the legacy of a man who died, who was probably a career criminal and not necessarily the best guy, and then a bunch of other people took his name and ran with it to do a bunch of bad shit, is different than a person who is alive and influencing people to be bad. So I think that's where I'm going with it. Now, if it's what's worse, the legacy of George Floyd or Destiny, then it's a slightly better debate, but I don't know. I don't know. It's not really my favorite topic. I have been talking to other people about a bunch more debates that I am in the works of doing. Possible debates on immigration enforcement, debates on whether or not the country's better with Trump as president than Kamala Harris, debate on whether or not the left commits more violence than the right. Those are 3 possibilities coming down the pipe. So, no, it's not an open debate, Brad Wilson. It is a 2-on-2 debate. So, if I consider making a poem for my opening, I have not considered that. See, this is why we keep Bert around. Thinking outside the box, baby. They could not hear, for they had no ears. Who am I debating? Balderson and Slow News. Never heard of either of them. Arby, thanks so much. $10 says, when's Chair going to get in on the debates? It's my favorite host to start racking up W's. I would love to do a 2-on-2 debate, me and Chair versus 2 lefties. I think that'd be amazing. I think it would be not even close. I think Chair and I would wreck them. Good streaming PC. What, for the Chair? I'll guarantee. I'm almost convinced that as long as me and Chair had equal time, that Chair and me could beat 2 lefties in a debate. I don't think it would be that difficult. Chair's definitely the eye candy, I haven't even really thought about this debate much, though, if I'm honest with you. Oh, what kind of PC should you buy for streaming? Don't ask me, man. My friend Aftershock basically told me the parts to buy, and then I built this computer. I don't know shit about it. And Spiro's helped me build my next PC, so I don't know. I couldn't begin to tell you. I don't even keep up on the allegations against Destiny, but see, Beatrix gets it. I can't donate now because Beatrix counts as day shift. By the way, day shift cleared the goal easily today, looking to surpass night shift. Now, I promise any whip songs or whatever that I owe, I'll play at the end of the night. I do promise that. Obviously, the way it goes during the debate, it's hard for me to read the chat. I usually don't really read the chat. I'll get to all super chats by the end of the show. Unless, like, there's 1,000 or something. I'll still try my best. But one thing that might be interesting while the debate's going on, if you send a super chat that's relevant to the debate, try to, at least what you're typing, recall back to that moment in the debate. Because remember, if you send a super chat like 15 minutes into the debate and you're like, yeah, that's stupid, 3 hours later when I'm reading that super chat, people are going to be like, huh? So be like, when they said this, that was dumb. That would be a better way to send the super chats. An average Reddit. The goal is 357 per stream. Oh, man, I'll tell you what. I should have taken some Tylenol, but I don't want autism, so. Why I got such a headache? 8 minutes. Let's see. I'll try to click the link. Now listen, here's the last thing I'll say about this. Everybody wants me to do debates. I love doing debates, but I never make money when I debate. I make more money just sitting here playing whip songs all night. By the way, I had a ton of fucking shit to talk about in the show tonight. I had 8 topics lined up before I even got to the big topic tonight that Grassley released that Jack Smith spied on 8 senators. Whoopsie. Oh, well. Democracy and all, right? So we didn't even get to that. But also, I'm a little worried. Oh, I got to do this. Looks amateurish. There we go. I'm a little worried. Last time I did Sarah's channel, remember it kept bricking my computer because we were like using StreamYards through StreamYards. So I don't know. So EOD nails it. 10,000 a day. Yes, agreed, Lord of the Nerds. That's absolutely true. But I'm trying to encourage people. If you like the debates, consider sending some money in tonight. Let me know this is the direction you want the channel to go. All right, let's see if they're ready for me over here. Yeah. No way. These guys got me crushed. Hey, I'm streaming. Is that okay with everyone? We're not saying anything crazy. But... Okay. I mean now. Yeah. They can't hear you guys now, though. I could leave you guys in the back if you want. It's up to you. Okay. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Famous last words.
Well, it's especially lately. I don't know why, but we've had a lot of people just dropping words that should not be said on these shows, and it's been irritating me. And
Listen, actually,
I've just
you should
been
make that
booting
clear when
people.
Marte gets here because the a
Well,
lot of
not even debaters. It's the open panel people. I've just been booting people. I'm like, come back another night when you understand what's going on, because it's like it's not acceptable. It's
there's
just
one
not.
word tonight that's going to come up with some allegations. So just make it clear to everyone,
Oh,
don't
yeah.
use that word because YouTube don't like that word. So
We can utilize. So, gentlemen, to make sure everybody's clear on TOS guidelines, what we should or should not be saying. Rob, are we muted on your end?
let me do that right now. Okay, they can't hear you. You're good. And guys, let's right. Just yeah. And if I could give one advice, one advice, just, and this isn't a TOS issue, use the word allegedly a lot. If you definitively declare someone committed a crime, hypothetically, they could get litigious. So you don't want to find yourself in a position where some streamer or someone out there says, you said I committed burglary. It's like, no, I said allegedly there are rumors that you committed burglary. So just when you talk about this stuff, just be careful. That's not even a TOS thing. You just want to protect yourself, you know? Yeah. Like if you they don't want you to say COVID much or don't give us too much credit. We could be dumb too here on the non-open panel. So yeah, yeah. Opening statements. I don't know. I only request this. I'm Marte's guest. So, Marte, if you want to go first on our side, if that's cool with you. I don't care what order we're doing them, but that's. Yep. Did you now listen? Did you offer George Floyd's estate to come on as well? Like, that's fair. I think so. Yeah. All right. All right. I'm going to start streaming this panel. Is that cool? We're done saying all the bad words. Whew.
My coffee, and then we'll go ahead and kick off. So if anybody needs to make any last minute, grab your water, whatever, now's the time to do so. I'll be right back.
I have to use the restroom as well, but I was going to stay and talk shit. Like, I don't know you guys on the left side, but Marte's like out for blood here tonight. So I also am going to be out for blood. So just so.
Okay. Well, yeah, no, have fun with that.
By left side, do you mean left side of the screen?
That's what I mean. The left side of the screen, right?
So Rob,
Yeah, no, I understood that. I did.
Is my volume good? I just want to check.
You're like, for some reason, the volume sounds good, except do you guys notice this as well? If someone else is talking with him, his is getting like deprioritized, for lack of a better
that's
term.
what's happening. I noticed that. I can hear that happening.
Yeah.
And there's also kind of like a muffled quality to it.
I'll be right back. I got to the restroom.
Hold on. All right, can you hear me now?
There you go.
Yeah.
A little bit good, maybe. I don't know.
Oh, that's better right there.
All right, then I'll leave this right here. So hold on real quick. So I wanted to play some music for you, Benjamin. So it reminded me of you so much right now.
Can't wait to hear this. Oh, you doing, man?
Sounds like home, right?
It does. That is the sounds of home.
Benjamin, you do look like a guy who's deliberate. Like, let's just
be playing that song is when you're standing there in that room full of other dudes, oiling yourself up and flexing and shit.
Just remember that when they tell you to squeal like a pig, just act like you're at home.
Now
again.
listen, keep it TOS here, everybody. Like, listen, I don't get the whole like. I mean, I don't know. Look, for me, bodybuilding is actually fucking amazing. Like, as a fat guy, it's easy to me to look at something like that and puts that much work into their body. I don't get the whole fucking ripping on it because, I mean, whatever. I don't
You have a hard time understanding picking things up and putting them down?
I definitely do. Look at me. Like, I mean, I haven't done much of that in my life, if you can't tell. So, I lifted a little in high school for football, but I've never been into like actual like a gym using like free weights or anything like that since then. So.
Yeah, fitness will never be a rag on me because if the zombie apocalypse happens, you'll always run out of bullets, but you'll never run out of stamina sometimes, or, you know, the ability to run or fight zombies. It's all fitness, man. It comes first.
Let me ask you this, Marte. Did you ever do that scene from Pumping Iron with Lou Ferrigno where he's just like, Arnold. That's like one of the greatest scenes in movie history, man. And there's
never done that, man.
Dude,
Arnold's
go back
How about I am Hans. And this is
Hans and Franz,
and we are here to pump you up.
There's that scene with right before that with Lou Ferrigno and Pumping Iron. There's just some like schlubby guy in the background, just like doing like the lowest weight possible, doing these little curls like this. And I remember I talked to someone I knew that was like into weightlifting. He's like, you know, it's crazy. Back in the day, like there weren't like super fancy gyms. Like you may go to a gym that's just like a high school gym and there's Mr. Olympia working out next to you and you're just some Joe Schmo. It wasn't like today where it's like the super science that's behind it and all that shit. It was just, you know, more just people working out next to famous people. Pretty crazy.
All right. And Ben, you don't have earbuds in, do you? Okay. So what I think might happen with you is because you don't have the earbuds or headphones, it might bleed through and you might end up
into mute when I'm not speaking,
Yep.
Sarah.
Yeah.
Because
No,
I've
that's
got, like,
no. I'm not talking about
53
the
animals in
feedback.
my
What I'm
background.
saying is sometimes it's gonna not pick up to you because you're gonna start talking, and then if somebody else talks, it's not gonna carry over. It's gonna mute it basically. So just be mindful that that's a possibility for you, that's there, and warning to the other three of you that that's a possibility for Ben. He's probably not interrupting you. It's probably just muting itself. And then again, gentlemen, if you hear my voice, that means you probably should just shut up for a minute. Okay. I don't want to have to yell at any of you tonight. I have zero intentions to, and if I have to be mean, I will. All right. I'm going to put everybody backstage. Is everybody ready, set, good to go? All right. I'm going to put everyone backstage. I'll do the Pledge of Allegiance, then the intro video. Approximately 30 seconds before the intro video is done, I will bring you back up on stage, and that's just your cue to not pick your nose or do anything goofy because we can see you. All right? Okay. Here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Generally, you said feminism is neutral.
Here's what actually happened.
The
foundation of all
money. I'm really mad that
What difference does it make, right? What
Stop.
difference?
Stop.
The deregulation of the industry is obviously going to cause more of that industry.
And to lubricate the trust connection between people until they have enough.
Yet we could still look at biological reality in determining who's a female, even if there are.
Why don't you denounce feminism the same way you're denouncing capitalism? If you don't...
For something to be objective, it needs to be verifiable. And you can't verify...
If I make a claim as a political pundit, it is true that I definitely could be wrong.
Yeah,
you're promoting, right?
Ideology is the main thing of politics, right? This is my ideology.
Yeah, but...
So, 2015, anyone go back and watch the footage? The first GOP debate.
Cool. Okay. Oh, that? With a crowbar, you said?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back. I am Sarah the Raging Tomato, bringing to you live another Moderator Monday. This evening, I have with me Benjamin Balderson, Steve from AM Wake Up, Marte Reyes from On the Edge, and robnoerr from Normal America with robnoerr. The question of the evening is George Floyd worse for society than destiny? Benjamin, if you'd like to kick off with your opening statement, please.
Hello, everyone. I am Benjamin Balderson with the Deliberating Dog-Faced Dudes. I would like to thank Marte and Rob for agreeing to debate us tonight, and of course, the always amazing Sarah Tomato for hosting. Determining who is more detrimental for society breaks down into two areas: the person themselves and what their history of choices has been, and second, their effect on society. On a personal level, Destiny is surely degenerate as a person. He is a sexual deviant, possibly with legal repercussions, and even his close leftist friends have pushed away because his normally dangerous rhetoric has managed to increase in severity. Well, these are not great things in my book. They pale in comparison to the personal life of George Floyd, with armed robbery of a pregnant woman being a highlight. A lifetime of hard drugs, theft, and all kinds of fun. Second, we have the effect on society. Destiny certainly has a larger voice than the average person. He probably has a larger following than anyone here arguing tonight will achieve. He certainly uses that position to push a very unhinged and divisive rhetoric. I'm not sure how many people that reaches outside of his fan base and his most diligent opposition, though. I have never heard of anyone doing anything in the name of destiny besides file civil suits. And I've never heard him mentioned in an outside event such as the mass pew-pewer randomly mentioning Candace Owens. His rhetoric has gotten so divisive and unpopular, even his close leftist friends have been hard questioning it and denying his ideals, and have started distancing overall. Destiny, while being alive, will either continue down this self-destructive path or pivot and lose the people who follow just for that and the niche fame he has accrued for being so far unhinged. George Floyd, while not a powerful voice while alive, was elevated to martyrdom through propaganda. There is nothing that could come up in his history that would besmirch St. George at this point. Any attempt would make them dig in further with the religious fanaticism and zeal of your most outspoken orthobro. In his name, they have erected statues, painted murals, and most importantly, burned sections of major cities in his name. Masses of people have gathered and attacked police, robbed and looted businesses, and destroyed neighborhoods. The most destructive riot since the Rodney King incident, and that included the officers being found innocent. You cannot compare Destiny to this demigod of destruction and defilement. I do appreciate our opponents for offering up this near self-flagellation of a fight, and very much look forward to the indignation party at the dumpster fire after. This is going to be fun, guys.
Thank you, Benjamin. And Steve, to you.
Yeah, sure. So thank you, Sarah, for hosting. Thanks, Rob. Thanks, Marte. It's nice to see you again. Happy to be here and looking forward to what comes of this. But, I mean, that we're even here debating whether Destiny or George Floyd is worse for society speaks to the sad nature of the lives of the terminally online. And I know this may be difficult for the ortho bro community to absorb or the lefty community to absorb, but there's much more to life than internet spats and attempt to go viral from the rhetorical stomping out of degens. It is vastly easier to tell a whore why she's a whore behind a screen than, for example, participating in your church organized post-riot cleanup of a burned out mom and pop store. For some, it's way easier than even opening a jar of olives. Now, there's nobody on the panel tonight that will argue against Destiny being just a crap human being. He's a degenerate. He funds his degenerate lifestyle by engaging in divisive rhetoric designed to elicit highly emotional responses, both in the affirmative and the negative, from an ever-shrinking audience. You guys are keeping his career alive. Destiny does share a trait, though, with George Floyd, in that they both got way too high on their own supply. The obvious difference is that Destiny's fame has faded over the years because of his overindulgence, whereas George Floyd's fame, influence, and martyrdom has increased posthumously. Social decay and societal collapse are measurable things that not even refined rhetoric can dance around. While there may be overlaps in some areas, George Floyd as a person, and even more so as a corpse, is immensely more reflective and representative of social decay and societal fragmentation leading to collapse that we're currently living through. Cursory examination of these characteristics will put to rest for anyone with a couple of brain cells left to rub together, and maybe we can end this debate early and open it up to the chat so that we can all pick on the degenerate lefties here to defend Destiny. Let's quickly, benchmarks for social decay include a decline in ethical cohesion and shared values, increased crime and poverty, breakdown of essential services and infrastructure. Fellas, what are we doing here? By every metric, George Floyd lived and took part in each and every aspect of these characteristics of social decay, and is currently the only person we're debating about whose death has increased the level of these metrics being prevalent in our society. We're talking about a person in George Floyd who was a career criminal. We're talking about a person who was engaged in drug sales and trafficking, participated in pornography, extortion, robbery, and assault, even in death. We've witnessed in his name justification for an estimated $100 million in property and infrastructure damage. We had the single largest post-riot insurance payout in recorded history to the tune of $1 billion. Mass arrests, mass injuries, and full of deaths. And the defining moment for racial and social division at the onset of this decade. There is that. Nihilistic grifters like Destiny certainly capitalized on the decline in social cohesion and shared values, but he simply can't be looked at as the lightning rod for this decline. The gentlemen making the argument tonight are effectively playing the role of Rachel Maddow or Amanda Seals when they go after Tucker Carlson, or their whatever online hooker is currently calling Andrew Wilson a stochastic terrorist. That's their job tonight, to be Amanda Seals. So again, just so we're clear, stochastic terrorism, broadly defined as when a person of influence uses his or her rhetoric to increase the likelihood of violence. But hey, since Destiny and Captain Olive Jar are buddies, this all does track. It does.
Thank you, Steve. Marte, to you, please.
The Ozempic God of War basically handed me half of my argument here. The thing that I want to point out, though, that Balderman was saying is he was saying a lot of great highlights from George Floyd. They made statues and great monuments and things like this. I don't see how this is negative because we have George Droid memes and all this other stuff with culture. George has actually made a lot of good in society. Federal and state laws have changed, actually. The George Floyd Justice Policing Act was introduced in 2020, aimed to ban chokeholds and all this other stuff. No-knock warrants, I can go on. Convictions, oversight. Chauvin was convicted, right? But now they're reflecting on the oversight of New York and Los Angeles, thus changing law enforcement for the better. So these changes made policy more transparent, reducing impunity for excessive force. How can this be bad for society? Corporate and education responses. Over 1,000 companies like Nike pledged $2 billion for racial equality initiatives as well. Media and cultural shifts that happened that were actually good. 300% increase of streams, which benefited Balderson. I appreciate the spirited debate and beginning of the intro from Wayne's World and Company, the reunion over here, but let's move on. The heightened awareness has normalized conversations and privilege and bias, right? So this has helped a lot for tolerance with racism and everything else. Mental health funding has increased. Community-led initiatives, health outcomes with the CDC, as far as Fent. George Fent is now a meme. That's awesome. How can this be bad for society? There's so much good right now when we can talk about the aftermath. There's also diversity, leadership. I can go on with all these metrics, but here's the thing, though. When we talk about whether or not George Floyd was good or bad, I would say in short, George Floyd's murder did not cause the riots in a direct, I would say, antagonistic sense. It exposed and accelerated a boiling frustration in America. So blaming or crediting him for personally doing this oversimplifies a broader societal reckoning. He was a patsy at best. I've heard several people saying this, something to point to at an already boiling American society full of racial tension. People look for a mascot to place blame in. How can this not be the case for him? And accountability is a catalyst. Now moving on to Destiny. I don't see how he's good for society because I can argue for how George Floyd was good. George Floyd, my bad. I keep saying that. Destiny was way worse for society. His ongoing actions, including inciting fear and violence, harassing critics, and amplifying toxic debates. Let's get to the real stuff. That's why we're here. I'll wrap this up real quick. He called for white redneck militias to mow down dipshit protesters. This is literally what he said. He also escalated this by saying, I've moved full to the political violence level. Literally said this. And with the Charlie Kirk offing on Piers Morgan with Andrew Wilson, he refused to condemn the murder. How is this not influencing a massive amount of society through Reddit forums and everything else? He's basically said, you need conservatives to be afraid of getting killed when they go to events, so that way they look to leadership to turn down the temperature. I've seen the Reddit forums. I don't think you guys have seen this. It's literally people mirroring what he's saying. He added, if you wanted Charlie Kirk to be alive, Donald Trump shouldn't have been president for a second term. How is this not inciting violence? He also led to a Twitch ban for hateful conduct, including promoting violence. Elon Musk, matter of fact, because you're saying that it's such an isolated incident with Destiny, Elon Musk petitioned for him to go to jail. He's that bad, right? This is a massive appeal. In other instances, wrapping this up real quick, Destiny has repeatedly called for the, I would say, offing and self-deletion of specific individuals, at least half a dozen by name, threatened streamers with, I would say, implied physical violence who supported hypothetical violence against physical leaders like Brian Thompson that also backed Trump, or if they back Trump's. So I'm going to wrap this up by just saying, I don't see how you can say that Destiny is least worse than George Floyd when he was a passive bad, right? A passive bad, when Destiny is a active bad to society that continues this rhetoric right now as we speak. I'll concede my time and give it to my partner, robnoerr.
Perfect. Thank you, Marte. And Rob, to you.
Well, I would be belied if I allowed someone to thank Sarah more than me here to get suck-up points early on. So, Sarah, thank you so much, as always, for hosting this debate. My two opponents, who I've never interacted with to my knowledge, we have Benjamin Balderson, who looks like a failed extra from that show Vikings, which isn't all that much of an insult. And then, Steve, I'd make some comment about your looks, but I can't see you with that big black dick of a mic in front of your face there, so I can't really, see exactly what your face looks like. But nonetheless, I'm no looker myself, so what do I have to say about any of this? I'm looking forward to this. I think it'll be a fun debate. The topic's a little silly, but I actually think there are serious implications here. Now, the specific wording of the topic, I think, is where our opponents are going to lose the debate. The specific wording is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Now, the implication here is, I think Balderson gets to the heart of this, that you could look at it in two different ways. One is who they were as people, like as far as the direct actions they're taking. And second is the overall effects they have on society. I think that, though, the way Balderson's looking at this, I'm not even going to get into a lot of the sexual dalliances and allegations against Destiny unless it really comes up. I'm looking at more of what he symbolizes and the effect he has on sort of our political discourse going forward as a country. And I think that's much worse than what George Floyd did. George Floyd can't be blamed for how people used his death and then used it to justify bad behavior afterwards. But people that are listening to Destiny and going out and doing things, or listening to people like Destiny and going out and do bad things, I think we can put that to defeat. Let me give you an example of how. I'll ask Balderson this when we start the open panel, or maybe this is the first question that he would like to answer. Ben Carson's a black man. If he was killed brutally by a police officer and a bunch of black people decided to riot for 3 months, would you say that Ben Carson was a horrible person? Even though he didn't live a life of being horrid. In fact, he was a neurosurgeon, seemed to by all accounts be a very good Christian man who did a lot to help as a community. I think he would say no. And yet, if we said, but people did bad things in his name because they looked at the footage and did bad things, we wouldn't say that that meant that he was responsible, Ben Carson. Similarly, I don't think you could say George Floyd himself is responsible for all of the negative actions people took after his death. You certainly could blame George Floyd for the way that he died, robbing a store, overdosing on fentanyl, not complying with police, etc. You certainly could blame him for all the heinous actions he took in real life. But at the end of the day, this is a run-of-the-mill scumbag. The idea of billions of dollars of damage, hundreds of people hurt, dozens killed in the George Floyd riots, these are riots that would have occurred with any number of black people anytime there's an excuse that there's a police interaction. You could see it with Trayvon Martin, that wasn't even a police interaction, or the hands up, don't shoot lie of Michael Brown in Ferguson. So I don't see how you could lay that. And if it's just going to be the societal impacts versus, oh, well, George Floyd was a shitty guy. Sure, George Floyd's a shitty guy, just like a dozen other people you could throw a rock at and hit anytime that you're crossing the liquor store in an inner city and finding people that are sitting outside drinking 40s. Destiny is no slouch in the being a shitty person himself on actions that he's alleged to have done, but I'm more interested in what the societal impact of these things are. We'll talk specifically about the societal impacts of Destiny himself, but more importantly, people like him and what they represent. We live in a world now where increasingly, particularly Democrats, are thinking violence is more and more a solution to their problems, even if they won't directly doing it, that they wink and nod and cheer on violence. Destiny said on Piers Morgan the other day, a fundamental truth, I think, which is with the Democratic Party now, that they want Republicans to fear for their lives to go into public. And that's absolutely true. And people like Destiny represent a key voice in that occurring. Let's not pretend that Destiny is not someone without clout. He is someone that was interviewing several members of people that were vying for control of the DNC apparatus itself. He's talked to Congress people. He's one of the most influential, probably number 2 when it comes to streamers, influential with the liberal or Democratic Party. And so this is someone that's hugely influential. We can see increasingly political violence from people that are malaligned, particularly young people that are going to make up a large, substantial portion of Destiny's audience. You need only go to his Reddit and see what his followers are saying if you think what he's saying is violent. I'll remind you, in addition to the comment I already said, he said that he was ready to off, in as blatant terms as possible, Republicans. He also said that the worst thing that could have happened was that bullet not taking out Donald Trump. Now we live in a society where 55% of Democrats say they could somewhat justify the murder of Donald Trump. The issue of our time that we see going on right now is rabid left-wing rhetoric, which is leading people to think that they are morally justified in using violence against their opponents, who they consider followers of that Austrian painter. And as long as they smear you as that and say that it's always justified, that will be far worse than anything George Floyd ever did in his personal life, and even will have a lasting legacy worse than the Floyd riots. Last thing I'll say is this. I'm more than happy to talk about how Destiny directly leads to the upgrading in this tension, but I think more importantly, there is a question to be had here of what's worse off for society in general. Someone that George Floyd represents, a career criminal that did really shitty things, or someone that Destiny represents, a person with a large following and voice that's putting out harmful political rhetoric that's justifying violence. And I think that it is easy to see, as bad as we could say career criminals are, what Destiny represents is by far more damaging to our society.
Perfect. Thank you, Rob. And for the record, I only accept suck up points via donation, super chat, cash. Thank you, gentlemen. And as a kind reminder to our audience, we're going to get through our debate. Then we will move into closing statements. Then we will read and respond to your kind super chats. And of course, our favorite part, we will move into open panel dumpster fire per usual. Gentlemen, I leave the floor open to you.
Balderson, would you like to answer that question about Ben Carson?
I would. This is why it was divided into two sections, because oftentimes the person that a movement is started behind doesn't necessarily, the ideals don't match the movement. This happens historically over and over again. So this is why I said while we're determining this, we look at two factors: their actual person and personal life and the choices they made, and then the movement that spawned. Now, in George Floyd's case, the movement is bad and his personal life was bad. Now, what I would like to ask you is, who has ever done anything in the name of destiny besides play video games and make bad videos? And I would like to ask Marte why Fenny Floyd isn't what you call him, and you keep using this roid word. I don't know. Is it a roid a thing with you? I don't understand.
All right,
no, it's George Droid, just to clear this up. I mean, I know that you're using a steroid reference. So, but anybody could see this clearly that, George, when he passed, there was a huge swath of memes that happened that I mean, I'd hate to say that I thoroughly enjoy kind of, and I bet you do too. When you see this, you're kind of humored by this. But here's the thing though, let's get this straight. When he did pass, we could say that this is very passive as far as the violence, right? And he didn't put his name on this. He wasn't even here to put his name on this. And like Rob mentioned before, Destiny is actively doing this. He's an active version of, I would say, verbal and political violence. Matter of fact, we have numerous amounts of NGOs that fund these people. And by the way, this is the Democratic Party, which I know both of you don't support at all. But if he's inciting all this violence and George Droid is not with us anymore, I don't even see what you could even use as an argument right now, because his whole response, what I was saying with the question about Ben Carson, it's really true. It rings true because you haven't really even reconciled this. And I've yet to hear reconciliation of like how you can even map this onto anything else, because if it could have just been another black person that died in society and this would have happened and they would have made it the George Stevens riot or the Bob Wilson riot, this would have been anything else. And this movement wasn't his movement. People just made him a patsy. That's what it was.
And if I could just piggyback on that, real quick, and then I promise, Steve, I'll let you go. If you look at the wording of this topic, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Not, are the actions took in the name of George Floyd worse than the actions people took in the name of Destiny? I concede your point, Balderson, that there's multiple ways we could look at this, both who they were as individuals and what it meant to society. But it's not just what their legacy meant to society, it's what we would hold them responsible for leading to society. And in this situation, if you concede the Ben Carson point, it's not that George Floyd went out there and said, I want everyone to riot if I die, blah, blah, blah. He didn't say that. People took upon his death because there was a unique circumstance where, one, you had that the Democrats wanted people to riot because we were going into an election season. And if you have everyone with one of these, right, inevitably someone's going to be able to film an interaction with police and a black man that they don't want. So right place, right time. But with Destiny, we could actually see that the rhetoric he's using is rhetoric that's being used by people committing violence now. And so you can't argue that George Floyd himself was bad for society. You could say that his death and the excuse that people used for that was bad for society. But again, you've already conceded the point. If this would have happened to a good man who happened to be black like Ben Carson, you wouldn't be sitting here. I'll ask you point blank. If the topic was, if that was Ben Carson that died that way, and we had similar riots, and the topic was, is Ben Carson worse for society than Destiny? What would your argument have been? Yes, because of the riots? You would have said, no, it's not Ben Carson's fault.
Do you want to take a swing at this nonsense, Ben, or?
I was waiting for your turn. I'll get it after you.
Okay. Yeah. No, I mean, this is if, my aunt had balls, she'd be my uncle type of argument. And that's okay. It's what I would expect from Rachel Madcow and Samoan Van Jones. I would expect that. It's par for the course when your only point of view, the only way you can attack this argument is from a place of feelings and from a place of words scare me and I don't like them. And there's words that we have to get rid of. And the same kind of conversation that we had earlier before we went live. If you guys get your way with this, we're going to be having over and over and over, because when the argument comes from an emotional place, especially when you're making the exact same leftist argument that I always hear from, the mad cows of the world, or, any of these clowns. I think I said Amanda Seals earlier. When it's from there, there's no satisfaction ever. There's never enough. Now, if the idea is, hang on. If the idea is that what destiny represents is worse to society, then we can definitely argue what George Floyd represents, and the amount of damage, and the amount of bodies, and the amount of incarceration, and the amount of destroyed neighborhoods that represents. So either way, you're going to lose. Ben, did you want to add to that at all?
I was wondering which martyr exactly went into it wanting to be a martyr historically, because that's what you're expecting. That's what you're trying to transfer over Russell Brand. Yes,
he hasn't got to the conclusion yet.
Jesus Christ!
Somebody take care of it.
Jesus Christ was a martyr that went into it expecting it.
Well, outside of
there's others like Joan of Arc.
We have St. Ignatius talking to a pit of lions and get massacred. He knew it was going to happen.
Joan of Arc did not expect to be martyred. I would give you.
She knew she was going to be put
in the Christian fan fiction tale. I would give you that. Yes, he believed he was going to be a martyr.
How about maybe something a little more down to your size? Braveheart. Does that fit you? Scottish looking ass little
William Wallace.
Movie, yeah, that was not well done.
It's a great movie. Now you're really blaspheming.
Really bad historically.
Okay, you're right. I mean the character in the movie. Like Steve, I don't know what to say. Like, it brings to mind that scene from Billy Madison. Your insane ramblings have made us all dumber. I award you 0 points. What the fuck are you talking about? We're talking about something quite specific.
Can you have your own personality?
Yes.
Does it have to just be bad movie quotes?
No, that's part of my
even
personality.
The non-funny guy next to you is desperately trying.
Can you have your own personality, or is there just a phallic black dick in your face so that we can't see it? Either way, I guess we're still going to be making the arguments, right? I guess. Oh,
bring it back around, boys. Bring it back around.
Sounds a little like you're upset, like a lefty here.
On your mind.
Anyways, the point that I'm trying to make is what you said was insane rambling that meant nothing, right? We're making clear points that have nothing to do with left-wing points. We're merely saying an argument that you can't deal with. That if we're asking who we fault for negative actions, we wouldn't say people taking actions on behalf of someone who never advocated those actions are responsible. If Ben Carson was in the same situation and he died in the same way and riots sprung up, would you say that Ben Carson was worse than Destiny? You all can't answer. Instead, you ramble on about like, this is the same as Rachel Maddow. You haven't given one distinction as how that's... Explain how Rachel Maddow makes that argument.
I would say that in the William Wallace movie, in the Braveheart movie, where they all charged, yeah, that was on William Wallace. It was inspired by William Wallace. In this case, a good thing. And so, yes, inspired by William Wallace. Well, I'm still waiting for you, though, to answer my original question to you, Rob, who is Destiny inspired to go do horrible things outside of the people that he gets to touch his pee-pee or he touches theirs, or whatever that
we don't know specifically. For example, if someone went out and took a specific negative action, they might not say, I did this because Destiny told me to. We know that he's adhering to a conversation that is getting people to do these sorts of things, though. For example, the person that killed Charlie Kirk was probably someone that's listening to the same types of rhetoric that Destiny's espousing, that his opponents are fascist, that Trump has declared himself God King because the Supreme Court said that he's beyond reproach, that we need to do everything possible, that Republicans should fear for their lives, that Republicans could be offed because of these things. That's the type of rhetoric that the person that writes on a bullet, catch this fascist, and then takes out someone like Charlie Kirk would be espousing. That's at least a better connection than George Floyd happened to die, and then people use that as an excuse to go take terrible actions.
I do have a question.
Any statues to Destiny or murals or
Balderson,
signs? Or has there been
those
one
are good
riot?
things.
One
These are good things
riot.
that you're fighting right now. Those are good things. Murals, police reform, all the good that's happened with education, racial equity that happened after him. I can name a bunch of good things for George Floyd to happen.
But you're
I
lying about all of them, and everybody knows it.
I can't name
It's just
anything good that
sarcasm.
Destiny is espousing. Nothing. Can you name one thing that's good?
That's not the debate.
The debate is societally affecting it, good or bad. That is the debate. What are you talking about?
Of course.
If we're gonna go from your point of view, sure, dude. If we're gonna do the sarcastic, I don't have an answer for this.
We have to create that kind of distinction because I don't
do the
think
exact
George
same
Floyd is
rant.
that bad. Did he utter anything that was charging violence to speech or through speech or any other metric? Did George Floyd ever utter this on a societal level by his mouth? Did he ever spark racial tension by his mouth or any of this?
We're talking about what both of them represent. That's the argument that you guys presented.
Correct.
Right?
And this is my beginning.
Yes,
because George
if we're
Floyd
going
is
to
active.
do that, then yes,
Destiny
George
is
Floyd
active.
is inherently responsible for vastly more violence that's actually taken place in his own life by the way he lived and what that lifestyle represents. There is a
As opposed
massively
to
higher
maybe-
body count to drug dealer, human fucking trafficker, porn actor, fucking assault and battery, armed robbery. All of my homies got bodies on them.
Steve, can you tell me how it couldn't have been another black man if it wasn't him?
That's
Can you
not
tell
the
me that
argument.
they would
That's
have
not
been
the debate.
another
The
patsy
debate's about
besides
George
him?
Floyd. So yeah, if we're
How would this not have been
another?
another patsy?
Okay, so there's a
like
patsy
us to call
here.
it-
Hang
would you
on.
like us to
There's a
change the name
patsy
to
here,
Toby
but
or
there's not a
something?
patsy
Hold on,
in
you're both
Orem, Utah.
talking.
We
No,
have to
it's. I think there's.
No, wait, no. The argument he's making is that we have to believe the official narrative about one thing, but if George Floyd is being used as a patsy, then we can't believe the official narrative about what happened about George Floyd. Like, I don't really understand.
If
like,
I could
how
try
your
to clear,
logic
if I could
works.
try to clear it up, I think there's two separate arguments going on here, right? The first is the argument that I'm making with this Ben Carson point, which is if we're looking at the damage that occurred post George Floyd's death and we're putting that on George Floyd, Marte is saying that seems to be erroneous because George Floyd never advocated doing any of that stuff, and it could have been any other black man like Ben Carson. And you guys seem to have conceded you wouldn't say Ben Carson is worse for society than Destiny, even if
Carson
he
is
would
an
have been.
exceptional human being. He's not every other man. Period. Black, white, whatever.
Wait,
He's an exception. Is Cuba Gooding Jr. going to play you in a movie? Is he going to play you, Marte?
Probably not. What's that have anything to do with that?
Wait, what does this have to do with the point, Steve?
Like, that was before his presidential run. What I'm saying is your example is based on skin color, not on what type of person they were.
No, that's
right?
because
So
that's
you're
because okay, that's because
And
the
that's what makes it
actions
more
that people
sensible. You're like, this exceptional human being. If people
Hold
do
on.
this, how does that why would you even bother? It's totally nonsensical.
Go ahead, Rob.
because the justification that people gave for the mass amounts of riots and stuff that we saw was because a white police officer killed a black man. People weren't rioting because they were like, we're rioting because George Floyd stuck a gun in a pregnant girlfriend's stomach. That's not why they were rioting. They weren't rioting because George Floyd tried to pass fake money. They weren't rioting because George Floyd did fentanyl. They were rioting because the narrative was, here was a black man that was abused and killed by police. That's why they were rioting. And so the point is, that's not George Floyd, that because people took that narrative. In fact, you would blame people like Al Sharpton and Jesse Jackson that drummed up these sort of racial tensions year after year after year for the riots more than you would blame the individual George Floyd. The same with Michael Brown. The same with Trayvon Martin. And my point is, if it would have been Ben Carson or a person like Ben Carson, who was a good moral black man, who was killed by a police officer and then people rioted, would you say that person's worse than Destiny because you're blaming them for all the riots? I would just like a straight answer to that question from either of you.
I didn't ever concede that point. I explained how there's a division between a personal life and the effect that they had on a society, and that the two don't have to match. That
He also referred to it as a giant propaganda operation.
If there was horrifying riots in Ben Carson's name, his effect on society would still be bad. Even if Ben Carson in and of himself was a good man and only took good action.
And so then you would defend the prompt saying that in that world, that Ben Carson was worse for society than Destiny.
I would say that he had a worse effect on society.
I don't think so. I think that the words don't match up with what you're saying. He had a worse effect. That puts some blame on him. But we would both agree that none of the blame would be on Ben Carson.
No, your reaction to me is your reaction still. That's do
you agree that the moment you're dead, you have no say-so in what your legacy is?
Pretty much, sure.
And how you're remembered?
Yeah.
Then 20, 30 years down the road, it is just as likely as your hypothetical that Ben Carson would be remembered more negatively than positively.
True. So given what you know about Ben Carson, would you say that he's worse for society than Destiny? If people change the meaning of what his life was about?
You, from that point of view, you would have to say yes.
I would say no. I would say that no, that's not what we would do, right? I think that it's outlandish. The other point, though, that I think there were two ships passing. We were talking about two arguments. You, Steve, then seemed to make a different argument, which is the representation of what the individual's life meant, right? And so you're saying, look, if we look at what a drug dealer, a assaulter of women, someone like George Floyd, that type of person, those type of actions is worse for society than what Destiny's representing. Is that fair? That's sort of the argument you're making here?
Yeah, that's definitely the point.
Okay. Yeah. My argument to that is, well, that's sort of concede. It doesn't concede, but it doesn't argue the first point of this as the individual's destiny and George Floyd. But even if we accept that we're just saying the stereotypical drug dealing shithead guy that beats his girlfriend, et cetera, versus the stereotypical bloviating large audience lefty that's out there at least giving dog whistles to violence, I think even in that world, certainly what Destiny's doing is going to be far worse for society merely from the fact that he has such a bigger reach. The truth is there are millions of people like George Floyd. And so one individual, while they may be a shithead and they may have the ability to influence a direct person, such as the woman who had the gun pointed at her pregnant belly's life worse, he's not going to have a massive reach. The guy that's beating the shit out of his wife is a fucking terrible dredge of a human, but at the end of the day, he's beating his wife, and his effect is going to be on a smaller circle of people than, say, a corrupt politician, for example, that's negatively affecting millions of people. So which one would be worse for society? Well, we would say even though the individual that beats his wife, that might be an individually more heinous action, what would be worse for society was the person making terrible decisions that were worse off for the whole of society. In that sense, Destiny's way worse in that sense as well.
You already conceded, though, that there's, well, tens of millions of George Floyds out there.
Okay.
Right? That's your point. Yeah, the interchangeable black dude, right?
No, it's not just black dudes. I'd say drug addicts, people that
that's
abuse.
What you said, because the argument about Ben Carson was based on skin color. So interchangeable black dude.
Do you understand why I made that point, though? The riots were because he was black.
Yeah,
correct?
No,
we
I
all
understand
agree with
how
that?
rhetorical traps work. I still think it's nonsense.
It's not a rhetorical trap.
That's not the point. The point, though, is if it's interchangeable black guy, and there's tens of millions of them, then that is a much larger impact societally than the dwindling audience that Destiny has.
Well, that's admitting that it's not an individual. You're saying that
rooted problem in society.
Currently. You're saying it's not an individual. This is a bunch of other people. Now this changes the whole argument. You're saying that this is a massive population, not one person's influence on society.
I'm responding to your arguments.
No, we never made that argument.
No, you made the argument that you could interchange anybody, and I don't disagree with that part. Again, a martyr doesn't control the movement after the martyr.
No, Rob's never said that. What are you talking about?
You literally did. That's the whole thing. And you
didn't say he was interchangeable. He used an example of a person, right? Because we understand that this was racially motivated by other people. Ben Carson wouldn't make it racially motivated. George Floyd wouldn't do this. It was happenstance because this is a powder keg that was waiting to happen. This could have been any black person. That's what Rob is saying. This could have been anybody. This isn't saying, oh, let me just put in black person. This was something that he's talking about that was racially motivated by a situation. He's using an example. That's what he's saying.
Right. For example, let me say Tony Timpa was a...
But
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Steve. I didn't mean... I'm sorry.
No, I mean, according to the police report, everybody had already had prior contact with each other. So it's not, it
wouldn't matter.
As random.
I don't think it would have mattered. So again... The reason that I'm talking about interchanging a black person dying there is because I assumed that it sounded like Balderson was making the argument that there's two ways to look at this. The heinous individual actions in the real world that these people took, and then what happened as a result of what these people existing were. Now, I'm arguing against Balderson saying, but look, we don't blame George Floyd that post his death where he had no control, people took a bunch of heinous actions. We wouldn't blame him, just like if it was Ben Carson. The reason I used Ben Carson was because it is undoubtable that the justification for the riots was a cop kills a black man. So I was merely pointing out a black man that I thought we could all agree wouldn't fall into the same category as George Floyd. You're trying to like impugn me that I'm making some racial point here. I'm not. I'm literally just trying as best as possible to have an apples to apples comparison by choosing someone that I thought it wouldn't be like a matter of contention that we would all agree is someone we wouldn't blame like that. I'm shocked to hear that you guys are seeming to say that you would still blame them. But to your point, Steve, about the interchangeability, right? You're right. Let's just say that there are millions of people, using your words, millions of interchangeable people to commit these crimes, violence against pregnant girlfriends, drug addicts, et cetera, et cetera. So then the question should be reworded as such. If we removed George Floyd and we removed Destiny and neither of them ever existed, where would society be better off? Well, with George Floyd, he's one of millions. And with Destiny, he's what, one of a dozen? So wouldn't it mean that Destiny has more of a negative effect if there's a million other people that are doing what George Floyd's doing?
Are there millions of Destiny followers doing the exact same thing, like criminality wise?
Well,
are there millions of them? Well, are there 10 of them? Are there 6 of them?
That's changing the question.
No. I mean, it's the same comparison.
It's not. What you're comparing. What you're comparing.
Your wording of the way that you
said. The way that you're talking about it is Destiny inspires people to go do gay crimes or something like that, right?
I didn't say that
like
necessarily.
That's effectively, Destiny's words, his rhetoric, inspire people to go out and commit violence.
I didn't say that directly. I said that could be a case. I said what I said was that people
stochastic terrorism argument.
That's part of it, but there's more than that. For example, Steve, are you a fan of gay marriage?
Not particularly.
Okay, well, I just don't know. Would you consider yourself a conservative? Like, just give me a quick rundown of where you're at politically.
No. I think those isms are absolutely are slurred.
Isms.
Okay. Yeah.
Now who sounds like Rachel Maddow?
Yeah, no, she probably wouldn't put it that way, but yeah, no, I think conservatism is very.
Who'd you vote for in 2024?
Oh, I do not participate in rituals for bloodline PDF.
Of course,
I could have guessed. I could have guessed that you're a complainer who doesn't vote. Okay, who'd you vote for in local elections? What party are you more likely to vote for?
I voted for president was the Libertarian candidate in 1996.
All right, not Libertarian 96. I don't know who that would have been. You didn't vote for Perot?
No.
Come on. You can vote for Perot. Anyways, I was too young to vote back then. Nonetheless, the point is...
Perot was like prophetic.
Yeah, I like Perot.
Oh, yeah. No, I mean, it does fantastic. But yeah, no, I
saw
what they were doing to it.
I don't have to make just a stochastic terrorism claim of Destiny. I don't need to make that. I could say that people that share Destiny's political ideology, even if they aren't engaging in acts of violence, are worse off for society. For example, people that want open borders, people that want to legitimize a lot of the LGBT shit that's indoctrinated to our children, people that want sort of more socialized policies. I could say that people that want to adhere more to giving more money to Israel. I could say all of that. None of that's a crime, but all of it would still be more negative to society than an interchangeable felon that does what millions of other people in this country do.
So I want to speak first to your assertion that I'm blaming the person for the movement that follows. That absolutely is not the fact. You cannot hold the person to blame for something they had no specific control over. That doesn't mean that the societal impact isn't what it is, right? And Destiny is one of 1,000 Democrat mouthpieces that are forming this rhetoric. And when you're saying that type of rhetoric, if you're saying that translates into action, all the right-wing speakers that as soon as the recent Charlie Kirk incident happened, I don't disagree. The left wing, especially Destiny, the things he said were horrifyingly offensive. They were like, are you even a person, dude? But the right wing then said, this is war. If we're going to take everything that everybody said at their word, what does war include? I've served in the military. I remember what they taught me about it and what they trained me for when war comes. So if we're going to say that the rhetoric that they are giving out to any effect, because you haven't in any substantive way proved that anybody's done anything in the name of destiny besides drop their pants and sit down on a chair. That unless you can prove that, I'm not sure how words aren't just words. And if they are more than words, why doesn't that apply to the right?
Okay, so first off, when I say blaming, I'm not saying whether or not you blamed. I said in order to win the prompt, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? You would have to prove that George Floyd, the actions he took are worse, not what people did in his name. Similarly, we would not say Ben Carson is worse for society than Destiny if a bunch of people erroneously went out based on footage they saw of his death and decided to riot. You wouldn't say that Ben Carson was worse for society than Destiny. You could say people that misinterpreted the life of Ben Carson were bad, but that he himself was not worse for society. That's the point I'm making there when I say with the blaming. Secondly, when you talk about this false dichotomy, when I look at it, this both sides do it argument, I find it to be one of the most intellectually devoid arguments that I hear. The violence is overwhelmingly coming from the left, and it's shameful that people even try to both sides this argument. Nonetheless, if we're going to accept that and say, well, because we see overwhelming amounts of violence directed at right-wingers from left-wingers, including them mocking and laughing by the tens of thousands the murder of Charlie Kirk in front of us all, when they say, well, prepare for war and things like that, that means they're equally to blame as Destiny. Well, a couple things wrong with this. One, I thank you for your service very much. I mean that from the bottom of my heart. I know we're having fun arguing with each other, but I do truly mean that. But one, just saying prepare for war doesn't necessarily mean an act of violence. For example, we say prepare to fight, things like that. That doesn't mean that we're talking specifically about physical violence. A lot of the people talking about this are talking about, like, we need to balkanize. We need to understand that people are going to use violence against us, and you should be prepared to defend yourself. I myself condemn all forms of political violence unequivocally, including those actions on the right. But second, even if we did say that this was somehow negative, it's in response to what we see from the left, and fine, so what? You blame those people as well. Few of them will individually have the reach of Destiny, although there are some that would have the reach of Destiny, if not bigger. What we're talking about specifically is Destiny vis-a-vis George Floyd, a person who you've already conceded that would be interchangeable with millions of other people based on the criminal actions that he took. And so if we're talking specifically about the exact inflammatory rhetoric that Destiny uses, it has to be near the very top when it comes to people that have a massive reach. And I'd like to ask Steve, he keeps talking about Destiny's dwindling audience. What do you think his audience is now? How many live viewers does he have now? Do you have any clue?
How many are we counting the gamer streams?
Answer, I wanted to just sum that up. That was like the auctioneer version of, yeah, but theirs is worse and I like it less. So it's a problem.
That's not true. We could talk about that. I'd be happy to debate you on this specific subject.
I want to answer your question here. Are we talking about the gamer years or the political debate starting years for how long Destiny's been doing it? Because I did look it up before we came here tonight.
Well, I don't know. In general, what was his peak versus what it is now? How about that?
Oh, yeah. More and now less.
But how much?
I don't. By several 100,000. He's dropped off quite a bit.
Based on what metrics? Like total views on each YouTube video?
Or any other platform that he's allowed on.
Well, yeah. I think that, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that the bulk of Destiny's influence would be the live viewers that he has. And he still routinely has over tens of thousands of live viewers on his videos. And that's with diversifying, like he's partly on Kick, he's partly on YouTube.
That's also, how many people are hate watching, how many of them are bots, how many so that's okay. Yeah, sure. There's kind of an argument to be made there, but then you'd have to turn that into proof of influence, and that doesn't exist.
I think that
how is live viewers more influential than overall viewers, except for that you get super chats during the live, but how is the person interacting live getting somehow more out of it than the person that watched it at 3 a.m. or whenever the fuck.
A live viewer is someone that's tended to be more supportive or more interested in what you say than someone that's just catching it casually on a short form video or a video that happens afterwards. I think even Sarah would be able to speak to that. Me as a streamer, I could speak to that myself. For example, my influence has gone up. I'm very small, but my influence is going up precipitously. And yeah, if you look at my videos, I am only like 2,000 people that'll watch a short form video of me. A lot of people have these huge million view videos. What it is people watch 30 to 45 seconds of it. The live stream viewers tend to stay there longer. I only bring it up because he was talking about a dwindling audience as if Destiny is only talking to a paltry amount of people now. And it couldn't be further from the truth.
I was curious how you were quantifying that, because in my opinion, if you ever watched chats on half of these videos, they aren't even listening to you. Not you personally.
Sure.
I'm making
you bastard!
Just for clarity purposes, I mean, there are vast differences between a live streamer and a vlogger, a video uploader type of person.
Yeah.
And the chat usually is entertaining itself, and half the time they're not even paying attention. But that's their social circle. You know what I mean? So I think there are two very big differences between that and what happens during and after a video is live, and then post production send outs and how that operates too. So there are a lot of
the reason I bring this up is because I could be wrong. By no means am I a prolific Destiny watcher, but doesn't he put most of his videos, he unlists them after he live streams them now, right? I don't think that was always the case. And he's streaming in other platforms as his primary source, such as Kick, which is a little different. But the point, to answer the other point here about show his influence, I don't think that Destiny's words have ever been more far-reaching when Marte already said it. You literally have people like the Vice President of the United States talking about him. You have people like Elon Musk. You have him on mainstream platforms like Piers Morgan saying this shit. You have him talking to Democrat members of Congress, people that are vying for the leadership of the DNC. And so I think it's erroneous to be like, oh, the way that Steve's sort of saying it's like, well, Destiny's this has-been that used to have a big reach and now it's dwindling. I don't think that could be further from the truth.
Now he's a lol cow.
He represents the Democrats
it's
quite
very
well.
similar to the way Alex Stein came up, where he made such a crazy asshole out of himself. I mean, don't get me wrong, that Putin put a bullet in Putin's brain song that he was singing at city council meetings dressed up as a crazed leftist. Hilarious. But he went and made an asshole out of himself. And then the way he actually got fame was then the right wing started posting his videos as, look at this crazy leftist. And he wasn't even a leftist. And then it was really a troll on both sides. Next thing you know, he's got a right wing job. It's the same thing going on with
Marte, real quick. Name me the bigger left wing.
How many people are watching him just to see the train wreck?
Okay, name me a more influential left wing streamer than Destiny. Hassan, then go next.
I don't follow left wing.
Right,
streamers.
you can't name one because
Destiny. Ask Steve on this one. Ask Steve.
Sure,
I'm not
go
the
for
guy.
it, Steve.
Well, okay, so I would say that Crystal Ball probably has more influence than Destiny.
It'd be close. Let's say I say that it's close, okay?
You know, and you said name one, so I named one.
Okay.
After Hassan, which you already conceded. So that puts Destiny.
Would Rachel Maddow count?
Well, she's not a streamer, and I don't even think she has the influence or reach of Destiny at this point. MSNBC's in the shitter. Right, but the point is, I mean, and even if
Rachel Maddow's little Barbie Ken doll, Kyle,
how about
what's
that
his
Patman
name?
kid? What about
blonde
that
dude
kid?
now? He has an equal, if not greater, audience. Kyle Kalinske.
Okay.
Than Destiny.
Okay, now that's fine.
You know,
let's take that. So here's the ones we have.
The
Crystal
Young
Ball
Turks have a larger audience than Destiny.
Crystal Ball.
I mean, it's we could still go. Like what I'm saying is, he's not as influential as you guys are claiming, and the only people that are keeping his name in the public's mouth are the Ortho Bros and Piers Morgan.
Okay,
like
real quick.
The only people I ever hear talking about him.
The idea that Destiny's just a lol cow. Let's look at the people you said. Let's set Crystal Ball aside from now. Kyle Kalinske, Hassan, right? Like, those people are lol cows. Hassan's one of the only people that has calls to violence more routinely than Destiny. This is representative of the average Democrat at this point, of the people that are out there and have voices in this party. Destiny's not a lol cow. He is a good representation. 55% of Democrats polled said they could somewhat justify the murder of Donald Trump, right? Like, this isn't some fringe radical group. Destiny's just a lol cow. No, he is representing. There are millions of Democrats that agree with Destiny. Republicans must tone down the rhetoric first. They are followers of the ideology that evil Austrian painter was. That's who they are. They should fear for their lives to be in public. These aren't fringe beliefs. And Destiny's in the top 5 most influential of streamers that's talking about this shit. Compare that to George Floyd, who you've already admitted that there are millions of people just like. Now, which one do you think, if we took out of society, would society be doing better with?
Well, does the rest of the millions of people that are also George Floyd go with them? Because then, it would be way, way easier to go visit major cities. It would be. But look, man, I guess the crux of the argument, because you tried to make it a very narrow definition of the prompt, but then use much, much wider arguments around it. I guess I'm just trying to figure out if we can both do that.
No, you can, but the difference is I'm putting blame specifically on an individual. I'm saying blame George Floyd for his actions and his rhetoric, and blame Destiny for his actions and his rhetoric. And there's 2 ways that we could look at it. The actual physical crimes, etc., that they're alleged to have done in their lives, and then what their actions and rhetoric have led to in society. George Floyd just having to have happened to died on camera, and then people doing shit, you could interchange him because he never said, if I die, riot. People didn't riot because they listened to his words and went out and rioted. They rioted because of his death. And I'm not saying that George Floyd's worse for society because of those actions. Even then, if you would like, we can have a debate as to whether or not George Floyd and what he would represent would be worse than what Destiny would represent. I'm fine with having that discussion. I would just like a concession to the words of the specific prompt of who is worse for society, George Floyd or Destiny. It's not even close, because George Floyd was a pissant that people were going to find an excuse to riot over, and they just rioted because his death was on camera, whereas Destiny's one of a unique few that has this much influence and terrible rhetoric and policy that's infecting the Democratic Party in a mainstream way. It's not even close.
Right. So to use your example that you provided, William Wallace, who it didn't pan out like the Braveheart movie in any way, shape, or form. I think Mel Gibson hated royals or something. But after his body was dismembered, he was not even there. It angered the people so much that they uprose, and that was William Wallace's effect on society. Now, in that society, we would call that effect good, and it's good that got put to him. And it's in the Ben Carson example, if Ben Carson's suffered the same fate as George Floyd, and that in and of itself sparked off riots in the similar manner to George Floyd, it would be unfortunate that the legacy of this good man was such a horrible thing, but it would still be the legacy of his life.
But you would say, so just to be clear, then you would say, you would defend the following sentence: Ben Carson was worse for society than Destiny.
If you replace Ben Carson with George Floyd, then yes, the influence or legacy he left to society was worse.
Yeah, in order for that sentence to work, you have to follow the hypothetical all the way through.
Of somebody that's done anything for Destiny outside of drop trout.
No, that's not true. I don't have to say that people did something specifically because of Destiny. What I have to say is the idea is that Destiny,
because of George Floyd.
What I have to say
ahead,
is Destiny is an influential person that is at the heart of what I believe Democrats are now, and what they're doing is far worse than what George Floyd himself did. Now, going back to as ridiculous as this is, but I'll admit I brought it up first as a martyr that wanted to be a martyr. I meant in the context of the fictional William Wallace in the movie. Nonetheless, because you kind of look like a Viking, that's all I was getting to. But nonetheless, if we want to use William Wallace like the real person, William Wallace, right? The reason we would say that, well, we say he inspired people to go out and take these actions, and we sort of blame him. Blame not a good word, because we'd say that's a positive thing from our context. Maybe not if you're English, but from our context, a positive thing, right? But that's because that's the type of rhetoric and what William Wallace was pushing for in his life as well. He was pushing for revolting against the English and taking their land back from English rule. And so when he's dead and he's murdered so brutally and he becomes a symbol of that, then we'd say, see the legacy that he left that we give credit to William Wallace for. If William Wallace was just a dude walking down the street, like in the beginning of Tale of Two Cities, and he's mowed down by a carriage of royals, right? And then people are inspired, we wouldn't say from the context that that was a negative thing if we were, like the French Revolution, which was a bad thing, right? We wouldn't say, the nameless child that was mowed down was worse for society than Destiny. Because look at the French Revolution and look how bad it was. And in the book, The Tale of Two Cities, if that's a true telling, like you would say, well, no, the people that took that action and then used it for their own heinous, nefarious goals are fucking absolute dog shit. But we're not saying that this poor nameless kid is worse for society than Destiny. That's outlandish. You could say the legacy that people used in the name of was worse. Now, I'm willing to say that once I think Marte and I have sufficiently won this argument on the prompt, I'm willing to go a step further and say, okay, without assigning blame specifically to Destiny or George Floyd, do we think that what they represent is which one is worse? I'm willing to have that debate as well, because I still think that it's Destiny that's worse than the legacy of George Floyd.
I agree, yeah.
Are you
definitely.
saying what they represent, like if they were to write out, I want this for society, that Destiny is worse than George Floyd? Is that what you're proposing with that?
My proposal would be that it's an effect that like George Floyd's like a shitty foot soldier that's a grunt on the ground that something bad happened to, that people lionized around, where Destiny's more in an upper class of people that's inspiring people to take those heinous actions.
So how much does it cost? How much does it cost to house a prisoner? Average,
it's like $50,000 to $80,000 a year in the United States, depending on the facility.
And George Floyd spent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 years of his life in prison. That has nothing to do with any of the property damage done in his name afterwards. He was responsible for various different destruction of lives in his own community by being a drug dealer. All of those lives.
Give Destiny time. He may be in prison too.
Correct.
What's that?
I said, give Destiny time. He may end up in prison too.
Sure.
As far as I know,
it hasn't happened yet, so it's irrelevant. Now, the lives that George Floyd personally destroyed, is there a comparison in terms of that you could pull out of your ass, possibly, to compare the amount of money that people already spent because of George Floyd, the lives that were personally ruined by this individual, the amount of damage and destruction that he caused, not just in his community in Minnesota, but in various different communities in Texas? Is there any kind of comparison for that to Destiny? No, of course there's not.
So
Destiny is direct, right? So he's currently influencing society right now, so much so that prominent figures like Elon Musk are telling him that he should be locked up for his rhetoric. We have other people. You already mentioned Piers Morgan. He's actively doing this. You haven't reconciled this right now with the passive argument. So right now, I'm just telling you right now, Destiny is actively not only doing this, but amassing I would say even an army. I can't give you metrics or numbers right now, but I would say right now, even if I was to ask you who is currently creating more destruction in society, I would say Destiny, because we have nuclear families going downhill. Is Destiny promoting this with his previous relationships that are on the front line and being displayed? Him denying the if somebody should be martyred or not on camera, to me, this is also we're also having an admission of allowance having this, because if he's omitting this and refusing to, not call for speak against the violence of Charlie Kirk, to me, that's like almost like a pushing of this and his social acceptance that he's pushing by his own rhetoric. Right now, we're witnessing propaganda that's ongoing that Destiny's currently continuing to promote. And it's like, so when Rob says things like he could be in prison, he could be in jail, but it's like, give give him time. But right now, he's eroding the American family as far as values. He's eroding structures. He's calling for violence. And even more, George Floyd didn't call for American violence towards the dismissal of the nuclear family. He didn't call for this verbatim or say this out loud. It's like society used a patsy. They wanted to hang something up and say, hey, this is the guy. This could have been anybody. Meanwhile, Destiny's actively doing this through different avenues. He's weaponizing X, weaponizing YouTube, and weaponizing various platforms, including like debates like Surrounded. This is putting him up on a more, I would say, a higher hill to be viewed at by everybody else. Whereas George Floyd, he had to be pushed to be on a hill. Destiny's doing this and actually creating work to even be harder, as like hard work to create more of a monolithic entity of destruction on the left of himself.
So interestingly enough, I'm not sure if you understand how words work, but you are a catechumen ortho bro, so I understand that you're being trained to not know how words work. And so when you're saying real effect is damages that have already happened in the real world. It damages that overpass any other riot in our country's history. People have actually been killed. Police have actually been attacked. That's actually happened.
That's really a bad argument. That's
what you're trying to propose is a fiction that you've made up because you don't like Destiny's rhetoric.
No, he has promoted abortion, things like this. He's promoted all this. How many abortions have we had in society?
Not fighting you with that one.
Right. You're not going to do this when it comes to the deletion of babies, things like this, right? So if he's promoting this and debating that this should be a thing that happens because he's pleading for women's rights and decreasing men's, I would say, reproductive rights, that's so much death in America that's also being propagandized to promote for a future society. That's further deconstructing, I would say, traditional values, traditional nuclear families, and other things. I mean, this guy's a propaganda machine. He's a slogan machine as well, too, when he says the bullet should have hit Trump instead. I'm thinking that this has been clipped, shared on thousands of channels, and we've seen this. You know what this rhetoric is. You've heard statements by him before, but you've never heard a statement uttered by George Floyd via propaganda, meaning George Floyd's slogan written everywhere. Meanwhile, Destiny's slogans are written everywhere, being repeated in mass through YouTube videos, propaganda through X and everywhere else. And he's continually doing this right now as we speak, and he'll do this long after this argument.
Because Destiny's slogans come from his superiors who are actually in charge of things.
Okay, real quick, just out of curiosity, like either Steve or Benjamin, you guys can answer this. Who would you say is worse for society, George Floyd or like the leaders of BLM that inspired people to riot over George Floyd? Which of those two would you say is worse for society?
Well, the leaders of BLM and George Floyd were absolutely intertied, so I'm not sure how you could even separate the two things. That was the cudgel that they used in order to promote the things that they wanted.
So you say that they're equally to blame?
Oh, I don't think George Floyd in any way, shape, or form is to blame for the movement that followed him.
Okay, let me ask you this.
Way, shape, or form, that's still his legacy. It sucks that his legacy is so horrible.
Okay, let's go a little further with this. Do you think Derek Chauvin's guilty of murder?
No.
You don't. Who's worse for society, Derek Chauvin or Destiny?
Why is that relevant?
Because you're saying it doesn't matter what George Floyd actually said. It's the legacy he left. Well, if Derek Chauvin, if you don't think he's a murderer, but let me finish.
Is worse than Destiny.
Oh, so Derek Chauvin, not his legacy. You would say the following statement.
That's what we're talking about.
No. I remind you
him
again.
As a person.
I remind you.
Okay. I don't know him as a person. He's probably a dickhead like most cops, but.
I know you keep adding words to the prompt. The prompt was, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? So if I said, is Derek Chauvin worse for society than Destiny, you have to say yes, correct? Because if it's not for Derek,
yeah.
Okay, now let's go a step further. Is the person the person that hired Derek Chauvin to be a police officer worse for society than Destiny?
The person that hired him doesn't control his actions.
That doesn't matter, George.
Any of us can have an employee that does dumb things.
I agree. Thank you 100% for proving my point. And George Floyd didn't control the actions of the people posthumously. He didn't control their actions
entirely.
They also didn't riot in the name of George Floyd's boss.
It doesn't matter. The point you're making
the
is
point is
no. I'll finish my point.
The person with the statues and that they went around going, say his name, say his name. Had like a little girl up there like, say his name, and all that. That was centered around George Floyd. That's his legacy.
Okay, so the point is, what they admitted here on this side of the ledger, it doesn't matter what an individual does, even if it was Ben Carson. If his death results in people doing things outside of his name and what he wanted that he never called for, that ends up being disastrous, we would say that Ben Carson's worse for society than Destiny, because there were actions that were taken because of what his death resulted in that led to terrible things. Then they say, yes, the same would be true of Derek Chauvin, who they don't think's a murderer. Then we should be able to go through the list of everyone. We should be able to say Derek Chauvin's parents, by giving birth to Derek Chauvin, was worse for society than Destiny. Because had they never given birth to Derek Chauvin, well, then Derek Chauvin would have never been there when George Floyd died, which means George Floyd wouldn't have died that way, which means that we wouldn't have had the riots of George Floyd. The point is, is what we're talking about is, let me finish, please. We're talking about second order consequences. We don't blame people because people took heinous actions, not in their name, if those people had no control over that. Destiny specifically saying heinous things that if people act upon are bad for society, and they are at the heart of mainstream democratic ideology now. George Floyd and the terrible things that resulted after him were not that.
You do got to appreciate
in order to make that argument, you'd have to show that the Democrats that are in Congress are echoing Destiny.
They are.
They're not.
Okay, for example, Jay Jones. What? Jay Jones, he's running for Attorney General of Virginia.
Running for.
And what's that? Attorney General of Virginia, right?
Running for.
Right. Running for. Running for said that he was cheering for Attorney General of Virginia, said that he was cheering for the death of political opponents' children, right? He is still endorsed by the entirety of the Democratic Party, including those in Congress.
Yeah, because they kind of sign contracts saying they have to. It's ancillary to the argument. Doesn't mean they have to support them once they're in there, and it doesn't mean that's how they govern when they're in there, because they certainly don't.
It doesn't. What do you mean it doesn't matter?
Say we should give more money to Israel, but that's the party line for a segment of the Democrats, just like it's a party line for a segment of the GOP.
Okay,
that's not Destiny influencing Congress. That's Destiny's paychecks.
Destiny and people like him influence voters, and those voters vote for people that share their ideology. And what the Democratic Party politicians are doing right now is saying things like this. Donald Trump is a fan of that Austrian painter guy. That's ubiquitous to the entire message of the Democratic Party. Something that Destiny's been saying since 2018, 2019. Destiny said that when it came to the Floyd riots, that rioting is the other side of the coin to voting. That's what Destiny said. So when you talk about people whose voices were out there cheering on riots, that's what Destiny said. In fact, when I asked him specifically about this, he said, "This is America, baby. That's what we do." What do you think things like the Boston Tea Party was? There are people out there that were justifying the riots of George Floyd using that exact same rhetoric, right? So the idea
didn't you make the point, though, that out of that same guy's mouth, he said that right-wing militias should shoot the protesters?
Marte said that.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then he's an inconsistent blowhard.
That's right.
Discounting further.
He's someone who cheers for violence when it suits his purposes, much like the problem with the George Floyd riots.
He's an opportunist.
Let me ask you a question specifically, Steve. It's something you said in your opening statement. You said the only thing keeping Destiny's rhetoric alive are people like Marte and me, and then you tried to insult like Ortho Bros or some shit like that. Correct? That's your stance?
I didn't say only. You're a huge part of it. Yeah.
Before you go in, Steve, let me answer him quick. It's on his other statement. You know what's funny is this also works in the opposite way. So if the more recent stories that have come out about Martin Luther King are correct, he was a horrible person.
Sure.
But an awesome movement got, and so many great effects are his legacy, no matter how bad of a person he is, no matter how much Gandhi was a PDF file. The movement that stemmed from him, even though he was a trash human being, it's a good thing. the legacy that follows does not necessarily match the person. So trying to pin it on them like they're personally responsible, nobody's doing that. But what they are saying is that George Floyd's legacy, the things that stemmed from him in his name, way worse than anything Destiny could have. Rob has been conceding this the whole night, where he says the whole DNC said this. Did the whole DNC take their marching orders from Destiny? Was he sitting there with his blue hair and his jaw going, I can't even do it, like, hey, Democrats, I'm Destiny. And they all just kind of marched to what he was saying? Or is he just a cog in the wheel and just repeating the things that were said before him?
Okay, so two things. One, to answer that latter point, if we would agree that Destiny's not the single person that's making decisions with the Democratic Party, but Destiny certainly as an individual has more influence on the direct policies that the voters that support the Democrats than George Floyd did on anyone that was doing anything in his name. Secondly, when you give the example of someone like MLK, yes, it's true that all sorts of people in history are known for representing something that maybe means they're a good person. For example, Mother Teresa. But if you look into their personal life, you might say, wait a minute, they were infidelists, they treated women like shit, etc., whatever it may be. The reason that we would still say that someone like MLK is responsible for his legacy is because that legacy isn't about the adultery and shit like that necessarily. It's about the things that he was saying, that he was claiming, the direction that he wanted society to go in, right? We don't have any of that with George Floyd. We don't. Again, you can't get over this. It would be like blaming that kid in The Tale of Two Cities that got ran over by a carriage and saying he's worse for society because his death led to the French Revolution. That would be asinine. It would be asinine to blame that kid and say that he was worse. That's just asinine. Now, to get back to Steve's point,
just
he
real
said,
quick, I never said you're the only people keeping him around. I said you are a big part of it.
okay, but you said, but if it weren't for people like Marte and me, granted, you're not saying just us. If it wasn't for people like us, then Destiny wouldn't have influence, correct?
He would have significantly less because it's a problem, reaction, solution thing.
Okay, who picked the topic?
With every other mouthpiece of every other political organization. And that's what Destiny is. He doesn't set or make policy. He's a propagandist. He's a paid propagandist, and that's it. And all of those people are interchangeable.
Who picked the topic for this debate?
Marte. Okay. I was giving him shit on X, and you know, we've debated
about George Floyd.
We're doing we're frenemies. Okay. You know, so we've debated before, and we were having fun with each other on X about George Floyd and Destiny. So and he said, let's debate it. And I said,
we get the point.
No, wait. Who brought up George Floyd, though? Did Marte bring up George Floyd to you, or did
it was Marte's X posts where he was making this claim?
He made the claim that Destiny was worse than George Floyd.
Well, he was making the claim that of how horrible Destiny was for society. I don't remember exactly.
And then you said George Floyd was worse, or something like that.
Yeah, I argued that George Floyd was definitely.
Thank you. Yeah. Now, the point I want to make is, if you say that we're responsible for keeping Destiny's name in the limelight, who the fuck is talking about George Floyd other than you two?
Everybody.
Yeah. Who? Name them.
I just saw where Cori Bush is running for Congress, and her opening commercial, again, because she got ousted, her opening commercial for "I'm back in the game" is, I fought hard on behalf of George Floyd and the Black Lives Matter movement.
Okay, so you got Cori Bush.
So that's
BLM.
What?
It's their band.
BLM's waned. They have almost no influence now. Everyone accepts they're a fucking joke.
There is a George Floyd Memorial day amongst the community that is celebrated in communities and schools throughout the fucking year after year now. It's not that it's gone away. It's that you're not hearing it in your feeds, and everybody lives in their own little algorithmic bubble.
What I'm saying,
but if you go on Black Twitter right now, I guarantee you'll find several thousand posts.
What I'm saying is the idea that you could somehow impugn us in any way by talking about the things that a person in real life is saying on mainstream platforms about wanting Republicans to fear for their lives when they go into public, which is a mainstream view in the Democratic Party, and saying, well, that wouldn't have any power if people like Marte and I didn't notice and talk about it, while at the same time you guys incessantly going on about George Floyd, someone that basically the Democrats are fucking running from at this point because they understand what a PR disaster it is at this point. It just kind of shows the double standard of what you're employing here. You're actually guilty of the very thing that you're accusing us of.
I do got to ask, are you guys scared of the blue-haired, tuck their peepees in between their legs army that just plays video games out there? I just got to ask. And also, Marte, to answer your question, I don't know where to get bulk baby oil in 55-gallon barrels.
What was the first question?
Oh, that wasn't on the show. That's my bad.
What was the first question? Being serious about what? About blue-haired? What? Do I play video games?
I'm asking if you're scared of the army of blue-haired video gamers that tuck their genitals between their legs. That army of destiny.
Do you think Charlie Kirk was afraid of him?
No, Charlie Kirk definitely wasn't.
Well, maybe they should have. His security should have been a little more, huh?
Well, I don't know that has it been shown that guy followed destiny? Is this going to be your first example of
Charlie Kirk?
Is this going to be your first example of a real world implication of something Destiny's saying causing an actual reaction? Was it a Destiny follower that did it?
Oh, hold on. Destiny promoted this. He actually omitted and denied, basically refusing that this was supposed to happen. He didn't. He literally was saying this on Piers Morgan. Like, I don't know what you're talking about. He's doing this in front of a massive audience.
The point, it doesn't matter.
With I love Destiny.
It doesn't matter. Balderson, correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. It seemed to be that the intent of your question, I'll steelman your position, is like, you're afraid of some transsexuals that have their hair blue and play.
Let me
finish my point. It seemed to be that was the thrust of what you're suggesting. We shouldn't be afraid of these fucking loner weirdos that just play video games and dye their hair blue. That's the exact type of guy that killed Charlie Kirk. That's the exact type of people that right now are attacking ICE. That's the exact type of guy that killed 2 detainees trying to shoot at ICE officers. That's the exact type of guy that went into a Catholic school here recently and shot up a bunch of people at that school. The exact same type of people. So I understand it's popular to say, they're a bunch of pussies. Who's worried about them? They're committing acts of terrorism in real time.
Yeah, it's true. Completely. And he's inciting violence currently alongside this happening in real time.
Right wingers committing same said violence in the name of
what?
Name them recently. Go ahead. Name them.
Steve. He's the political guy.
Let's hear it. Let's hear the right wing equivalents to the left wing.
I'm not going to defend that one.
Thanks, Steve, for being wise there.
What I do notice is lots and lots of patterns. And what I've seen is that while there's been a pendulum swing in terms of who's doing the domestic terrorism now over the last 5, maybe 6 years.
I disagree with that, but go ahead. There's been no swing. It's been the left the entire time.
I don't know about that, man.
Cite me. Where are you going to cite? Where are you getting your evidence?
John Hinckley.
Well, I'm going to
makes bad music now too, which might even be worse.
Was that the last 5 years? I'm not very good student of history. I thought that was outside that scope. He said in the last 5 years.
Yeah, in terms of left-wing violence, yeah, absolutely.
No,
absolutely.
I think that when you're looking at these studies that are saying, okay, it's a new thing that left-wing violence is more, when you look at those, they're outlandish. For example, most of those studies will say that there was almost no acts of left-wing violence in 2020. That's despite the fact that you guys are arguing the point that George Floyd led to all this left-wing violence. Yeah, they don't count that as left-wing violence, though, in those studies.
Yeah, we know that. Studies.
Right. So then my argument is that it's been the left, at least since the election of Donald Trump, that's more likely to use violence. Not just lethal violence like the shooting of Steve Scalise or, the assassination attempts of Trump, which led to the death of Cori or the death of Charlie Kirk, but also low-level violence. People that have Teslas being vandalized. The cheering on of Luigi Mangione, assassinated the United Healthcare CEO. People, pro-life centers being attacked routinely. Republican centers. People wearing MAGA hats being attacked. all of this shit, the assassination attempt of Brett Kavanaugh. Everybody knows that with the election of Donald Trump in 2016, the reason that shops were boarding up their businesses was because the fucking left was going to lose their minds in riots. And they did. Over and over and over. So I think you're mischaracterizing to say that in the past 5 years, the pendulum swung to the left being more violent. I don't think that's true. I think that's been the case since at least 2015.
So 10 years.
My guess is
we're old. Them extra couple of years don't make that much difference. But
so I will say this: each and every time,
one at a time. You're both
abortion clinics getting bombed, and
when was the last one?
Outside. Again, I don't keep up with it, but that was a pretty prominent thing. I lived through the Satanic Panic. That was some crazy shit. That was all very right wing.
Did you live through the Weather Underground as well?
Did I what?
Did you live through the Weather Underground as well?
What is the Weather?
Left-wing terrorists that were basically promoted overwhelmingly to areas in academia. Bill Ayers was one of them, who was Obama's mentor. These were left-wing terrorists that were committing acts of violence all through the 70s.
So far afield from 10 years ago.
Right.
So,
your partner brought it up, not me.
And I don't think he was around in 72 yet, but maybe.
No,
I don't know how old you are.
That fucking old. Fuck y'all.
Dye your beard, you old fucker. You know.
So what I've seen is that every time there's an event on U.S. soil, regardless of what party is in office, it is always used as an excuse to limit rights, limit privileges, and further reduce people into ideological corners where all they're going to do is red team, blue team, bark, bark, bark. While all the while, regardless who's in office, the rights of the individual decrease, the surveillance increases, and the propensity for state violence increases. It's a problem, reaction, solution, ordeal. And right now we have the current president talking with cheers and applause and massive support to send in the National Guard and the Marines into U.S. cities to go after anyone, citizen or otherwise, that they deem is inappropriate in that moment. That is a massive constitutional overreach. And I know that's not the original, but this is what happens every time.
Okay, so if that's the case,
isn't happy. Wait, what is shocking to you, Marte?
No,
go ahead, Rob. Go ahead.
So here's the point, Steve. Can you show me post George Floyd riots where that occurred?
Where that occurred? Absolutely. Yes. More and more surveillance cameras went up. We have
police body cams?
What's that? No. No. Like I don't know if you live near a major city or not, but surveillance in terms of cameras mounted absolutely everywhere have increased exponentially
by the government
since 2020. What's that?
By the government,
city, state, yes.
But not just by private entities, but by government entities.
Oh, no, they don't happen without private entities. And in fact, the private entities maintain ownership. They just get approved at a government level to be installed. Third party maintains the ownership of the equipment, and then that equipment is sent to something called a fusion center. Do you know what a fusion center is?
Sure. So let me logically go through your argument here then. George Floyd is worse because after his death, people decided to mass riot, which caused billions of dollars in damage, which then caused business owners to get surveillance cameras because of all the looting and death and destruction. And that somehow we should say that's bad, that surveillance increased.
Business owners also did increase their personal ownership. State surveillance increased massively as well.
You just said it was all private that got permission through state.
You said you knew what a fusion center was. What is it?
A fusion center is fusion centers are areas that we send this data to that sort of looks into this data and interprets it through sort of different lens of investigators.
Who looks at the data?
Who gets the data?
Yeah, what are the entities at the fusion center that look at the data?
So you have law enforcement that's looking at data, but it depends on the type of fusion center. There are also private fusion centers. Like you could make the argument that a lot of the collection in places like social media are also fusion centers.
Well, they're also private entities.
Right. So you just asked me who it was. Yes, it could be law enforcement or private entities.
Public-private. Government and private facing.
The point is, I think that the effect of the George Floyd riots were actually, in general, the opposite of what you're suggesting, which were criticism of law enforcement and their powers. And so what happened both after Ferguson and the riots we saw there and after the George Floyd was we saw a pulling back of police resources, which predictably led, and you can see this in 2020, to more death, destruction, violence, criminality, etc. Now, what we see is if there are right-wingers or certain groups that commit acts of violence are alleged to, then yes, we see that government overreach. I argue with the left over and over again in the Summer of Love, if there's one right-wing riot, you people will lose your fucking mind. And they said, no, that wouldn't be the case. Then we saw January 6th, and my channel got struck all the time because of January 6th, and you weren't allowed to talk about whether or not there was malfeasance in the 2020 election, and then you weren't allowed to talk about certain things regarding the flu that came from the country of China. You couldn't talk about those sorts of things. So yes, I do agree with you. I do agree with you that oftentimes acts of violence do mean that the state usurps more and more control. However, the point I'm trying to make is the people that are in positions of institutional power actually like when these lefties go out and commit acts of violence. That's why they allow it to occur with near impunity. That's why Seattle had a Chaz zone that there was almost no effect whatsoever. That's why we see places like Portland that there's riots and insurrections that occur on a nightly basis and there's almost nothing that's ever done by it by law enforcement. The truth is that it's not a both sides do it. And by the way, this isn't even the topic of the debate, but I'm more than fucking happy to take it here.
You missed the point entirely. Though.
I don't.
I didn't say both sides did it. I said regardless of who's in office, both of those sides capitalize on that to use it to limit our rights and all of our
it's a point that I would be interested to talk about, like on a different debate. I don't think it's germane to this topic whatsoever.
Yeah.
Suffice it to say, right, like I think that the left-wing violence is how we got on this has been overwhelming. But if we want to get to, because I keep getting accused of, I think that I already made the point that we're winning the way the topic is worded. If we're going to say people that did things as a result of the symbolism of George Floyd versus the symbolism of influential people like Destiny saying what he is, I think that it breaks down quite simply. The people on the ground level, the George Floyd type people that may be killed by police, that people then use their name to go out and commit heinous actions, are less culpable and less damaging to society than people like on the higher tier, like the influencer tier, that are encouraging people to take acts of violence because of those deaths. Will you concede this, that you could find dozens upon dozens of footage anytime you want of what looks like police involved in a terrible interaction with black men, or for that matter, any race that you would like?
Oh, sure. Yeah. If you see it clipped, yeah.
So then the point is
100% of the time, it's usually the individual who's getting the shit kicked out of them by a number of cops. It's usually their fault.
So I would say say, for example, when it takes the LA riots, someone like Al Sharpton's more responsible than Rodney King himself.
This is the argument for stochastic terrorism, which again,
do you disagree with that claim?
Definition for, but in reality, what you're saying is the what if influencer A says words that I don't like, and then I can relate some violence to those words. What if that happens is more dangerous than the hundreds of millions of dollars of damage that has already happened, that currently happens, is more dangerous than the ideology that runs through, BLM and those organizations, as opposed to the neocon type liberalism splashed with hedonistic dumbfuckery that Destiny promotes.
Okay, that I think you misunderstand the point. Allow me to talk about in a non-hypothetical situation. Who's more responsible for the LA riots? Rodney King? Rodney King?
Is there like a double speed?
Rodney King or the black leaders that told people to go out and riot or encourage them to? Who's more responsible? Simple question.
By the time that you heard a single black leader utter a single word about that, there were already 35 cities on fire.
Okay,
that's a nonsensical point.
That's not true, because black leaders have been drumming up people to these effects for years.
You just said, what about the black leaders? Who's more dangerous, Al Sharpton or Rodney King? Who's more responsible for the LA riots? There were no black leaders in the wake of Rodney King, except for like a couple of crazy people down in LA that were like, yeah, let's go do this.
Okay, I think you're...
You don't have them in the moment, just, rolling up in the church bus with Reverend Al up at the driver's seat going, get in, we going looting. You don't have that.
I think you're mischaracterizing what happened, though I have to admit that I don't 100% know for sure. Your argument is Rodney King happened, and right out of the gate, people were rioting like that night before any black leader had a chance to comment. That's your claim?
No, when the innocent verdict came in for all the officers, because one of the differences between the Rodney King incident and the George Floyd incident is there was no justice in what happened to Rodney King. In the George Floyd incident, even though that officer was found guilty and so said justice would have been delivered, there was still a violent reaction that was taken, and cities burned and things were destroyed, even though the system worked as it's supposed to work in that incident.
Again, the point that you're making a differentiation that's not germane to the point we're asking here. The point I'm asking here is, a guy who got beaten by police. By the way, Balderson, I'll ask you specifically, do you think that Rodney King was innocent and was beaten inappropriately by police?
I don't think he was innocent. I definitely think he was beaten inappropriately. I've seen the video and remember from back in the day, and the police had him on the ground surrounded, and they were jumping in, smoking him with billy clubs and then jumping back out. And the dude was just like a fucking pinata. It was insane. And I don't disagree that if you're being violent yourself or you're uncooperative and forcing them to up the force, that is a thing that will happen, and you are definitely responsible for that upping of force. But at some point in time, they're also responsible, no different than if you came up and punched me in the jaw and I got on top of you and just started pounding your head into the ground. They would absolutely say you put undue. At some point in time, it went from you defended yourself to you are now the aggressor.
Who's worse for society, Rodney King or Destiny?
Whose effects on society were worse, Rodney King?
That's not the question. The question is, let me word it specifically. Is Rodney King worse for society than Destiny?
His effects absolutely were.
Okay, so who's worse for society, Rodney King or the cops that beat him?
The cops that beat him would be equivalent because they also brought about that entire reaction. I don't remember their names.
Wait, so then how's their legacy worse?
Furman, he was the lead.
Mark Furman, yeah.
Wait, Furman was the OJ. Was he also in Rodney King?
Yeah.
You don't remember the legacy of the names of the police officers. You don't even remember their names.
I realize I don't remember the legacy, but they definitely, it's equivalently their legacy.
Again, the point is,
but everybody knows Derek Chauvin's name, don't they?
They do, right? The point is, the point I'm trying to make, if you're saying that by the actions that someone had aggressed upon them by law enforcement, that if people go out and choose to riot because they saw that person's legacy is to blame, or you would say that person is worse for society.
They chose to riot because the system was broken. The system was broken. Anybody that watched that video can't justify the last 20 minutes or whatever it was of them just mercilessly beating.
Okay, if that's the case, then why is Rodney King worse for society than Destiny? If they were rioting against an unjust system.
Well, that is a valid point, that the societal changes that derive from that.
Right. That's
I wouldn't say that the means to that were great. I guess the means justifying the end. So that
you're all over the place.
You do have a valid point.
Right, you're all over the place here. And let me just say this. I stand by my claim that the person, like when you had the Crown Heights riots and you had people like Al Sharpton that were like sort of inflaming people to do that, they're more responsible for those riots than, say, some black person that was negatively affected. In that case, I think it was by Jewish people or by police officers or something like that. And so given that, I think that you would say there are multiple tiers of people. The actual on-the-ground shithead that's looting a store or rioting, probably less damaging to society as a caricature or as a symbol than the person that's sort of gaslighting those people to go out and doing that. That's saying the society's systemically racist and you're owed reparations and violence is the language of the unheard, and this is mostly peaceful. That tier of people is worse for society, right? Because they're actually causing the framework that allows more individuals. The low-level people, just the grunt on the ground, might be much like you might say in a war. Well, yes, it's the grunts on the ground that are actually inflicting the most lethality on their opponents, but any one of those grunts is easily interchangeable as opposed to the leadership class, that next tier up, the people that are leaders. And then when you go to the next tier up as the generals, they're even more responsible than the colonels, or more influential for the way that that system's working. The same would be true here. Destiny's a higher tier than someone like George Floyd as a symbol, because he's the person that's influencing tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of people to create this framework that violence is justified.
Then why isn't Destiny causing riots and causing actual actions to happen?
Neither did George Floyd.
Why did Al Sharpton need George Floyd or Rodney King as a figure? If he had that power to do it all on his own, as you're trying to make out, why did they need him? Why aren't they just, because you're telling me that's what their rhetoric is.
That point makes no sense, Balderson, that point makes no sense. Destiny is using his power. George Floyd was given his power from people that weren't George Floyd. They handed him this. They used him as a patsy. This was handed to him, whereas Destiny, he's utilizing this massive platform to go ahead and incite violence right now. So you have somebody who's active. Like my point again, George Floyd is passive. This was handed to him. This could be moved from goalpost to goalpost, one black guy to another black guy. When it comes to Destiny, oh, you can't move this around because it's specifically one leader. How many Destinies do we have? One Destiny. You have 1,000 George Floyds out there.
You've already conceded the point that there's literally, we all have cameras. And so you could literally, I used to say this all the time, you could pick a race. I want to see someone of Asian descent being assaulted by police officers. You can find it. If you look for footage, because there's so many people in the world, or in the country, so many police officers, and everybody has a camera now that can record. Of course, if you wanted to paint a picture to cause people to do acts of violence, I'll remind you, during 2020, now I might be slightly off on the years, they polled Democrats and said, how many unarmed black men do you think are killed by police a year? And over 50% of them, I believe it was, said over 1,000. The real answer in 2020, 12. Right? So it's not George Floyd that was the problem. It's how he was represented. What people said about, oh my God, it's systemic racism. Look what police are doing. They're out there killing by the scores, unarmed black men. That's the problem and what's going on here. That's what justified. Hell, the riots weren't even limited to the United States. There were riots in places like the UK. What the fuck do they have to do with policing in the United States? This is because it was primed by people that want to push this racial division narrative. All they had to do was wait until it was close to the election, find an example that would fit into their narrative, and bam, they ran with it. It happened to be George Floyd. He is interchangeable. Yeah. The people like Destiny, while you're absolutely correct that there are other people like Destiny, it's not the thousands and thousands, if not millions of interchangeable people like George Floyd. He is, as you've conceded, amongst the top 5 most influential Democratic streamers.
Yeah,
I didn't concede that because I have no idea who the top.
Well, your partner did. How about that?
Yeah, no, I think I named at least like 5 or 6 different people that would put him below top 5.
Okay, name them again. Hassan, Crystal Ball, I'm not so sure it's true. Kyle Kalinske, I'm not so sure it's true, but fine. Let's say we accept those. Who else?
The Young Turks.
Okay, that's 4.
Let's see, Jimmy Dore.
Jimmy Dore does not have the influence of Destiny, nor is he a Democrat at this point.
Yeah, not even close. That's crazy.
You don't think? Okay.
I mean, he's vehemently anti-Democrat.
Yeah,
like the mainstream Democrats.
He's still vehemently progressive policy.
True, but he's not. You know, he's not like the views of the Democrats.
And all of Rob's. I do appreciate he says it so fast. I swear to God, he's somehow on 1.5, and we're all on like
my brain works fast. Sorry,
but my tongue don't even move that fast. I mean, dude, your wife, happy woman. I get it.
She doesn't watch me, so she's not going to hear that.
But all of that
that's funny.
Came out for him to say half of fame is just being at the right place at the right time. We all agree. So George Floyd was the lucky one who's got to be the martyr. I mean, William Wallace, I'm sure he was sitting there going, God, I want to be drawn and quartered and my body parts to be delivered to major cities so that way I can inspire more people to come fight. Or he just wanted to keep fighting. So being the martyr, I get it. He doesn't choose to be the martyr. Outside of your mythical Jesus, nobody does. Nobody's like, You know what?
You don't believe
God,
Jesus existed as a person?
I want to get ruthlessly murdered today. That's my goal for today. Nobody says that.
I mean, again, I don't understand what the relevancy is to this,
Yeah.
other than saying you've conceded. Do you think that had the George Floyd thing not happened, the Democrats would have found an excuse to riot over racial matters in the 2020 election?
100%, and then that would be the martyr.
Okay.
But they still needed a martyr.
So then when we're asking what's worse for society, wouldn't you say that it implies that if this person was taken out, society would have been marginally better?
If nobody had rioted over George Floyd and he had just remained a nameless fentanyl addict that committed a lot of crimes, and some other person had been killed and they used his name, then his effect on society would be worse than Destiny's, and George Floyd's effect would be not. Because nobody would know who the fuck he is.
What we're ultimately talking about is what's worse for the propaganda operation, the catalyst or the people that push it.
Right. But again, when you're admitting that there was an inevitably catalyst anyways, it'd be the equivalent of saying, like, let's say that we're talking about specific types of firearms, right? And some heinous person uses a specific type of firearm to commit an act of violence. And we say, if that firearm didn't exist, then that wouldn't have happened. And I said, but don't you all agree you would have just used this one? And you're like, yeah. Well, that's what we're talking about here. There was an interchangeable. They planned on doing these sorts of riots, right? And you're all acknowledging that. You're like, yeah, that's exactly what happened. So what we're asking about, what we're saying is that because George Floyd is interchangeable, right? And they would have just used some excuse to riot no matter what. They would have eventually found what they were looking for here and did these same sorts of riots. Then no, we wouldn't say that Floyd himself, who by the way, never had any connections to calling for these riots or anything like that. It was the people behind him that were intentionally setting up the riots that wanted these riots to occur are the ones that we are blaming and should say are worse for society. And again, we see this all over here. Like, again, like you could go ad infinitive down the list and say, well, even people that aren't George Floyd, Derek Chauvin, you could say is worse for society than Destiny. The police chief is theoretically worse for society than Destiny because he theoretically had Derek Chauvin trained. Derek Chauvin's mother's theoretically worse because if Derek Chauvin
we're doing
would have been
this ridiculous thing again?
What's that?
We're doing this ridiculous thing.
No,
again?
the point is you can't give a differentiation why that wouldn't be the case.
Because his boss didn't actively have involvement in the incident.
Did George Floyd actively have involvement in the riots of George Floyd?
He actively was the spark of the riots.
He was not part of the riot. Show me one riot he was at.
He was the spark of the riot.
Okay, he may have been.
You might have noticed that because they had like signs with his name.
Are you denying the possibility of the spirit of George Floyd?
Name.
Like I don't know what to say. It's just absurd. Do you think Derek Chauvin's worse for society than Destiny?
Yeah.
Okay, no one was saying his name when they were rioting.
Right. Well, I mean, a lot of people brought him up in each and every speech.
So I just want to be clear.
So yeah, his name was said a lot.
No, it wasn't. It was not.
Those protests. Derek Chauvin's. Oh, he was
really
used as a
really. You know his name because
every
nobody
organizer, every activist, anybody with a bullhorn shouted out that dude's name. Oh my God!
What percentage of the rioters do you think knew George Floyd's name?
What I would say a solid any given riot. Conservatively 80%.
What percentage do you think knew Derek Chauvin's name?
Equal, if not greater, because of how often it was on the news.
I mean, that's the dumbest thing that I've heard amongst a bunch of dumb things this
week.
I just want to. No, wait. I just want to. Let me repeat what you just.
Name and face wasn't being pushed out through every single media outlet.
No, listen. I know when you say something stupid, the idea is to filibuster so people can't hear what you just said. You just said the following: that more people rioting for George Floyd knew Derek Chauvin's name than George Floyd.
You're lying through your teeth right
You
now.
said equal or more knew Derek Chauvin than George Floyd. That's what you fucking just said.
Equal or same. Yeah.
No, you didn't say equal or same. You said equal or more.
Equal or more, Steve. You might not have meant it, but
they were pumping out Derek Chauvin's name
your own
every
people.
fucking
That's
media
crazy.
outlet. I guarantee you they knew who they were mad at. I guarantee
They did not. They knew they were mad at a cop. George Floyd's name was ubiquitous. His name was said almost everywhere. That's not the case with Derek Chauvin. No, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It wasn't even close.
That's why you know it.
I knew it after he was.
You know the name of the guys who beat Rodney King?
I do not.
Weird. Why?
Well, one, because it was a long time ago. Maybe if you asked me like 3 or 4 years afterwards, if I was an adult at the time, I would have known. And secondly, because they weren't people that were found guilty. That's now one of the most important prisoners in the country. Who, by the way,
because their name wasn't said everywhere by everybody.
It wasn't said by everyone at every
Whichever
time.
one. I mean, you got that bunch of nonsense you spilled out. Like
Balderson, did you stream at the time?
Streaming was not available in the 80s.
No. I mean George Floyd, 2020.
Yeah.
You did. So if I went back to like the day after George Floyd died, when we saw Minneapolis on fire and they burnt down the police precinct, you knew Derek Chauvin's name?
I did not know either name.
You didn't know George Floyd's name?
I actually speak on alchemy and different religions and things like that. I'm not a political guy. I honestly didn't.
Yeah, no, it shows.
It shows. I did. And we were. Yeah.
I mean, it's a joke. Everybody knows that more people knew Floyd's name than Derek Chauvin. Everybody knows it. What were some of the other? There were other officers that were found guilty. What was their names?
Bobby Lee.
Is that true? Or is that a comedian?
Little column A, little column B, but I do believe his last name was Lee.
Now, I will say you're not doing it. Do you know what Bobby Lee's, I don't know if you knew this. Someone told me this. I was hanging out with a comedian the other day. You want to know what Bobby Lee's, the comedian's final joke's been for like the last 10 years at his stand-up? So it's interesting that you said his name. He actually shows his butthole. So Steve, I'm assuming you're a big fan, like based on the positioning of your mic there to your mouth. So
I've yet to go see Bobby Lee in concert. Yet to be there.
He is funny, though, I'll admit that. Nonetheless, what I'm saying is there were other officers that were found guilty. We don't know their names. So I'll ask you, Balderson, Officer B that was found guilty. Are they worse for society than Destiny?
Officer B did not actively have a part in the actual actions. That's why they were not convicted of actual murder, but being either being an accessory or some such other thing. They weren't actively doing it, so of course nobody knows their name. Also,
that's not the question. That's not the question. Are they worse?
Just the lead singer.
Are they worse for?
That works.
My question wasn't why do people not know their names. My question was, are they worse?
Nobody talks about them because they were.
That's not my question. Again, you repeat an answer to a question that I didn't ask. My question is, are they worse for society than Destiny?
Are those guys worse in society than Destiny?
Correct.
Oof, that's a tough question. I do think that cops that let other cops do things that they shouldn't, but I don't really think Chauvin was doing anything that he shouldn't have been. So no, them other cops were also just following procedure.
So is Derek Chauvin? So Derek Chauvin. Okay, so given that, if Derek Chauvin didn't do, and in your estimation, Derek Chauvin didn't do anything outside the book, is he worse for society than Destiny?
His legacy is, yes.
Himself, not his legacy.
Himself, no. As a person, well, I don't know. Probably not as a person.
Okay.
Again, we have to divide it into: were they as a person what we in this society consider a good person, and then what was their effect on the society? Just like I've went through numerous times.
What? We got you.
We may have been a shitbag.
It took
but his legacy is a good one.
It took 2 hours and 15 minutes or something, but we got you there. So I'll ask one last time. The prompt of the debate.
One at a time. Gentlemen, you were doing so good. Go ahead, Rob.
The prompt reads, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Not, is the legacy of George Floyd worse for society than the legacy of Destiny?
Yeah,
if you say the legacy of Derek Chauvin's worse for society than Destiny, but you wouldn't say that Derek Chauvin's worse for society than Destiny, then the same argument would apply to George Floyd. You lose the debate.
Oh, that's it, bro.
George Floyd's legacy.
Yes, we just got done saying you're saying the prompt doesn't say legacy, it says the person. You said that Derek Chauvin's legacy is worse for society than Destiny, but Derek Chauvin is not.
If you're not looking at the legacy or the things that they've done to affect the society around them, well, then guess what, buddy? You lose so badly because the guy that is just a bit of a sexual deviant and has a couple civil suits against him, way better than the guy that ran around slinging coke and robbing people, putting guns up to pregnant women's bellies. Unless you're telling me that that's a better person. I mean, I don't know where your moral set is. I don't think you're an ortho bro, Rob. So I'm not 100% sure where your moral set is on that. I don't know if it's an objective thing given by God where they have to turn over your own. I don't know what metric to use for you. Maybe a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach is a more serious infringement on society than getting a BJ by another dude or giving a BJ to another
Balderson,
dude.
can I ask you a question right now? So if Floyd never passed, do you think that he would be worse for society than Destiny?
Then the effect would not have taken place, and no, he would not. Same as if it was filled in by another.
Oh, you're so bad at this. So let me tell you what, Marte, great question. So what you just said was, when I pointed out, let's go step by step with what just happened. You said, look, Derek Chauvin's legacy is worse than Destiny. But if the question was, is Derek Chauvin worse for society than Destiny, then the answer is no. And when I say, well, notice that
I didn't debate that.
Let me finish. I said, notice the prompt says, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Not, is George Floyd's legacy worse for society than Destiny? You counter this by saying, yes, but can't you see George Floyd was this drug addict and he was this terrible person and blah, 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 blah. Is he worse from society than Destiny? Then Marte, what was the question you just asked?
I said, if George Floyd never died, would he be worse than Destiny?
You then say no. He wouldn't be. Thereby refuting the previous thing that you just
I know you're on.
everything.
I know you're on.
Let me finish.
On Team Crucible, so you might have some of that.
Let me finish, and then I promise.
Don't get how.
Let me finish.
Hold on, Ben.
I promise you can finish. I'm wrapping it up. So you say, well, if it was just no legacy, if it's just the person, then George Floyd, the person, is worse than Destiny. And then Marte says, but if he wouldn't have passed away, would he have been worse? And you're like, clearly not. That just refutes everything you just said prior to that about George Floyd, the person, being worse for society than Destiny. Now you're going to backtrack again.
You're trying to compare apples and oranges at that point, and you're saying, "Well, Destiny, yes." You're saying Destiny's effect on society, i.e., the things other people are going to do in Destiny's name, potentially, which you've never come up with one. That is somehow
Charlie Kirk
and George Floyd as a person. You're trying to do apples to oranges, and I get it that you guys don't know how to keep things straight like that. I get that. But you can't take the things that people do in Destiny's name, and then say, well, I'm measuring that against George Floyd as a person. We're either taking George Floyd's legacy or the things people did in his name and the things that people did in Destiny's name and measuring them against each other, in which case you severely lose.
Balderson, no.
We measure Destiny against. Hold on, rub some baby oil on.
One at a time, gentlemen. We're almost there.
It's okay. All right. Or we say, is George Floyd as a person better or worse than Destiny as a person? And you lose in both categories. And I get that was always a losing proposition for you guys. I appreciate you taking it.
That's not what was occurring. We argued this at the beginning, that the reason that what you're saying is erroneous is the individual actions of Destiny. We didn't get into it, and I'm glad we didn't talk about the sexual dalliances, the allegations of Destiny, whether or not he was with an underager. I would argue, hypothetically, and I don't know if this is true, but there are allegations that Destiny was with someone who was underage. That hypothetically is a more severe crime, depending on the age of that person, etc. I haven't looked into the details, to be honest, but that hypothetically would be more severe of a crime than pointing a gun at a pregnant lady's stomach and not pulling the trigger. I guess we could debate the nuances of being a PDF or someone connected to that versus being an assaulter of women and what would be worse. Nonetheless, it didn't really delve into that because the point we were making from the get-go is we actually should look at the influence that people have and where that's pushing our society in a direction. Where you get confused is you were saying that even though George Floyd was never connected other than just pure happenstance of his death to the terrible things that happened in his name and that he would be interchangeable and they just would have used someone else if not be it for him. We're saying that proves that he wasn't worse for society as opposed to Destiny who's actually saying these things. The equivalent would be this. If I sit here and say, hey, I got a strike on my YouTube channel and some lunatic says, I like robnoerr, and because he got that strike, I'm going to go and I'm going to vandalize YouTube studio for that. I don't think that you say I'm bad for society because someone did that even though I never suggested it. Whereas if Marte's saying, I got a strike and therefore someone should go vandalize YouTube studio and someone does that, we would say that Marte's responsible for that rhetoric and what went there. That's what we're talking about when we question whether or not someone's good for society. So when we're talking about their quote unquote legacy or what they influence people to do, we're talking about a prominent left-wing streamer that is saying that they should have an environment where Republicans are afraid for their lives to go in public, that the worst thing that could have happened was that bullet not taking out Donald Trump, versus George Floyd, who didn't say any of this shit about rioting or anything like that. He merely happened to pass away in what you say is a legal action done by Derek Chauvin, which you're admitting that they would have taken any number of incidents like that captured on film in order to justify their rioting anyways.
So, that was nice and emotive.
I'm very good at that.
How much money has Destiny cost taxpayers? How much of a drain on society in real life has Destiny been?
I think, so let me answer this in two ways. One,
no, just answer it one way real quick, just in terms of dollars. Can you quantify that?
I would not know specifically other than to say I know he took a PPP loan, which he ended up not having to pay back, which I would say would be a drain from our coffers. I can't speak to if he took other sorts of things that were financial detriment to society. I don't know. Perhaps he was responsible for getting people elected that significantly hurt our economy. I don't know. And you don't know exactly how much money George Floyd cost.
Hooked on drugs.
What's that?
How many people would you say he personally hooked on drugs?
I have no clue. How would I know?
Okay. Okay, that's fair.
George
That's
Floyd.
fair. How many homes do you think he broke into?
I don't know. I mean, he did publicly, apparently, allegedly, he said one time, he allegedly said one time that he was arming himself to take care of someone that did a DDS attack on him. I don't know if that's true, but I've heard those allegations.
Hinges on things that you can't point to.
Okay, how many people did George Floyd?
Hey, just let me. I'll land the plane. It's your turn, Rob. I promise. Okay. Your entire argument is contingent on what people are talking about or saying online. And what we're saying, or at least what I'm saying, is that in terms of real world damages, by far George Floyd was a worse human being and much worse for society in terms of what people already had to cough up in order to house him, in order to feed him, in order to freaking pay all of his different baby mamas, who, as far as I know, Destiny doesn't have any children that he's not supporting. Maybe he does. I don't really know what the dude's up to. Yeah, but I know that George Floyd did. And I know that George Floyd was personally responsible for a number of abortions because he had different baby mamas testify to that fact. I don't know how many abortions are under Destiny. I don't care to, but I would imagine it's pretty low.
So this was addressed at the beginning of the debate where we said that as heinous as an individual could be, like someone who beats a woman, they still wouldn't be as bad for society as a politician that leads to negative outcomes due to their corruption, because that politician has the ability to affect millions of people as opposed to the person. Nonetheless, he's an influencer that has the ability to influence voters that are doing these things. And so we would say that please, you haven't even given me a chance for the plane to take off talking about landing it. So please give me a chance. So when it comes to that, we can see that rhetoric that people like Destiny push, he is one of the top streamers that's streaming and influencing that tens of thousands on a nightly basis and hundreds of thousands that would see his videos in perpetuity of young people that if you go to the Reddit, you could see people suggesting that they're possibly prepared to use violence. We could see people actually using this violence more and more against law enforcement officials, against politicians, etc. That's going to be worse than what one drug addict does. And so we already said when it comes to the individual like sort of crimes that these people have committed, what's more important is the societal impact, because Destiny's reaching tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands, if not millions of people, where George Floyd was only reaching the circle around him. But since you want to ask me specific questions about how many people, things like how many people did Destiny allegedly get hooked on drugs, can you name me the exact number of people that George Floyd got hooked on drugs?
473.
Show me the proof.
You go read Mariam Hanein's book, The Real George Floyd.
Okay, what chapter does it say he hooked 473?
8.
You're full of shit.
I know, I'm fucking with you at this point. I really
of course, that's all you have in the debate.
If you go read the book, she does go into that in a lot of detail.
So, like, yeah, you think it's some sort of gotcha that I can't say whether or not Destiny got someone hooked on drugs. I don't know, but neither do you know how many people.
It's not a gotcha. It's real world proof of the character of the person.
Okay, Balderson. Then I'll ask you. I'll ask you, Balderson. How many people did George Floyd get hooked on drugs?
Well, just quickly, the argument you're making is that Destiny is influential.
That's the question.
There's no the Destiny as a person, nothing without his influence. George Floyd as a person, nothing without his influence.
I'm sorry, you're coughing. I think translating what you're saying, if we don't look at their influence and we just look at their personal actions, then you think George Floyd's worse. There's two things I'll say to that. One, the influence is far more important than the direct actions, as we've been saying this whole debate. But secondly, even if we would accept that we're just looking at their personal actions, we don't have the complete and total list of what Destiny's done. There are, as we speak, alleged court cases that are out there alleging some pretty fucking heinous things, including like some of the things that are being alleged is possible sex trafficking of minors. I'm not saying that happened. Destiny deserves to stay in court. And again, I'm not someone who right through this.
That's not being said for real, is it?
Sure
Are you
it
just
is.
blowing shit?
No, that's certainly being said.
I mean, is it just some dickhead blowing shit, or is that
No.
like a legitimate thing?
Define sex trafficking.
Well, I would say you're either a pimp or trading a sex slave.
No,
of
that's
some
not.
sort.
That's not. Sex trafficking could be that you paid someone for intercourse across state lines. That qualifies as sex trafficking. And so, if this person was underage, and you say, "Hey,
Yeah,
I'll offer to pay
from
for you,"
another state, and you're calling that sex trafficking?
that is
How
what
is
the law
that- How
says.
is that fucking worse than holding a gun to a pregnant woman?
That's what the law says. That it's sex trafficking. That's
And
what it says.
That's not a violent crime. Violent crimes are absolutely worse than normal crimes.
Okay,
Balderson, can I ask you a question? What's being normalized more right now? The rhetoric by Destiny saying that, hey, this is what's happening. His current case right now, is that normalizing this in society more, or him holding a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach? Which one was more influential on society to continue?
I would say
you guys
overall
try
the
and do
degenerate life.
apples to oranges things where you're like, I want to measure Destiny's influence on society against George Floyd's person, and George Floyd's influence over society doesn't count. Whether he chose that influence or not is an entirely moot point. The influence weighed against the influence, or the person weighed against the person. You guys got to quit playing this game where you're trying to measure apples against oranges.
No, it's
I'm
not.
not gonna play
I
it.
will agree.
I'll
I
vote on
agree.
it
If
every
we're
time.
just looking, Marte is again making the point that the influence on society is more important than the direct actions. If we're just playing the direct actions game, though, if we're just saying straight line direct action to direct action, I think there's a serious question that you might be able to ask. Would you say, at what age would you say someone having intercourse or getting nude photos from a person is more heinous of a crime as putting a gun at a pregnant woman's stomach but not pulling the trigger? Is there a potential age that you would say, yes, that crime's more heinous when it comes to the underage person?
A prepubescent person, I would imagine.
But like
is
a
probably
13,
worse.
so a 13-year-old you'd say is not worse.
Is that how some kids reach puberty anymore? It's 13. I don't fucking know. It's not something I've put a lot of deep thought into, but you know, if this girl, and I'm going to presume that this is actually just a bullshit smokescreen from you, and that Destiny's not being accused of.
He's not being accused. To my knowledge, he's not.
Minor. It's probably like a 16 or a 17-year-old.
That is the accusation.
I think that having intercourse with somebody that's prepubescent is absolutely horrifying. You're destroying a life, and not only their life, but the life of their children, most likely generationally, through that. That's absolutely horrifying and worse than something that, but do I think that doing that with a girl who, not saying
Get a little
still
mealy
child
mouth
at
here.
17, and and the other person should have been an adult, but is she going to go through a giant emotional trauma because she had sex with somebody that society considers to be too old? No, she's not. Those girls seek that out very often.
No, wait a second. Wait a second.
Here's what I want to do, because we are towards the close. So I'll let you guys go for maybe 3-4 more minutes, and then we'll move into closing statements. Okay, go ahead, Rob.
This is an interesting line of questioning that's sort of running tangential to what we're talking about here, but my goodness, like, it seems like you're pretty mealy-mouthed about saying that about a potential 14-year-old. Like, I think that, like, we could say, like, assault, a violent crime could be like someone punching someone at a bar. That's a violent crime, right? You seem to imply violent crimes are worse than non-violent crimes. So if someone brings a 14 or 15,
they were trying a felony and a misdemeanor, right?
Sure I do. Yes. Okay. Nonetheless, we're not talking about just the legal standard. We're talking about a moral standard and what's worse for society. And oftentimes someone could plead down from a felony for doing grotesque actions to a child. And we still say, well, that's not a felony, but it's still more grotesque than someone getting in a bar fight, for example. So I think that you're mischaracterizing the idea that a violent attack or a violent crime is always worse than a non-violent crime. It depends on the nature of that. Nonetheless, let me say, just so we're clear here, for a point for you, no one, to my knowledge, is accusing Destiny of being with a girl that young. I believe the allegations is that this potential person that a lawsuit may be around is someone that was 17, and I don't think that there's anyone that's saying that he definitively knew she wasn't 17. So I think that those are both marks in your favor when it comes to this specific thing. But it is interesting that you struggled so much with that question, because I wasn't trying to be tricky. I was just trying to outline the point. Well, there are certain crimes that we say, although they may not be considered violent in nature, or more heinous than other crimes that we consider to be violent. That's all I was trying to get. You act like it was some sort of crazy fucking gotcha. I was just trying to get a baseline to say that's not always the case.
It wasn't a gotcha. I was just trying to give you an honest answer, and that honest answer includes, when would you consider a girl more responsible for her choices as opposed to less responsible for her choices? Would I blame 8-year-old for doing something stupid in the same way that I would blame a 15-year-old for doing something stupid? At a certain age, I would blame myself more for not being a good parent and letting that child do these bad things. But at some point in time, I expect my kid to make the good choices.
Let's say that George Floyd has a cousin named Jim Floyd, right? And let's say he pointed a gun at 2 pregnant ladies' stomachs, and he sold drugs to one more person, and he passed fake bills one more time than George Floyd. Is he worse for society than George Floyd?
Okay, you're harping on the gun to the stomach point, but the actual rap sheet is incredibly extensive. So that does incorporate to who the person was. So if you're just going to isolate it to one incident, I don't believe that's fair.
Okay, whatever that rap sheet is, let's say we add 3 more crimes to it of a similar nature for George Floyd's cousin Jim Floyd, right? But he didn't die at the hands of Derek Chauvin and there wasn't riots. Is Jim Floyd worse for society than George Floyd?
Again, we're talking about which part of the propaganda operation. Don't fucking hold your head, buddy.
Why can't you just answer questions?
Yeah, this is crazy.
Just answer the question, because it seems
it has nothing to do with the actual thing. If we change the entire nature of the prompt, then I can prove a point. But
it's not changing the nature of the prompt. Let me explain what I'm doing. It seems that you're trying to have your cake and eat it too. When we're arguing when it comes to the societal...
that's rare in a debate.
When it comes
I
to
bet
this...
you're unfamiliar with having cake.
Hold on, let him finish.
Now listen, it is true as a fat guy, I eat cake, though I managed to keep it out of my mouth during this debate, unlike you and that black phallus in front of your face. You couldn't even hold out from there. So let's not talk about what's putting what in people's mouth here. Nonetheless, I'll finish my point. What you're trying to conflate here is 2 things. When we argue about societal impacts and we're saying, look, Floyd shouldn't be blamed for people that are rioting, but the things Destiny is saying are germane to what we see political violence that are occurring now. And you're like, yes, but the personal. So we're trying, if you're saying that there are 2 things, the societal effect and the personal, what I'm trying to do is use examples to see which one of those you think are more important to saying what's bad for society. If there was a person that didn't result in riots due to their death, but they committed more felonies in real life, is that person worse for society than George Floyd? It's simple. It's not some gotcha. It's not changing the prompt. That's it. And you're incapable of answering because you've been slippery the entire time, and you're incapable of just truthfully answering something so that the debate can move forward based on the standards that you've set forth.
No, I've been real clear about it the whole time. If this dude did more personal things than George Floyd did, then personally he's worse. If nobody's ever heard of that dude, then his effect on society
That's not the question.
Is not worse. You guys keep trying to do this apples to oranges thing, thinking that that's somehow getting you points.
All right, so then
everybody sees it now.
Just to be clear there, what you just said, correct me if I'm wrong, I think we finally got to it. You were like, personally they would be worse, but as to the question of were they worse for society, no. Okay, then when we're talking, when you're like, but George Floyd did this, he did all these crazy felonies and Destiny didn't. Who gives a shit? You're already conceding that that's not the metric we should use for what's worse for society.
His legacy to society is worse than Destiny's.
Right, okay, then who gives a shit about his felonies? Yeah. Why are we even talking about it?
You lose both parts.
No!
His legacy to society was riots.
No, Benjamin, that's not even the case, bro. No, not even close.
What happened
Name
was
me
this.
name me one cop attacked in Destiny's name.
Let's put a pin in that little error that's going on. I see what you're saying, Rob, and I don't know how else to translate that over. I'm not sure if I could say it in any other direction, but I do understand what the both of you are saying. I think there's a disconnect in that moment. But I think maybe open panel, somebody else can possibly come on and try to explain a little bit better, because I'm not sure how else you could put it. All right, let's go ahead and move into closing statements. Rob, if you'd like to kick us off.
What do we got, 4 minutes, roughly?
Yeah.
All right, whatever. I won't need a time.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an interesting debate. I think that what comes down to, you can see there at the end, like all the questions about the personal sort of dalliances, crimes, etc., that these people committed are sort of irrelevant when we're talking. Remember, the exact wording was, is George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? Of course, individuals could be terrible people and go to prison and commit terrible, heinous felonies. But if they're only doing it at a local level to people directly connected to them, we wouldn't necessarily say that they have a broad reach on society or are worse than society than someone who's doing things that are affecting hundreds of thousands of people. In this case, we could see that in their lives, Destiny certainly affects in a negative way more people than George Floyd through his various felonies could have done. And that's without even getting to the alleged crimes of Destiny, right? So instead, we should look at that second scenario. I think that what you saw was our opponents kept trying to divvy back and forth between them because they knew they weren't doing so hot on that second part of what was good for society or what was worse for society, as the prompt says. They are so confused that they're saying things like Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong, and of course George Floyd never advocated for these riots, etc., etc. But we blame George Floyd in the sense that we say he is worse for society if people went out and did negative things in his actions. One, we argue significantly that that's not the case, just like it wouldn't be the case if Ben Carson was killed or if I was or anyone else, and then people went out and committed heinous acts, even though we never inspired them or suggested that we do that. You wouldn't say that we were worse for society because of that. And they really don't have an answer for that. To just say, yeah, your legacy would be worse. But that's clearly an absurd way to look at it. I think the clearest way we put it is from the book, The Tale of Two Cities. There literally starts the French Revolution because a nameless kid was ran over by a carriage. At least I think that's how it went. And they're like, yes, that nameless kid would in fact be worse for society than someone like Destiny because it inspired a heinous action, which was the French Revolution. That's nonsensical. Furthermore, we go further than that and say, even if we just take the symbolism of what's inspired, the people on the street level are the people that are martyred, their names are martyred, are less damaging for society than the people that are actually out there suggesting that or gaslighting or laying the groundwork for things like these riots occurring. They've conceded that if it not be George Floyd, it would have just been someone else in the summer of 2020 because there would have been another black person that was negatively affected by police. It would have been on camera and they would have used that as an excuse to riot. This shows that if we take George Floyd out of society, we would have had very similar outcomes for society, whereas Destiny's a person who they've conceded is one of the top 5 to 10 most influential Democratic streamers at this point. He's reaching hundreds of thousands of people in real life. We argued how his rhetoric is actually indicative of what the mainstream Democratic views are right now. They do want Republicans to fear for their life. 55% of Democrats say that they would somehow justify the murder of Donald Trump. This directly imitates rhetoric that Destiny had that said the worst thing that could have happened was that bullet missing Donald Trump. They don't have an answer for any of this. They're just like, yeah, but the Floyd riots were bad. The people that were instructing them to riot, and Destiny himself said things like rioting's the other side of the coin to voting. It doesn't matter if I could draw a direct line that someone uniquely took this because they listened to Destiny. Symbolically, these people that are saying this rhetoric that's leading to sort of this violence and this division in society today is worse than what George Floyd is doing to society today, particularly when George Floyd himself never advocated for any of these things occurring. It's clear as day that that's how we would judge this. I mean, I don't even understand further how to go. It's clear that they're confused all over the place, even going as so far as to saying Rodney King was worse for society, but actually no, Rodney King apparently had a good legacy because the police were corrupt, etc., etc. I mean, it's just nonsensical. They're all over the place when it comes to these sorts of things. The last thing I'll say is, we need to look at where this is going to further go. Regardless of this silly debate topic or things like that, I actually had a good time. I'd like to thank both of our opponents and Sarah for being here. I thought it was an enjoyable debate. I really did, and no hard feelings to anyone here. There is a serious conversation that need to be had about sort of how commonplace it is to cheer on violence, to ignore violence, etc., particularly coming from the left that we now see. And I think Destiny is the voice that is the resonating the most out there in the mainstream by people both celebrating it and by people condemning it that we see. be. He is the focal point for what we see of people saying things like Republicans should be fearful for their life. All Republicans are effing around and finding out if they get killed, making fun of people like Cori, making fun of Erica Kirk, making fun of Charlie Kirk, etc. We see tens of thousands of people that don't have the influence of destiny that are out there repeating this same sort of nonsense. And we're going to see these violent attacks get worse and worse and become more and more frequent. We see the attacks that are occurring against ICE. We see mainstream politicians repeating some of this very rhetoric that people like Destiny have been having for years, using terms like, you know, you're a fan of that Austrian painter, etc. Something that was basically written on the bullet that took out Charlie Kirk, one of the ones that wasn't shot, but that was there that took out Charlie Kirk. So this is rhetoric that we're going to have to deal with, and it's worse than anything George Floyd, the common thug criminal, did. Lastly, it's interesting, I mean, despite all of this, for them to say Derek Chauvin did nothing wrong, they can't even articulate why the second order of consequence of George Floyd inspiring people wouldn't also mean that Derek Chauvin inspired. They say, okay, yes, but the other police officers, they're like, well, we don't know because we don't know their names. And then the people that did things like train Derek Chauvin. There's no logical point that we wouldn't stop. They just say, well, because they erected statues to George Floyd. Okay, that doesn't mean that George Floyd himself did anything. The legacy of George Floyd is the legacy of Michael Brown. It's the legacy of Trayvon Martin. It's the legacy of who the next person will be when these people like Al Sharpton and these race hucksters that want to cause division and want to divide us by race and want to encourage these sorts of violence, when they inspire for the next person for this to occur. There will always be tragic incidents involving law enforcement of people of any gender, of any race. The truth is, the real people responsible are the people that are intentionally causing this division and laying the groundwork for these sorts of riots and things like that to occur. Although the George Floyd riots were heinous and horrible, I think the people that justified them said they were mostly peaceful, while at the same time locking us down and saying that the pandemic was so bad we couldn't leave our homes, but you know what was worse? Racism, so it was okay to go out and leave your homes for that sort of shit, are more at fault than George Floyd himself, who would have been replaced by someone else. I think we clearly win the debate in this matter. Our opponents were game to try it, but they were outclassed in every possible way by Marte and I, but that's not surprising. We all knew that was going to be the case from the get-go. So thanks for your time, everyone.
Thank you, Rob. Marte, to you, please.
We have so insert the cases of Tyree Nichols and Philander Castile that happened. How come there was no riots after that? So these people had passed away. We call them martyrs, things like this. So all we're witnessing in this argument is a move from goalpost to goalpost because, you know, we have blacks dying on camera, you know, by police custody. That happens all the time. I think it was just a time and a place for somebody to be the patsy, and that's what's going to happen. So to Rob's point, like when we look at the autopsy report, fentanyl was the main cause of his passing away. Why aren't we saying that fentanyl is worse for society than George Floyd? If I was to ask you this, if we was to say fentanyl is bad, you are conceding in this debate, well, George Floyd's worse than fentanyl because of his, well, hold on. So then you're admitting that something that was the cause, and you don't even know what the origin is of this. We're just pointing to a patsy, whereas Destiny, we have the origin. We can point to an exact figure in society who's weaponizing social media, X profiles, YouTube, and everything else, right? Not only this, but he's weaponized an arsenal of influence. George Floyd hasn't done this. Where's the influence for Philander Castile? Where's the influence for everybody else? Matter of fact, the damage for Eric Garner's thing was so small that happened. It wasn't massive citywide scale. Like, so if we think about this, it's like all you're doing is pointing fingers, but you don't have an exact origin for what's causing really massive bad for society. And we've been trying to put our finger on this the whole debate on their side and try and figure this out. Meanwhile, we have the causation and the instigation and the catalyst in front of us by the name of Destiny, Stephen Bunnell, the third or second, whatever his name is. So it's like we have this. We have causation in front of us. We have the words. We can actually have quotes, things like this. We don't have quotes for George Floyd or anything like this. Like we don't have an active, I would say, a propaganda machine from Floyd himself. Now you could say, yes, he passed away, but that proves my whole point. So Floyd's influence was passive. So it's like, what's stronger? Something that's active as far as a call for violence, or something that's passive, meaning like this can go over time. We could say that, but we can't even determine, like on the other side, it's like we just had a passing of Charlie Kirk, which he couldn't even condemn this. He never condemned this on Piers Morgan. So to me, I think that if he's amassing a large audience and they're saying this, What Destiny's doing is normalizing death in America. How is he not normalizing death right now? How is George Floyd normalizing death in America right? Oh, he wasn't. He was the guy that passed away. Meanwhile, Destiny's normalizing death by omitting this. He's not even condemning this. When questioned by Andrew Wilson, we can replay the footage right now. And he was weaseling his way, just like you guys, out of this whole conversation because you guys don't have a real point of origin, whereas we do. That's it. You guys are dead in the water. Your argument never moved, and there was no traction on it, actually. And I'm just done. You guys are cooked. On to Steve or whoever else.
Thank you, Marte. Steve, to you, please.
Yeah, sure. Thanks, Sarah. And thanks, you guys, for, giving us something to laugh at occasionally. It's been pleasurable. And, maybe sometime we'll do it again. I had fun. At any rate, their entire argument is 100% based in stochastic terrorism is the only thing that matters. Nothing else. There's no real world consequences, and that's okay because we delve in the imaginary, and the imaginary is scary. And we don't want to be scared of destiny. We want to be comfortable, and we would like the words that scare us to go away. And there's no acknowledgement whatsoever from either of these clowns about the real world consequences that exist because of George Floyd. You have to remove the crux of the argument from the argument in order to make the argument. And that's their whole game right now, is we have to do little bit, cutesy rhetorical traps. I refuse to acknowledge something that's going to be absurd. They have to do little, okay, if we take away the entire prompt and then create a brand new prompt, then we've got another point. And that's what matters. And the gish galloping that surrounds it is a distractionary device in order to lead people away so you can spike the football right about the 2-yard line. Because you've never actually proven that destiny has this influence that you've given them. You've talked about numbers. You've talked about tried to insanely somehow link the Charlie Kirk assassination to destiny, which is, look, I'm no fan, but that's a pretty heinous allegation, and also pretty wild. You've tried to say that the influence is what matters, and that's the only thing that matters. Well, if the influence is the only thing that matters, then destiny is as interchangeable as the tens of millions of Black Americans that could be interchanged for George Floyd. So it's not destiny, the person, that is the issue. It's destiny, the numbers that people can look at who are just absolute mouth-breathing idiots and go, oh, their numbers there, that must mean they're right. They're popular. I'll go look at that. And then they'll go, oh, that's a bloviating Adderall-ridden idiot. Hopefully, God willing. Or they'll go, oh my goodness, I need to hear more of this 1,000-mile-an-hour doing the exact same partisan hack grift that Ben Shapiro and freaking the rest of the Daily Wire does. Because they're just mirror images of the same bullshit narrative management operation. And destiny, the persona, is an interchangeable character, just like George Floyd, the reason that people went to war, is an interchangeable character. There's nothing that distinguishes destiny from anybody else other than he was elevated to that position, just like the memory of George Floyd was elevated to that position. If we're looking at them as individual people, George Floyd is by far the bigger scumbag. If we're looking at the narrative management operation and the influence campaign that was being ran on both individuals or through both individuals, George Floyd does way more damage in terms of damage to infrastructure, damage to neighborhoods, damage to storefronts, injuries caused, lives lost. George Floyd is by far the bigger scumbag. And I'll yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Steve. Benjamin, to you, please. You're muted.
Can't hear you. Sorry about that. This was a good time. I appreciate you guys coming and debating. Unlike, and I know the super chats are coming up, but unlike that one super chat said that we put too much energy into it. You know what? Are you not entertained? But we put in an honest debate for 4 guys that didn't really, you know what? All 4 of us think that both these people are trash. With that said, our opponents tonight, they spent their entire argument was trying to switch things around, similar to the way the leftists have pinned down racism to where one race can be excluded from the racism thing. So that way all the racism can fit their definition. They tried to do this in this debate also, where they tried to compare the influence Destiny has had on the people as opposed to the person George Floyd was and not his influence. I was fine with arguing either side. Just compare apples to apples and oranges to oranges. I do get that George Floyd did not intentionally cause the influence that he had. That has no bearing on the point. It makes no difference. His influence is still his influence, whether he wanted it or not. Other than that, fantastic debate. Would like to do it again about something a little more serious. Had a gas to you guys.
Thank you.
I'm going to hit the restroom real quick, if that's all right.
Sure, take your time.
I broke
Rob.
the seal first. I felt real bad. I was like, damn it.
That's okay. I broke this. I always break the seal, usually around the hour mark. Thank you to all 4 of you. This was actually a very nice debate. I didn't feel the need to really play referee or mom a whole lot, and you guys were able to get through the actual conversation and move through the discussion and talking points very smoothly. So kudos to all of you, and thank you for giving me an easy night. All right, so I'm going to go ahead and drop the link into the chat for the open panel dumpster fire. If anybody would like to join to add on to the conversation, please feel free to go ahead and start heading backstage now. The link is pinned in the top of the YouTube chat. Shout out to Twan, Jack of Blades, Jay Putsy, and Levano, I think I said it right, for their new memberships. Welcome to the Mater Nation. Kokomo drops a big 15 and says, I have to pay for the Wayne's World comment. I will agree. You guys were all killing me. I was crying through the opening statements, absolutely crying. That just, I don't know. You guys win. Great Scott with a big 5. Here you go, Tomato. Thank you kindly, Mr. Great Scott. And of course, this was a perfect win. Unforged EGO sent the big 50 and said 50 suck-up points for Rob and Marte. Thank you, Unforced EGO. I think that was the ultimate win. The chat always wins. So Marte and Rob, you guys automatically have an extra 50 points for the suck-up side of things, however that's going to work. But thank you. Lord of the Nerd said, please ask Black D-Face, if you didn't have breakfast yesterday, how would you have felt? Personally, I don't see the Black D. It's clearly a fudge pop. Shots fired. Steve just stepped away, so when he comes back, I don't...
That would be a proper size fudge pop, because we all know fudge pops is bullshit. That's like a half a fucking bite. You're like, I need to eat 6 of these. That would have been proper.
Fair enough. And Anthony says, paying my tomato tax and showing Rob some love, not one step back. Get him, Rob. Love your content. You're welcome to respond if you want.
Oh, yeah. AJC's awesome. Thanks so much. I appreciate it. I hope everyone enjoyed, even if you thought we lost the debate because you have a head wound or something like that. We still appreciate it, and we hope that you all had fun. We really do.
Mm-hmm. Perfect. And a kind reminder again, the link for the backstage is dropped in the YouTube chat. If you want to join the conversation, I've got 2 back there so far, which is kind of odd for debate night. So
they don't want to get wrecked. They know.
But maybe that's the case. Okay, now I got 3 back there. It's just odd. Normally it's just like pop, 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 pop as soon as I drop that link. So maybe they didn't hear me the first time. Texas Bully Mom says, with a big 10, taxes theft, or did we skip that debate?
Texas theft.
Because it's I think I said tomato tax for the goal.
Oh,
that's
yeah,
fair.
no, taxation is theft every time.
Fair enough.
Every time.
And Just Gerald says, "You poors disappoint me. Give Sarah more money." Yes, I gladly accept lots of money, all of your money, or most of your money. I'm very grateful for that. So thank you. Marathon Kev making a little drive-by with the big 50. Sister Sarah. I always love the way he says it. This should be salacious. Thank you, Marathon Kev. Beaningtons says Destiny's actions erode civil discourse more directly than Floyd's passive role in history. Floyd is irrelevant without BLM. Steve or
Balderson.
Ben, yeah, I'm assuming this is directed more towards you if you want to respond.
Yeah, and Destiny's influence is as artificial as George Floyd's. So I don't even know what we're talking about really ultimately, because they've both been weaponized in an influence operation. I don't think that there are real world consequences in any way, shape, or form that are remotely close to that from Destiny than what happened with George Floyd.
I think
you just can't make the argument. If Destiny's whole persona is the thing that matters, then Destiny as the person doesn't fucking matter, and you can replace him with absolutely anybody, just like you could with George Floyd.
Yes, but the difference is that there are a far more number of people, because George Floyd was literally just a body that died that could literally be anyone, where Destiny does have some amount of rhetorical ability and talent that causes to influence people. I could give you a great example of this, right? Before Destiny got kicked off Twitch, other than Hassan, he was by far the biggest left-wing political voice on Twitch. Now, you had a bunch of people pretending to be Destiny after he got kicked off. Can you name who the most influential person is? That was just interchangeable with Destiny? Who is it on Twitch?
Pretending to be Destiny?
Yeah, just interchangeable with Destiny. Who was it? Who filled Destiny's shoes on Twitch?
I don't Twitch, man. I have no idea.
Well, there's no one. It's a bunch of people that are trying to emulate his style, but they weren't as successful as it. Whatever you may think of Destiny as a person or like his political beliefs, etc., he is someone that's entertaining and gets a lot of eyeballs, and he's a competent debater who there are people that are drawn to him because of that. So although you're right that they could astroturf someone else, like, a Parker or a Dean Withers or something like that, to theoretically fill Destiny's shoes, it's not as simple as just having another one of, a black person that has a violent interaction with law enforcement. What you should have said, what the topic should have said to benefit you guys too, is what happened to George Floyd worse for society than Destiny? But George Floyd, the person, is nothing. He did nothing. Like the user said, he was passive.
Yep.
So
if
it's not interchangeable in the
individual
same
to
way.
individual, he's a scumbag. If it's influence to influence, George Floyd is still the bigger scumbag. Like there's you have to make it very narrowly, but still somehow not totally getting the point argument in order to make your argument. But if we go person to person, George Floyd is far worse. If we go influence to influence, George Floyd is far worse.
That's not.
And I got a couple questions here, Rob. I got a couple questions.
Sure.
Did the DNC give Destiny money in order to help his operation?
I don't know. He was part of Progressive Victory PAC for a time, I believe, but I don't know if he received monies from them, nor do I know if he directly received money from the DNC. Get a drink, man.
Yeah,
Was
right.
he receiving money from the left wing?
Like I said, I think Progressive Victory PAC, I believe he worked with them. I assume he didn't do it for free. I'm unaware of what the exact monies were, but sure.
So now, secondly, do you think that these institutions that are left wing that are giving him money are also not pushing him?
No, I would say that he's definitely being pushed by certain platforms. Sure.
So there could be other influencers and are that say the same things that he does.
Who? Name one.
But they chose their pony, and now they're putting their pony.
Name
out
one.
there.
Name the
That's all
influencer. Go ahead. Name the influencer that says what. Name the influencer that said the worst thing you could have was the
for
bullet.
one who is taking the exact same money from the
Who?
exact same Hassan Piker.
Okay, Hassan is actually at odds with Destiny on a great many of things. He's
Sure.
approaching things through more of the progressive pro-Palestine
Yeah.
side. Destiny's
yeah.
approaching it more from the pro-Israel sort of like establishmentarian Democrat side.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, who
And
else
they're
is
all
saying?
getting funded by the same
Okay,
people.
let's assume that's true. I could name a lot of people that were getting funded by the exact same organization as Destiny who don't have 1/100th of the reach of him. And what's the point you're trying to make here? I don't understand.
Well, your question was who's more influential, and I answered. So now you just dance.
Listen, I don't know.
First
man.
off, I mean, cardio's good.
The question was directed at me from Balderson, right? And so that's why I'm referencing this specifically. I asked you previously on Twitch who came in, and your answer seems to be, well, he got money from Progressive Victory. Cool. That's irrelevant to the conversation. So did a lot of other streamers that don't have near any of the reach.
Like 8 months ago.
What's that?
But he got the U.S. aid money too.
He got the PPP loan? Is that what you're referencing?
USAID.
I don't know. Show me. You're making the allegation. Show me.
No, that's what I'm saying. I thought that was something that came out like 6-8 months ago.
I didn't see that. That could be the case. Nonetheless, is the claim that you're trying to make here that Destiny wouldn't be anywhere where he was except in the 2024 election? He received money from Progressive Victory.
No. I'm saying he's been propped up for a better part of a decade, if not the full decade.
Okay, by who?
I'm saying he's an artificial creation.
Okay, by who?
Well, for a start, National Endowment for Democracy.
Okay, Ned, did they push anyone else?
Certainly.
Who?
To varying degrees. Definitely pushed the Young Turks. They definitely pushed Kyle Kalinski's show. They definitely
So just to be clear, all of those people are totally interchangeable. None of them have any talent whatsoever. None of them are influential whatsoever. It's just national endowment.
Not
the
denying.
argument, it's a nonsense.
Have you ever heard of Hollywood, Rob?
I have heard of Hollywood, right? It's a nonsensical argument. The point that you're trying to make is this. A passive person like George Floyd that was just a career criminal being killed, and what you're admitting would have literally been interchangeable with literally dozens of other people that also could have been passive and just victims of police violence. Like, that's as interchangeable as one of the top 5 streamers in the world from the Democratic position. It's a joke. Everyone watching can see it's a fucking joke.
Yeah.
All right, let's go ahead and move on. Our panel is waiting for us backstage. Naomi sends the big 5 to say love to the Tomato Queen. Love you too, Naomi. Horses in the chat for our darling Naomi Mod. Wicked Wally says it's the effect of a corrupt official versus an institution. Officials are corrupt for their terms. Institutions are corrupt in perpetuity without
perpetuity.
Thank you. Perpetuity without form.
Reform.
You're muted, Ben.
I don't know if he was talking. We can't see. The mic's blocking his face.
I was talking. There's no mic in front of my face. It's an interesting thing because what you're saying, and I agree, because you see all kinds of people when they get out of the position that they were in, personally then talk about their disagreements and some of the things that they saw in the system as bad. And one of the first things a rational person would think is, well, why didn't they say something while they were in the position? But the position comes with certain expectations that it's almost like when you get caught in a path of snow where somebody else kind of veered off too far to the left. And if you get caught in their path, you're all of a sudden veering to the left also. These positions that have been built have certain expectations and things that you have got to walk through. And they might not agree with that as a person, but it's what the position demands. And so, like on the farm, I have things like that all the time. Because I'm the head of my farm, I have to do fucking things that I hate. Like I had a goat that her leg went foul. You could smell death on her. And she's sitting there alive, and I don't want to go over there and fucking shoot her, but she's going to die either way. So I can either let her go or go necrotic and die horribly, or I can be a fucking man and be the guy who runs this farm and go do what I got to do and not bitch up, but the position sometimes does not equal what you want personally.
I'm not saying your answer was nonsensical
in answering this point. I just don't understand what this point, who I love Wally. Wally's the man. I don't understand what the point has to do with the debate. Sure, you could have corrupt individual officials and also a corrupt institution. Both of those could be true. Is trying to compare like George Floyd to the corrupt official where Destiny represents a corrupt institution.
I don't think
I
that
don't
had
know.
anything to do with it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. I don't know what it's so. But I'm just making the point. I don't understand what that has to do with the debate.
That's fair.
Well, I would argue that Floyd would more represent the corrupt institution and Destiny, the individual.
No, I disagree completely.
Yeah,
me too.
All right. Dusty says, which race/ethnicity is the worst for society, though? Y'all pussies don't want to ask the hard questions.
We like having channels that don't have our TOS violations.
It's true.
Pussy's not.
It's true.
You know. Go. I believe you're looking for like the Nameums, their channel. You can find them.
I'm not gonna do that on Sarah's channel.
Right.
But you can find me on Rumble Monday through Thursday.
There you go. All right.
And 10 a.m.
Tom Carpenter says, I'm going to watch football. Sorry, Sarah, this one's just got too much energy for such a topic. Can't stop laughing at how passionate people are getting about an argument like this. Riots equal bad, destiny equal bad. Enough for me. If only it were that simple.
Well, let me say this, Tom Carpenter. Thank you so much for your $20. We don't really give a fuck about your opinion, but we'll take your money. You can send in another 50 to bitch about it. How about that?
Fair
Are
enough.
you not entertained?
Powder Dusty says, stop being broke, chat. Yes. Again, send your moolah. How long, Nate, who is backstage? Balderson, it's good to see you. Rob doesn't even care about tonight, but he walked you to the butcher like a Judas goat.
And you just brought up a goat too. So yes, it rings true. It rings true. Yeah.
A question for Rob. Why do you think only the left has ever acted
I was the
violently?
butcher, bro.
Dusty got booted from my channel today for falsely claiming a short of me said that the only the left acts with violence, which is untrue. I've never made that claim. So it's sort of a callback to a conversation he had with me this morning. No, I've never said that only the left acts with violence. They're disproportionately doing so now, but they're not the only ones.
Fair enough. Evan Lord says, congratulations on the Floyd earning his nickel for Narcotics Anonymous. Also, bring up / protect Flow State for an open panel dumpster fire. He is backstage and he is queued up in line, so I will add a $10 credit to his name. Dusty says, Marte, this isn't a photo shoot. You have to do more than sit there breathing up all our air. You're welcome to respond.
Well, here's the thing, though. He gets destroyed every time I'm on these panels anyway. So, I mean, bring him up. I'm ready for this guy, too, to get destroyed. So, yeah.
Fair enough.
Sun Tzu, when your opponent's defeating themselves, you don't interfere, right?
That's true. Yeah, true.
I know that's why we let you get like as many words as the whole rest of the panel in.
I'm the only one saying anything intelligible when it comes to us three. Marte's just like, yeah, Rob knocked it out of the park.
Only people that listen to
it would be called the gift
understood
gallop.
half of what you said.
Gish Gallop. You guys sound like Destiny now.
Oh, goodness. From Rumble, Werbs sent a big 10 to say they just lied about the length of the Rodney King video. He said the last 20 minutes where they beat him when the total video length was
9:37,
only
I
10
think.
minutes long.
They were scant on specific details on much of this.
That was specifically at me. And no, I did anybody expect me to fucking off the top of my head, just like Rob said? It was a long ass time ago. I was throwing it out there that it was a very long time. Also, 10 minutes getting beat up by cops. Pretty fucking horrible. I don't know if you've been beat up by cops or hit with a billy club. It's not great.
Balderson, finally, you say something that the whole panel could agree on. No one expected much of you, and you delivered. So,
Dusty says, question for the panel: which has the most closeted feelings for Destiny, and why is it Rob?
Dusty, little butthurt about the wrecking you got this morning, huh? Hey, I'm more than happy for you to keep sending money, Sarah, to like let your feelings about me be known. Maybe you'll come on this panel and get wrecked again, and it'll lead to more money going to Sarah. I'm all for it. So
he is sitting.
Yeah, he's kind of sour on Destiny now, so he needs somebody else to take that place.
Who, me?
Come on up.
Yes, is that it?
Yeah.
Happily married. Thank you.
The transference must
I
occur.
didn't say anything about you not being married.
And Dusty says, I became a corn star because of Marte. Marte, such the influencer.
Now watch out, Dusty. Dusty told me today. Watch out, Marte. He used to be a proud boy. Whoa!
Oh, he got in fight. So watch
Oh,
out,
man,
Marte.
Gavin McGinnis?
Whoa.
I'm so scared
Now
of
he
Gavin
doesn't
Mc-
like them because Marte might as well have said I used to be cool, or Dusty might as well say I used to be cool. I don't know why you'd brag about used to be cool and now being a little bitch about it, but just tell you watch yourself, Marte.
I mean, I don't know if you could like beat him in any kind of a fight. Like Marte is a beast. But the other thing I gotta say is nobody could catch that guy in like a greased pig contest. I mean, oily as fuck. Like nobody's getting a hold of that shit.
Listen up. I mean, you look like the guy from Deliverance with that alopecia right now, with the squeal like a pig thing right now. I could go on a little diatribe about that, but I don't want to. Let's continue.
Balderson must be a good guy. That cat seems to like him. Animals have a good taste in people, so I'll give Balderson that. The kitten seems cool, so.
And Tom Carpenter sends the Big Ten to say debate topic, meh. Happy wife comment, legendary.
That was a great joke. I got to give it up. That was great.
Fair enough. All right, gentlemen, are you ready to meet your panel?
Yes.
I'll bet they're unattractive. I'm just throwing that out there right now.
I didn't see as many leftists in the chat as I was hoping for.
If you build it, they will come. All right, gentlemen, you've all gratefully been here before, so thank you for coming back one more round. You all know the rules of this panel. Keep your interruptions to a minimum. Mind all of your TOS. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 streams connected right now. We are all over the place. So be mindful what you say, how you say it, and who you say it to, because you don't know what stream you could shut down in the heat of the moment, and we will all be very upset and chastise you from the YouTube world. So fuck around and find out. All right, Evan, I know you wanted to make an early exit, so go ahead with your first question, please.
All right. In regards solely with the aspect of kind of like promoting drugs and like distributing it, between George Floyd and Destiny, who would you say is the worst in that sort of aspect? Because from what I know of Destiny, he's been surprisingly open about all of his experiences, and I know that he was in like a lot of circles where he had access to and was in the place to distribute it to some of the other streamers that he was, and girlfriends or whatever that he was around. So
I can't speak to those allegations. I don't know. I'll say that I think there's an interesting hypothetical question here. Maybe someone knows more about these specific allegations. There's an interesting hypothetical to a man that sells illegal narcotics. Like, I don't think any of us disagree. George Floyd was at least charged with those crimes versus maybe a man that's never been charged or done that, but glorifies their use. And maybe there's an interesting conversation to be had. Who do you put more blame on? For example, if an entertainer, like a famous rapper, is like, hey, everyone should go do fentanyl, right? But he never himself sells it versus someone like George Floyd that possibly did sell fentanyl, you may make an argument that the entertainer, because he has more of a reach to people, is more responsible for people having that use to a wider range of people. But as to specifically, I just am unaware, Evan, of any allegations. Would I guess that probably the nature of streaming is if you're the type of streamer that's doing real life events and you've done illegal drugs, that you yourself are probably partaking in that with other people? Probably, but I can't speak to Destiny on that front. I don't know.
That's what my question to you, Evan, was going to be. By distributed, you mean shared drugs with other people that were also doing drugs? Because, like, as a speaker that goes to live events and speaks and whatnot, Most of the speakers are partaking in at least cannabis. You don't see too much other than that. The group starts dwindling quickly, but most.
Are you trying to say that Charlie Kirk smoked cannabis?
He seems like the type.
But that would explain how that dude was so unshook. That
Right? A couple of gummies right before the debate. Yeah.
Nothing could possibly be further from the truth. This is a complete fucking dismissal of Charlie Kirk's morality and his dedication to purity.
Oh my God! Stop clutching the pearls already.
Okay,
Turn your
garbage. It's complete garbage.
My apologies.
your mic is hot, Flo. I'm gonna turn it down on my
Dusty, maybe if you weren't holding that cigarette in the most effeminate way I've ever seen, the phrase clutching pearls would come across stronger.
Maybe it looked like an alternate lifestyle Tom Selleck over here dressed. Like we would have a different opinion of you.
I don't need it. I don't need somebody who, with your background telling me that I'm gay.
I don't know you, but you do kind of look like Jay Dyer's stunt double.
Except I wear it better than Jay Dyer.
I mean, wow, we're getting into fashion.
I want to make sure, Evan, did you? Okay, his question must have been answered. And
Evan's the man, by the way. Love him.
I love Evan.
Cheers to
And
Evan.
then-
Cheers to Evan. Evan's good people.
Pardon me for just a moment. And the gauntlet is officially open. You have 2 minutes to make your way over to the gauntlet before I shut down the tomato side. Otherwise, you're going to catch the raid. I will continue dropping the link in the chat. Mo, I think you had a quick question as well.
Yeah. So, Rob, I'm going to come at you here and
sure.
Don't take this too serious.
Shit!
I'm just doing this
fun.
to throw some count, to test your logic. Okay.
Sure.
So don't hold this against me. So, Rob, let's have a hypothetical here.
Okay.
Let's say George Floyd is alive.
Okay.
Right? And he's in custody. He's outside a small little town. This town is a very quiet town. Good people. White picket fence. All that shit. It's basically Mayberry, right? You have to press one of two buttons. First button, arrest Destiny for whatever charges you think he's guilty of. The second one releases George Floyd on that town. Which one are you going to press, Rob?
Releases George Floyd in the town? Is that what you said?
Yes.
I would not arrest Destiny because I don't know that most of the things I have a problem with Destiny saying are necessarily criminal in nature. Nor do I think that crimes are the only thing that could be detrimental to society. In fact, there's an awful lot that people could do that's more detrimental to society than simple crimes such as...
Which one are you going to press? Which one are you going to press, Rob?
So I'm saying I wouldn't arrest Destiny, so I would prevent George Floyd from being released. Someone who's a known drug dealer who's committed violent crimes.
So you would admit on a local level, a local society, George Floyd is worse. You can see the debate, Rob. This is clear evidence.
I just explained to you. Like, you asked me to do two things that are relevant to the overall question. Like, for example, I wouldn't.
You also said that George Floyd was interchangeable. Let's say I grant you that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's say I grant you that he's interchangeable. If you have a George Floyd in this town, you have another George Floyd in another town. Before you know it, all those towns add up, and it affects all of society, Rob.
Well, that's true, but that would be like saying this, right? What would you rather get rid of? One person that committed a speeding infraction that led to the death of someone, or a major politician that shattered our healthcare system and ended up resulting in like economic crisis? And you'd say, but that person that killed someone, even though they're interchangeable, right? And someone else would come in and do the same thing, right? Still, wouldn't you say that that's hypothetically worse for society? I would say no.
Destiny ain't that scary.
But here's the thing, Rob. Would you rather your child meet a dangerous idea or a dangerous man? That's really what it comes down to.
It depends.
And before you answer, Rob, everyone watching on the Raging Tomato side, I am shutting down that side officially now, so move over to the gauntlet. Thank you. Rob, go ahead.
It depends on the circumstance. For example, if meeting a dangerous man would be done in a context where the man had almost no ability to do anything negative to him. For example, if my child meets a dangerous man because they were sitting in court.
You're changing the hypothetical.
I'm not changing the hypothetical.
Yes, you're running from it, sir.
I'm not.
if you listen to me, you'll hear the hypothetical didn't include specifics, right? So I could insert the specifics I wanted. So I could say in certain situations, I would absolutely say that I'd rather my child meet a dangerous man than a dangerous idea. For example, if meeting the dangerous man was in the context of they're sitting in court and a dangerous man comes in where that man would have almost no ability to get to them whatsoever, I would rather that than meet a dangerous idea like trans ideology when it comes to them being a second grader. In that case, the trans ideology and meeting those ideas would be far more significantly damaging to the person. Nonetheless, this is a non sequitur to the question at hand here anyways, right? What we're talking about specifically, let me ask you this question. Do you have a child?
I do.
Would you leave Destiny babysit your child?
I would not. No, I would not leave them with the Coomer Gremlin. No, but that's irrelevant. We're talking about that is a ice. Can I clarify? Can I clarify? I answered in good faith. Can I clarify?
The real question is:
that
would you leave your child
isolated
with
one ratio? That's just one local, just the child, my child. Of course, I would have a preference, but I wouldn't leave him.
I'm getting more autistic the longer I stay here listening to this shit.
Over George Floyd.
Dude, all of this leads
And all of the Coomer Gremlin's ways and all the things he said, he's never inspired riots. And you cannot prove that. That is assertion, sir, that you cannot prove.
Is George Floyd? What did he say?
Just because someone's a dangerous man doesn't mean he's dangerous to a certain person.
He was used as a martyr to go and burn cities across the country, Rob. And you know this. You've even commented such on many of your streams.
That's irrelevant to the question as whether or not we say this person is worse for society.
I know you need it to be.
It's irrelevant.
How much responsibility does Rob accept for promoting the dangerous ideology?
I'm talking to Rob, Dusty. Shut the fuck up.
I know. I'm talking passing over you because your questions.
Yeah, because you're coming in here. You don't have anything worth. He's gonna smoke you easier than smoking me. So shut up.
Well, then let him smoke this. Rob, how much responsibility?
I don't want to smoke what you're offering.
Stop. Everybody shut the fuck up.
I would hook you up, but George Floyd died, so I don't have a plug.
Mo, continue on with Rob. I know you were trying to get somewhere there.
Well, I'm running out of ammo very quickly here. I just came in here to test his logic and throw some hypotheticals at him, but I'm good. Thanks, Rob.
Yeah, no problem. I'll just say this to answer that question real specifically. There absolutely could be someone, like, for example, that there's some, like, maniac bar brawler in town, and then there's, like, a politician that maybe we would say that easily we would all admit it's worse for society, right? I might say, well, my kid, I would rather have meet that politician because that politician being bad isn't because they're going to directly physically attack my child. And yet we could still acknowledge, like, for example, if they get us into some shitty war like Vietnam, that person was worse for society, even though as an individual, I might be more comfortable with my kid being in a room with that person. So although I think it's an interesting line of question, I don't think it gets to the heart of the matter of who would be worse for society.
All right. Well, I tried, guys.
And you failed. Rob, how much responsibility do you accept for promoting Destiny's reach by obsessing over him with your paranoia?
Almost none. I took a debate where this was the topic, right? Nor does me pointing out what someone says that it's bad would mean that I am promoting his ideology in a way that would be negative. Any more than, are you talking to me right now? So are you promoting me who's promoting Destiny, which means that you're culpable for that?
I'm not particularly paranoid about either of yours, Destiny. You're just YouTube streamers. If you're not even that. If the biggest danger on your horizon is a YouTube streamer, there's not danger. You're all right. You can.
What's amazing to me, Dusty, is that might be true. Like, let's say hypothetically that you could say that my life's going pretty good. I agree. I think I'm one of the luckiest people that ever lived. I have a loving wife. My son's awesome. He's healthy. I love my life. I think that I'm incredibly lucky. And so maybe you're right that I just sort of fantasize about things and that's my big vice or whatever. That's better than you, because what you are you're fucking capable of hearing the words that a person's saying and accurately representing what they're saying. So for example, this morning you claimed after watching a video several times that I said only the left commits violence, which you were then forced. Show me. The video didn't say that.
What was the title of your stream, Rob?
This morning?
Yes.
I can't remember specifically. Democrats using violence?
The left is the party of violence.
Okay. Where does that say that only the Democrats use violence? Let's test your logic here, Dusty.
Yeah, no, you definitely said it.
Okay, show me where.
No.
I'm not accepting homework assignments right now.
You struggled to find where he said it. I watched the after debate, okay, and I clipped this shit and I sent it to you, Rob. Okay, Dusty was searching.
Why didn't you send it to me?
And because I'm not trying to help you, I'm trying to help Rob. So
He needs to help.
at the end of the day, what you ended up saying, Dusty, is I don't know exactly where he said that. I need to go back and watch the VOD, and then oh my God, there it is in the title.
So,
there it is in the title, right
EOD,
there, staring
do
me
you
in
think
the face.
do you think that Rob
you
spent
made an
4 hours
you
this
made
morning?
an assumption based
EOD,
on
do you
the
think
title.
Rob spent 4 hours this morning?
You made an assumption
panicking-
based on the title. Is what
panicking
happened, Dusty.
about
That's what fucking
the
happened.
left's violence. EOD, did you hear the question?
No, I didn't.
Did Rob
you hear
spend
what I
4
just
hours
said?
this morning
you made an
panicking?
assumption based on the title?
Dude,
Did Rob spend 4 hours this morning panicking about the dangers of the left?
I was totally hoping
Panicking. No, Rob did not spend 4 hours panicking about the left. Rob spent 4 hours talking to several people across several different spectrums, some of them left, some of them right, just as he always does on his early stream. And you were one of them.
Let's say that it was true, Dusty. Let's say that I was, in your terms, panicking. That's not how I would characterize it, but let's assume that's true. Does that mean that I'm saying only the left can commit violence? Even if that was true?
No.
So then you once more you admit
You
that you're
did say
fucking
that.
wrong. And that's exactly what you come in here doing, right? You're like, oh, you're saying that Destiny's the biggest threat. I didn't say that. I said when
What do you think
we
is the
had a
biggest threat
debate
to our
amongst
society
the
right
parties.
now?
By the way, just so we're clear, I admitted I thought this debate title was kind of humorous. It wasn't really the type of debate I'd normally take. I really wanted to do a debate with Marte. I thought it was fun. I hope that Steve and Balderson had a good time.
I truly had a shit about the topic,
I will let me preface this to say that the group chat on this was comical to begin with. Between all, I don't think I've ever had four debate. The last time I had four debaters, they were all pretty comical on screen too. But this was like the second group chat where all four debaters were in the group chat, goofing around, being silly, and just having fun with the prompt in and of itself. So I think everyone understood that this was a funsy debate. And not to be taken too seriously.
And Dusty, if I can,
there were four men. And men who know how to give each other shit and take shit and not cry about it.
Dusty wouldn't know about that, but Dusty, your position to me.
I didn't just ban you from my echo chamber.
Dusty, his point is ridiculous to saying, oh, you guys are saying Destiny's the biggest threat. As if he came on here and said, Balderson and Steve, why are you guys clutching your pearls and you're so scared of George Floyd? You'd be like, that's not what we're fucking saying. We're talking about how damaging he was for society. But Dusty's incapable of actually arguing in good faith, so he's forced to go with these straw mans that you have to walk him through step by step. Even when I walked him through today and said, I never said only the left commits violence, he comes back on here, repeats that I did, and I have to walk him through 5 minutes of getting to admitting, no, I guess that doesn't mean that you're saying only the left commits violence. It's fucking stupid. It's worthless, Dusty. You're wasting everyone's time.
Questions.
We know you used to be a badass Proud Boy, though, so whoa, right?
And that wasn't the point. That wasn't the point of the concept.
Prove it, y'all. Show us that T-shirt
Yeah,
again.
let's see the shirt again. Watch out, guys. He's about to bring out the Klan hood. Here we go. Here we go. Whoa!
I got you an EOD. Send me over that link. But Rob, so is Destiny a danger to society? Or have you just been being hyperbolic for
Yes,
weeks
I think
now?
that Destiny is bad for society and dangerous because I think that there's a solid chance that someone's going to do some fucked up shit because of the rhetoric that Destiny's saying. I think that's bad. Do you?
Now, do you think that you?
I'm asking. I answered your question generously. Now I ask you.
Rob, what?
Can I ask you? Can I ask you, Rob?
I'm not worried about him.
Can I ask you?
Question?
I did answer the question.
If the Democrat Party
The answer is no, Marte.
because of the-
I'm not worried about that.
Hold on. Ben's trying to talk. Go ahead, Ben.
Can I ask you if the Democrat Party did not shrink because of the reactions like Destiny and whatnot, or do you think that it drew in more Democrats?
I think that two things could be true simultaneously. I think that a core base of the Democrats are more inspired and more outlandish with their rhetoric. But yes, people like Destiny, I think, are getting people to move away from the Democratic Party. Now, let me ask you, Balderson, do you think that the riots that were as a result of George Floyd helped lower the amount of people that were Democrats?
I actually think that it made more people Democrats, and it cauterized the a movement of very misguided people.
I completely disagree.
Okay, hang on. Let me jump in here for a moment, Rob, because you seem to be one who just believes the official narrative no matter what it is. So let's say that elections are free and fair.
Sure.
in this country.
Okay.
According to those numbers in that 2020 election, immediately post George Floyd, it resulted in the election of Joe Biden, who had more votes than any Democrat ever in the face of history. Now, I did hear
Any
you
person ever.
mention that you were questioning the election earlier in the debate. I would tend to agree with you on that. I would. But I would.
He had 87. Just Steve, to clarify, he had 87 million, and that was the highest of any person ever by a margin of, I think it was like 12%.
That's what they claim.
Even more than
anything
Obama Jesus.
Okay.
So I mean, by that alone, you would have to concede that post George Floyd, post BLM, more people voted Democrat than ever before.
Okay, so let me
Allegedly.
respond to this, right? One, Destiny was still saying inflammatory rhetoric back then, so I could say the same thing. See, Destiny's inflammatory rhetoric and more people were Democrats. Secondly, though, more importantly, let me finish. Let me finish. I'm trying to.
Stop. Please finish, Rob.
Okay. Secondly, what happened was that immediately post George Floyd, Trump handled things poorly with the pandemic and with that. Trump should have sent in the National Guard to quell this violence. What happened was in the immediate aftermath, when people were still believing the narrative and they believed that BLM was this force for good and they believed the systemic violence from police to unarmed blacks, yeah, it was appealing. That narrative was appealing at the time. But the reason that I say that George Floyd's been a net detriment over time to the Democratic Party is people are fed up with it. One of the reasons that there's not a big clamoring in 2025 about Trump sending the National Guard in, other than some shrill forces like Destiny about it, is because people were fucking fed up. They saw the left riot with impunity in 2020, and then we saw how much bullshit it was and how much people grifted off of it and how they told us we had to be locked down as these people were allowed to do it. And even though people were bamboozled at the time, if we believe the election results, now they're fed up with it. That's why BLM, like as a brand, nowhere near people branding themselves like they once used to. I mean, you couldn't turn on Call of Duty without fucking it saying BLM messages. You couldn't watch like football, and now they're running from it because they understand how poisonous that brand is because people are fucking sick and tired of it.
But your whole point the entire night is that people have been going harder in the paint ever since, and that it's solely Destiny's fault. How can both things be true? How can that kind of rhetoric be toxic? And yet, because of that rhetoric,
video game developers and marketing directors are the same as political commentators on the internet. And
I'm sorry. Well, I didn't hear
that's how we come to some kind of conclusion as a constituency. The reality of the situation is that 60% of Democrats believe that political violence is justified.
10 minutes ago.
Right?
55 believe that the murder of Donald Trump will be somewhat justified. I'm unaware of the specific poll that he's talking about that's something different. Two things I'll say in this just real quick. One, what is it with people that are incapable of like hearing the language that's being said? Show me once in this debate saying Destiny is solely responsible for the uptick in rhetoric.
Said that. I didn't say he was solely responsible.
Just say you said
you're attributing what he's doing. You're saying he's responsible. You said that. You said he's not solely.
You literally used the word solely when you said that there. But okay,
let me interrupt to read a few super chats. And don't forget, chat, you do have to complete that goal to keep us continuing on. You have 9 more to go and 45 minutes to do it in. How long Nate sends the Big Ten? Rob is correct. Since I had to drop out, EOD is the best looking on panel. Maybe the best looking redhead. We'll go with that rhetoric.
Yeah.
He just forgot to add redhead at the end.
I mean, he's like got almost beard.
And Harry dropping the Big Ten just to send some love. Thank you so kindly. And I'm guessing this is over on Dusty's side. Lauren says, I owe Christine $10. And then, of course, Harry Ludwig dropping 5 gauntlet memberships. Congratulations to you, lucky lottery winners. Thank you. All right, back to you.
Yeah, I don't know if it was brought up on your side, Rob, but because I came in kind of late. But one thing with Destiny too is he does have the ear of the youth, right? So everyone that he's talking to, he's infecting with this toxic ideology that can potentially lead to extremism and eventually action. And you get them at a younger age, it's going to have more of an effect on them as they go into the political sphere.
And I will say, like the idea, Steve, there's not a contradiction where I say that Democrats' rhetoric's getting more and more dangerous, and yet that's getting less and less popular with people in the center. Both of those things can simultaneously be true. There's no contradiction there.
I mean, if you look at actual policy and who's in office and what they're doing, it's serving the exact same neoliberal bordering on neocon agenda that's been in place for decades and decades and decades.
You talk about the Hegelian dialectic.
Sure, but in practicality.
Do you know what that is, Rob?
I do know.
Okay.
But again, this is irrelevant to the topic. It's irrelevant to what we're talking about here. It is, because what you just said was like, well, you said that the left's rhetoric is getting more extreme, but also at the same time that people like Destiny's rhetoric is driving away people in the center. And I'm saying there's not a contradiction. And your response to that is basically, but Trump's team's no different than the Democrats. That's a complete non sequitur. I'm happy to talk about that, but it's a non sequitur.
That's reductionist and absurdist.
Explain to me the connection to your claim that me saying that Democrats' rhetoric is getting harsher, but it's not a contradiction to saying that it's turning people off. It comes around to, but Trump's team's doing similar things to what Biden's team did. Explain to me the connection.
Okay, well, number one, you would have to demonstrate that. But number two, you would also have to show how rise in rhetoric is leading to something other than what the Trump administration has been promising for the last year and a half.
No, I don't. I don't have to show how the rise in rhetoric is something that is occurring on the left and that people in the center don't like. What Trump's doing is irrelevant to that statement. There's no connection to Trump whatsoever in that statement that I made.
There's no connection to, really?
Explain the connection.
Do we not have Marines being sent into fucking residential neighborhoods and National Guard?
Explain the connection to. Let's assume that was true. It's not. It's not true. But let's assume
Marines are not going to residential. Marines are not going to residential neighborhoods.
Marines went to residential neighborhoods during the fires.
During the fires?
Yeah, during the LA fires, because Trump sent them there.
I don't know that that's true. Let's say that it was true. Let's say that it was true, hypothetically. Explain. I make a statement. I make the following statement. 1, Democrats' rhetoric's getting harsher. 2, people in the center don't like it. Your response is, but didn't Trump send Marines to the LA fire? Explain to me the connection to what I said versus that. What's the connection?
We're talking about two different things. But
yes, we are talking about two different. That's what non sequitur means.
You can't demonstrate. Okay, show me where. Show me where this. Your whole point is that the Democratic Party is moving this direction. Where is the center not embracing that?
I refuse to accept going further with this conversation. I don't know what to say.
That's great. I got to go anyway. I got to wake up at 4 o'clock in the morning and prep my show.
It was fun,
Thank you. Steve, do you want to give any final closing thoughts to the panel?
Oh, just happy to be here. Thanks, fellas. Hope you guys have fun sort of, beating the shit out of each other. I don't usually do like this whole conversation and the destiny point exists in people who are terminally online. There is next to no evidence that anything Destiny said has inspired anybody to do anything other than dye their hair a stupid color and maybe try to convince their girlfriend to let a stranger bang them. There's no tangible evidence that Destiny has any actual on-the-ground influence. If you're terminally online and your whole life exists on a screen, sure, man, he's probably scary. But those of us who have to go do shit and be somebody other than a terminally online personality understand that this is something that exists in your head, as big or small as it may be.
Tell that to Charlie Kirk.
We're gonna need some aloe vera from those
I
burns.
appreciate you guys, having me on and all that stuff. And yeah, take care.
Well, listen,
or his wife that's been targeted relentlessly by Destiny's groupies.
Here's the thing.
I've talked to Destiny like twice on a panel ever, and it sounds like he has a lot more intimate knowledge and a lot more viewed time on Destiny than anybody else.
And it's too bad Steve left, because we all know the truth. Steve wasn't saying anything. Balderson's really a ventriloquist, and that's why Steve had that mic up to his face. It was just Balderson changing his voice, debating for Steve the whole time. So well done, Balderson. I thought you did a hell of a job.
Maybe he could teach you how to puppet Marte, because Marte, you carried her team.
Well, what can I say?
Emailing everybody, I refuse to be a speed bump.
Are you trying to fist Marte?
So, yeah, kudos to
I
Rob.
wasn't trying to
Is
fist
getting
Marte.
sexy.
Benjamin should drink some water while you talk.
I mean, it
EOD.
sounds like what you're trying to.
EOD, I heard what you were throwing down earlier. It would take over the whole panel. If you want to co-debate Christian morality and all that, you come on over. Deliberating dog-faced dudes. Hit up alanmarcus.com.
Email each other.
We can't see your face, ballers. Get in the camera. I didn't know who was talking there for a minute. It's like
You're off center.
Balderson, I'd
And
love
off
to
kilter.
talk to you. Okay, you come join Rob's Discord. You can DM me on Discord. Okay.
You
Join
know, I
Rob's
am
Discord.
the worst person at using computery stuff. I live off grid, and I built my entire system. Put in my own electrical.
I'll just get you
the
two in
whole
touch with
line.
each other. We
I
can
touch
work
the
this
computer.
out.
I had a producer
Yeah.
for my show.
All right.
You live off
Benjamin,
grid
I'd like to talk to you about
motorsports?
that.
He's financing you.
No, I'd like to talk to you about off-grid stuff. That's my jam.
But Balderson,
Oh,
if you go over to
sustainability,
Rob's,
like that kind of
be
stuff.
very
Yeah.
careful not to freak him out because he gets blocky.
Yeah, that's it. And what I do is I give people an opportunity to come on and make an ass of themselves. I asked you straight up. I said, let's make a deal because you kept saying that I was lying, that I said only the left commits political violence. I said,
really a
fine.
request?
Let's
was
make
that really an offer? That wasn't an offer. That was a statement.
Sure, it was an offer. Wait.
Rob, can you put the link to your thingy in
I
the
did
tomato
in the
farm
private chat. I put it in the private chat. Come join Rob's Discord. Come to the Discord. Okay?
I don't know if my Discord's on the.
God damn,
All
Dan.
right,
How old are
anyways,
you?
The deal that I offered you.
Fucking fuck off! I got 8 grandkids, you cunt, and I still look great.
Just put
Get on the
plus-
camera.
You do look nice.
Nonetheless, what I said was, I'll make you a deal, Dusty. If you're right and you keep saying that I'm a liar, and I actually said that only the left commits violence in the short that you were saying I said that I would give you the entire rest of my show to talk about whatever you wanted in front of my audience. If you're wrong, then I was going to ask you to leave the channel and not come back when it came to the debate portion of it.
Right.
You accepted that, and you were wrong.
Well, I don't. That's not really an offer I can refuse, is it?
You could
It's
say,
your
okay,
channel.
maybe you
What you're
didn't
saying-
say
What you're
that.
saying is, I don't like being challenged. I want
No,
my.
I don't
echo
like being
chamber.
lied
This
about.
This is Rob's safe space.
No, it has nothing to do
I'm
with the
gonna-
safe
I'm gonna
space.
ban
In
it.
fact, I debate more people, and I have an open line every day. I debate more people that disagree with me probably than almost any other streamer. It has
Did
nothing to do with the
anybody
safe
else
space.
that
You were
called in today
blatantly
disagree with
lying.
you?
You were blatantly lying about
How
me.
many people today besides me disagreed with you?
None today, and
Okay, there you go.
oh, so your claim is big surprise that people that watch my show tend to agree with me when I open up the calls. Can you name some? Do you think
You just used it as an example of how you're out there debating people. Who
That's
oppose
right.
you.
I debate anyone that
And-
calls in, and I've probably debated more people that disagree
But
with me than
all of
almost
your
anyone on
callers
stream.
All of your callers.
Yes, in
are
one
people who agree
particular
with you.
day today, most of the
Except
callers
for
agreed with
what?
me. In
Except
one
for
particular,
one.
in one particular, right now, let's see. Let's use this logic.
And
If
then
that's
what'd you
the
do with
case,
the one that
let's say,
disagreed with you?
let's say, Dusty, let's say that there was someone that every day on average debated 2 people that disagreed with them. But you watched their show
Okay.
one day and you didn't see anyone that disagreed with them. Would you say,
So you're saying today
when
is
I
not
watched your show-"
representative.
Now,
Are you
Dusty's
saying
making
today is
the-
not representative?
Dusty's making the argument. He's making this argument. But I know.
Are you
how
saying
could
today is
you
not
say-
representative of your
Dusty's
normal
making the argument.
stream?
How could you say that men are usually stronger than women? I know a woman that's stronger than some men. How could you say
Leave
that
that
men are
straw man
usually
alone.
taller than
Leave
women?
that straw
I know
man
a
alone.
tall woman. That's
Rob,
the
are
argument
you
you're
saying
making here.
today's stream is not representative of the norm?
I'm saying that today's stream was similar to the norm, and yet I still
Okay.
that still doesn't dispute the fact that I take all callers and that I've still debated far many more people both on my call-in show and through panels like this and other debates, including in real life, in competitive debates in academic sense, in political debates where I've gone out and done in real life, and on panels and real debate. Those statements
Before
are
I even
simultaneously
got up on
true.
panel today, I had new viewers I've never seen before in my chat saying, "I just got banned from Rob for blah blah blah."
I don't give
blah.
a fuck.
I'm just.
I don't
Yes, you
care.
do. You're trying to,
I don't
you're trying
give
to
a
say
fuck.
that you're not self-isolating in an echo chamber.
It has
of
nothing to do with
paranoia.
it has nothing to do with self-isolating in an echo chamber. You got removed from the
It
show for
literally-
lying. Did you lie about me?
No.
Yes. So you're still saying that I said only the left commits violence.
Yes.
Okay, show me where.
No.
Yeah. I'm done talking to you, Sarah. I refuse to engage with Dusty here anymore.
See. Little crybaby.
The thing I'll say that he does.
I thought EOD said it was in the title or something.
It was in the title. It was in the title.
No.
So does he assume that Rob made an argument that didn't exist?
Whoa! I was EOD. Go ahead. I was asking you.
Does he assume that Rob made an argument that he didn't make based on the title of his stream, and then started attacking that argument that he accumulated in his own mind, and then he didn't realize that until after the stream was over that it was only in the title and it wasn't in anything that Rob had anything to say.
What you're saying.
It wasn't even the
say
title.
anything that had to do with the title. That whole stream, he was talking about something entirely different.
No,
wasn't the title Left is a Party of Violence?
Firstly, the way that I would interpret
That was the
that is
title.
that you misinterpreted what the title meant. That you know, all left wing violence, all violence occurs on the left wing, or something to this effect. And yet, at the end of the day, you realize Rob didn't say that only violence occurs on the left wing. You realize that Rob didn't say that, and yet it was in the title, and so that justified your position.
Imagine that Dusty had a video that said this: American burglarizes elementary school, right? And then I came on and was like, how dare you slander Sarah Tomato? How dare you? How dare you say she stole from an elementary school? And you're like, what the fuck are you talking about? I never said that. And I say, you're not talking about things relevant to the title of your video? And you say, well, sure, I am, but I never said Sarah did that. That's what you're doing here. Yes, I did talk about things that had to do with the title of my video. No, nowhere in the title of that video or anywhere that I've ever said, whether it be today or any day on stream, did I ever make the claim that the only group that engages in violence is the left. You're a fucking idiot. You know that it's can't. And the reason I say won't deal with you is when you ask someone specifically, are you saying that I said only the left could do this? Yes. Can you show me proof of it? No, I won't. Fuck you. No, I have no interest in interacting with you. Now you can see why I don't want you on my channel. The
minute I made that claim, you were like, "Yes, here's something. Here's something.
Sarah, let me
if
know when
it's
he's
wrong,
done.
you're
Fucking I'll listen
banned."
to this, so.
You're such a coward.
Be gone.
Destiny's
Here's
gonna
a question
get
for
you.
Okay?
Destiny's gonna
I
get
got a question for you. Okay, will you condemn left-wing violence? Are you capable of doing that?
Yes. Sure.
So say it explicitly.
I'm not a
I
lefty.
condemn left-wing violence. Yeah.
I'm not going to jump through your hoops. I'm not a lefty, EOD. Do you think that I'm out here promoting left-wing violence? I'm not. What I'm doing is trying to calm down somebody who's like going into the beginning stage of paranoid.
Oh, you're so worried. Why are you so worried? Wow, why are you clutching your pearls? Why are you so worried?
Does anybody have evidence that Sarah did not do what
you?
you
Seems like you're worried about destiny. You're worried about the future of our country.
Worried about, well, Rob, he's going down
I
paranoia.
thought you
He's
weren't
worried about,
talking to me.
Rob's so dangerous. He's, quote, worried about the future of the country. Wow, Dusty, you got me. Woo!
What we should be worried about, ladies and gentlemen, is hitting that dono goal. And you have 30 minutes to do it, or else we just all go away. And I'm okay with that. Back
You
to
go over
guys.
to Dusty's channel. I'm sure you'll see a lot of fucking fun, relevant shit over there.
Greg Talbot being a fucking asshat and Dusty making fun of people for having faith. Yeah, that's what Dusty's channel is.
Trippy's got a good thing here. Flo, can you say something nice to Rob?
Rob, I really like your picture of the dude behind you.
The dude is cool.
You have excellent taste in stuff.
Well, you have excellent taste in the shows that
you're-
you call into. Unfortunately, that's all
That works. It was something nice. I'll take it. Yay, win.
Tell me Steve doesn't look
All
like
right,
the dude.
cheers to that. Cheers.
But
Steve totally looks like the dude. It's hilarious. And if Destiny had showed up, I would have told him that my wife, when he was I was watching a video of Extravaganza or something with robnoerr and Andrew, because they were talking about what they thought of Destiny. And my wife walks by and she goes, "Is that guy from wrestling?" And started explaining it. And she meant Mick Foley. She thought fucking Destiny looked like Mick Foley. Made me laugh.
Destiny looked like Mick Foley?
Yeah.
He's a 5'2" troll. What do you?
With no facial hair.
I
He
just
has
want
no
to
Marte.
point
Nice
out
thing.
some
It's
love.
a life
Almighty
of world
Nate, all
passion.
pardon me for a moment. Almighty Nate saving all of your asses with his kind donation to just go ahead and take care of the dono goal because he already wants more. So please throw all of the tomatoes in the motherfucking chat right now. Thank you so much, because red is my favorite color on screen. Ben, I interrupted you. Please go ahead.
That's no problem, Sarah. Especially for Almighty Nate here, obviously. But yeah, we're old fashioned. Like my wife doesn't really have a size comparison to understand the difference between Destiny's size and Mick Foley's size.
But she doesn't know who Destiny is, which I think is a significant point, that most of the country doesn't have any idea who Destiny is. He's not influencing them.
I did see quite a few people in the chat actually saying I haven't heard of the name Destiny until now. So that is.
But everybody knows George Floyd.
It's certainly true. I will say this: definitely more people know of Destiny than everyone else on this panel, other than fucking Dusty. He certainly ain't moving the needle on anything, right? Even though he used to be a proud boy. Holy shit!
Maybe if I could get out here, maybe if I could freak you out and be the new delusion of boogeyman.
He's a boogaloo boy now, Rob. He's a boogaloo boy now.
Yeah, he's got the Hawaiian shirt on. Yeah. Wow. Go ahead, Dusty. Freak us out, man.
Hey,
Go
now.
ahead.
With what?
We don't claim him.
Destiny's watching you.
Lay it out there. Lay it out there, Flo.
What am I laying out?
I don't know. Whatever it is to freak us all out.
Oh, your shoulder holster.
Destiny's listening. Definitely. You know how tweakers see shadow people? Destiny seems like he's Rob's shadow person. If you just ignore it, it'll go away. It'll go away.
Wow, you just did it, man. Well, and let me freak you out. Let me freak you out, Dusty. Let me freak you out, Dusty. Whoa, man. It's like everyone's trying to censor you right now online, man. Like, you're really worried about that, man? Like, the government's watching you right now, man, and they see you used to be a really powerful Proud Boy, man, and they're trying to censor you, right, man? Whoa, yeah, whoa. It freaks you out, huh?
You two need to get a freaking room. Jesus, Lord have mercy.
Nah, he's into Destiny. He's not into me.
I am not into Destiny.
Rob, you need a new character.
You, on the other hand, you seem to be.
I don't even watch Destiny.
You need a character.
So
you don't?
How many subs? How many subs does Destiny have?
700,000 on Twitch.
Across which platforms? Because he doesn't just stream on Twitch anymore.
Well,
which is smart because Twitch will ban anybody just like that.
There's a couple million at least.
Historically, yeah.
I wonder how many new people learned about Destiny just from this debate. From
well, he shows up on Piers Morgan all the time.
My entire audience came and went. My entire audiences came and went. Like,
it's probably in the double digits.
Yeah,
Flo.
probably a lot of new subscribers to Destiny from.
Wow.
No, like
wow, Dusty, excellent point.
Like 12.
Keep going, Dusty. You're fucking killing this. Go ahead.
Oh, you don't think that was a valid point?
No, yeah. Wow, a couple new people maybe subscribed to Destiny. Great point. Great point.
Flo, you're making the bad platforming argument right now.
I'm making the ineffective actor argument. What I'm saying is that Rob is ineffective at what he's trying to accomplish. Or
no, I'm not. I not only did me and Marte easily win this debate, you haven't made one salient point here. All you could do is misrepresent people, and then when people ask for proof of your blatant lies, you say I refuse to give them.
You think there's no way you guys think you won that?
Yes, there is a way. We did.
What? What? In what universe do you?
I
live?
know that you think
where
they won
Rob
that
and Marte
EOD. I get it.
Absolutely dominate that fucking debate. Okay, I mean honestly,
can we do a poll in the chat?
Can I get your weed hooked up?
Do you want to? Does everybody want to know who actually won the debate?
Let's have a poll, Sarah.
Hold on, stop. It was the cat. The cat crawling behind Benjamin won this whole debate. Okay, hands down, won.
Also, not the dog. The dog didn't win. That got his little short, scene on camera. That's crazy. Pro cat, but not dog. Let's see how it is.
Bro, I live off grid. You're if it wasn't for my wife, you would have saw alpacas and cows coming and going in the fucking house.
All I see right now is your fucking nostrils, bro. Why am I?
Wait, hang on.
Because
everybody
else's
your dog.
everybody else's mic overrides mine. So I feel like I need to kind of lean into it a little bit, and then I lean back because I don't try to overtalk everybody else.
It sounds the same exactly.
There's no volume change from you leaning back. Okay, just lean back.
Well, thank you
But
for
Ben,
telling
you hugged your dog. You threw away your cat. You pushed your cat away, but you hugged your dog. So who?
Oh, it depends on which cat, bro.
That's a good point. Yeah.
It depends on which cat.
Just since I've been here, I didn't see the entire night. My bad. But just since I've been here, there's been one dog you hugged. And
you guys start
I licked
talking
you
over
and
each
one
other.
cat.
I start talking money. Everyone shut up. Lauren sends a big 5. I think this is over on Flo's side, saying the title of the stream was Democrats are the party of violence. LOL. Cope harder, Rob. You're
Okay,
welcome to
Lauren.
respond.
Now let's do a little. Does that show that no one that's not a Democrat can commit violence?
Nope.
The party
Cope
of
harder,
violence implies
Lauren.
the party
Send
of
another
violence
$5 to Sarah to
is
cope a little
exclusionary.
harder, you fucking idiot.
that
I'm glad to
$5
see
was
that the
sent to Dusty.
stupidity is not limited to just Dusty, but also his female supporters are equally as fucking stupid. Amazing. You guys are amazing.
Lloyd
Rob, doesn't
says,
the-
go ahead.
Isn't the an exclusionary word there? The party of violence.
Is the an exclusionary fucking?
Are you Rob?
Serious?
Calm your ginger ass down.
The is an exclusionary word.
The party.
The
party.
Yeah.
Right.
That means
The
that
party.
means
That
the,
means that
the party that is most.
It doesn't say one of the parties.
It says that the left is the party that is most.
No, it doesn't say that. It
to
doesn't
violence.
say that.
That's what it says. That's what the point that you're talking about says. That's what it says.
No.
The party. The
You're-
Democrat Party.
First of all,
is
I
the
wasn't
party of
talking to your
violence.
ginger ass at all.
Can I share screen, Sarah?
Oh, you're dyslexic.
Yeah, sure. Why not?
My video
Well-
title from 10/6/25 this morning's are Democrats are party of violence. Call-in show 10/6/25. Lauren lied. I don't use the word the. Care to respond, Dusty?
Ban her. Get her out. Get her out of the compound.
Now, just like, hey, she learned from the best. She learned from the best from Dusty there, right? Of just making shit
We've
up.
got a dangerous,
well done, Lauren. Well
disingenuous
done.
disagreeer.
Well done.
Ban her.
Well done. See? And Dusty doesn't give a shit. Yeah, fuck it. Yeah. Ha ha. People are lying.
You got
blatantly.
EOD. I got Lauren. I mean, Lauren's better looking than EOD. Smarter than
I don't
EOD.
know. I haven't
that.
seen a
I'll
picture
give
of
her
Lauren,
that.
nor do I care. Right? Like, Dusty, by the way, if we're going to talk about this morning, now you were diligently going to search for like an example of violent right wingers keeping left wingers from speaking on campus. Any examples yet?
No, I wasn't going to
Oh,
do that.
did you find any examples of right-wing like terror groups that are constantly?
Rob, I don't know why you're
Let me finish.
confused.
Let me
Why
finish.
did you
Let
think
me
I-
finish.
why
Let me
did you
finish.
think that I was
Let me
taking
finish.
homework
Let me
assignments?
finish, Dusty. Violent.
Well, you're
right-wingers-
going down a wrong path here,
Violent
Rob.
right-wingers. Did you find any examples
Uh-huh.
of violent right-wing
Rob,
groups that are
I don't
attacking
know
federal
what
law
example-
enforcement
this
in
is
the
another
city
one of
over
these
and over
Hold
again?
on.
You see?
Everyone stop. Stop.
Mm-hmm.
Rob, please finish, and then Dusty to you.
Did you find any examples of violent right-wing groups over and over attacking law enforcement in the city, basically being allowed to operate with impunity by city officials? Did you find any examples
No,
of that?
Rob, because we never discussed me looking for any. This is another one of those delusions you got.
You said that it happened and you
I
just
wasn't
didn't
taking
have.
homework assignments.
Well, that's funny. You
We
seem
didn't
to.
make any plans.
Well, that's true. We didn't because you lied
Because
and then
you
we're
blocked me.
ceremoniously.
So why would I take a homework assignment from somebody who's going to try not to see me in the future? It doesn't make
I'm
sense.
seeing
Rob.
you right now, motherfucker. What do you have to say? Nothing. Again, nothing. Just lies. And your little supporter that you're saying is good looking lied as well. Wow, you're crushing it, Dusty. Great job.
You went and changed the title. Let's be
I
real.
did not change the title.
Definitely said the.
No, Rob never changes the fucking title.
Maybe my editor.
Oh my God, EOD. We know what your position is.
The
gonna
one
be on
thing
every
Rob
single
will
thing.
the one thing Rob will do to
The Mandela
fucking videos is
effect.
hide them because he's
Probably
afraid
Mandela.
that leftists like you, Dusty, and your followers will come and
I'm not a
fucking
leftist.
mass report his
Now
ass
you lied. Now
and-
you're
and
banned.
get him cut the fuck off the fucking platform.
The title
This
on
is something
Rumble,
we've been dealing with for a
Democrats are
decade.
party of
For a
violence.
decade we've been dealing with this.
I just want to be clear. Your
For a
argument
decade
is
you've been dealing
that
with
I
this.
went through
This
and
is the
all
paranoia I'm talking about.
all
This
the
is why you
channels-
need to get
your
outside your
paranoia-
echo chamber.
just
EOD thinks I'm a leftist that's going to get you guys kicked off of platforms.
Your
It's absurd.
paranoia is I literally went through to every platform I streamed on this morning and changed the title just so I could win this argument with you, hoping that you would call in. That's your paranoia.
It's not paranoid.
On
Fucking
X,
mean.
where you can't change the title, Democrats are party of violence.
totally realistic.
14 hours ago, Colin Show, 10/6/25. Now, can you explain how I went in on X, where you can't change the titles, and somehow change the title, hoping that you would call into Sarah's channel tonight so that I could beat you on this argument?
No.
When did I change it? Now, just to be clear, Lauren presumably sent that super chat in the past half hour.
Yes.
So the argument is, after Lauren sent that super chat in the past half hour, I had the time while sitting on here discussing with you to somehow go back and change the programming through like a Wayback Machine or something, not only on YouTube, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, but also on X, where I'm unaware that it's even possible to do so.
I can solve this right now. Dusty, I went to your prior stream when you joined the call-in show and you had the StreamYard pulled up from Rob's end. It does say in the top left-hand corner, the StreamYard title that's up there. It says Democrats are party of violence.
Oh, it didn't say the?
Show 10-6.
So why is your grammar bad?
It didn't say the?
Rob, I'm on your side on this one. However, I'm live on Twitter right now, and like I can edit the title unless you mean after it ends.
14 hours ago.
If you mean after it ends, then no, I don't think you can do
this
that.
was 14 hours. And again, notice that Dusty gets called out again, and he's like, "Oh, you're bad at grammar." You see, it's a big joke. I lie about you,
It is a
and
big
then when
joke.
it gets called out, I say, "Oh, big joke." But
Do you know
won't
why
you
it's a
talk to
big
me?
joke, Rob?
Why won't
Do you
talk
know
to
why
me?
it's a big joke? Because you're a coward who wants to self-isolate. You're not willing to engage in conversations that are
I'm not
going to
willing
ruffle
to
your little
engage.
comfort zone.
I'm not willing to engage with people that blatantly lie and then make excuses for it. Fuck you.
Okay,
Fuck
hold
you.
on. I just want to bring this one thing up, okay? Dusty, after your encounter with Rob earlier today, did you or did you not say that Rob agrees with me more than he agrees with himself?
I don't recall. I assume I did because you're asking me about it.
I don't recall.
So go on.
Yes, in fact, you did. I have it on video. So
Okay, so
I find that particularly interesting because you're being so antagonistic at this point, where you're just like, Rob, you're such a piece of shit, and you're just lying to yourself, and you're lying to your community, and you're gaslighting everybody right now. Why are you so antagonistic? What is the problem?
There's no problem.
What is the real essence of the issue that you have right now?
Well, yeah, I have a question, Dusty. According to your own logic, if Destiny doesn't matter and he's just irrelevant, even with his 850,000 subscribers on YouTube, why do you care if Rob? Let's say Rob is paranoid. We'll grant you that he isn't, but let's say he is. What does that matter to you? Why? What's the big deal? Based on your own logic, doesn't matter, right?
it doesn't matter. No, it's not a big deal. It's not gonna. It's not gonna. This is a YouTube argument, right? Most of this shit doesn't matter. Nothing we argue about here, I have news for you. Nothing we argue about here tonight.
That's what you're admitting.
This discussion tonight is going to change nothing for anybody in the big picture.
Okay, great. That's
always,
awesome.
Except for Destiny. Except for Destiny, he probably got a lot of new subs.
Fucking vaporous and meaningless to the fucking conversation. That's excellent.
I like that Blasterbot's
I'm just
chat's
not
the same.
self-deluded about what's going on here.
Blasterbot's chat's the same color as Dusty's shirt. That's
Rob,
nice,
would you consider yourself a Christian?
Yes.
Oh, I think that's the problem. Flo always sides with the heathens.
Right, it's a conspiracy.
That makes sense.
I mean, everything you say is a cell phone. Oh, you guys are paranoid. But yes, Rob, I believe that in the last half hour, you changed the name of all the titles of your video in order to beat me in this argument. And then you want to call other people paranoid.
Rob, am I paranoid or am I disingenuous?
Both. Are
Okay.
those mutually exclusive?
It seems like it. It seems like it typically.
So you're dumb as well. You're paranoid, disingenuous, and stupid. Congratulations.
People who are sincerely scared, are not normally running jokes on people.
All right, I have to do this now. Blasterbot sent in 50 to get rid of Dusty, who is a liar and has completely derailed the panel to deal with personal beef with Rob. If anyone wants to fix the boot, it's only 40 because Flo did have a $10 credit from earlier.
Which one of you two is Blasterbot?
He's not paranoid, though. Trust me, he's not paranoid.
It's Rocky.
I got money.
Blasterbot likes to give us dino facts all the time. Rob and I are both completely fucking ignorant of most of that stuff. Like that's been educational, honestly.
On dinosaurs?
Does that mean Dusty is out for 40 minutes or until
He just
somebody
goes
brings him
back
back?
in line. He goes back in line, and unless the line if there is no line, then it goes to the time frame. But if there's a line, which there is, he'll go back in line.
Just to clarify the mechanics, though.
Okay, all right. Say goodnight for now, Dusty.
Good night, Dusty.
Learn to debate.
So I do wanna answer Rocky.
I'm gonna go to the restroom real quick.
If just like with EOD, AlanMarcus.com or AlanMarcus.com. If you guys want to come bang, despite what you would think,
I do not want to bang. I do not want to bang.
Think,
Let me be very clear about that. I do not want to bang. Okay.
Despite what you would think from Marte's roid usage, he's the only ortho bro that's had balls to show up. So I will give him that.
What kind of compliment is that crazy?
Let me read some supers for a minute, if you gentlemen don't mind. Leutnen says, Dusty should know that Rob will not allow misquoting. If Dusty paid attention, he would know it's Rob's favorite to weaponize direct quotes from the left. And then Tom says Rob's wife won the debate.
It's true. She did.
She always does, right?
Yeah.
And Almighty Nate says we need a Andrew and Rob versus Dusty and Ben Thorpe debate. I don't think
that
any.
would be epic.
Well, even Flo doesn't like Ben Thorpe. Like nobody likes Ben Thorpe. So
look, Dusty's a sack of shit in different ways, but I haven't heard Dusty say anything that's like egregious, like attacking someone's family. Like, so Ben's a different level. So
Ben is. It would take a lot of convincing for me to host Ben.
Yeah.
Alexander says, ever since Rob got disowned in their debate, Destiny has turned him unhinged. Only person I've seen live so rent-free in Rob's head. You're welcome to respond, Rob.
I don't know what to say other than it's amazing the cope that people have when you have someone who has tens of thousands of eyeballs on them on their live streams alone and then goes on to national platforms like Piers Morgan and says things like, we want Republicans to fear for their lives. In a world where we have Democrats, 55% of them saying that they can somewhat justify the murder of Donald Trump. And people are like, dude, why are you talking about this? What are you guys, cowards? Why are you talking about that? Why are you talking about the people celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, huh? Why are you talking about it? I'm not going to fall for the gaslighting that we should just sit back and allow these violent lefties to espouse this rhetoric and to go do this violent shit, and that I should somehow be ashamed for noticing it. Go fuck yourself, Alexander Wren. I didn't get disowned in a debate. Destiny rage quit on me and then blacklist me. I didn't give a fuck. Rarely ever talked about the dude other than when he'd send his minions over to say blah, 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 blah in my chat. Other than that, I don't give a fuck. Now, would I also say that you have me on the mind? You're actually sending money in to talk about me into a channel. So do I infest your dreams? Or am I living rent-free in your head? Or did you just think that there was a reasonable thing to criticize about me that you wanted to talk about? This debate in particular, you can ask Sarah, Marte, or Balderson. I didn't set the fucking topic, right? I said the whole time I think it's kind of a weird topic to talk about, but nonetheless, I am heavily vested in, as I've been for a long time, talking in the following two topics. Violence that I see that's so commonplace on the left, and corruption that I see from institutions on the left, and I've seen prominent people and Democrats make those two arguments over and over again, and I've talked about many of them. Destiny happens to be one of them.
All right.
I thought we put on a good show for not being like totally into it. Like I don't think any of us.
Has been for a long time.
This
Yeah,
was
I
a
thought it
hill
was
we were
good.
going to die on.
Yeah, I thought it was good overall. A nice little funsy. Mike 23 sent with the 10 to say, Rob, relax. You are not winning a year for free at Burger King. Dude, you will catch a heart attack soon. I recommend stop eating too much fast food and work out.
Thank you so much. I've actually lost a decent amount of weight since I started streaming. I don't eat as much fast food anymore. And I would say that I've lost weight fucking your wife, but let's be honest, dude. There ain't no chick with you, so I won't even make that joke. So.
Oh, my goodness.
Well, his mom is still a valid option.
And I need to boot Rock E because it's past his bedtime and he needs to change his Depends before he goes to sleep. Bring up anyone you want. EOD, yes, you. You get to pick who gets to come back up from the backstage. Backstage, I have Zombie, I Stand America, Orthodox Guy, and Dusty.
Dusty.
Well, let me make the decision for
Okay.
you, because Almighty Nate sent 20 and said drop Rocky and bring up Orthodox guy. Okay, where's Rocky on here?
What's that mean? I got like 30 minutes.
You're just going to the back in line. You'll be all right. And warning to you, Orthodox guy, I've heard you on your own stream saying very specific words that are not appropriate to be said on stream. You do that here, I will ban you for life. Understood? You're muted, honey bun. Are you with us, Orthodox guy? Earth 2OJ, wake the fuck up.
Okay.
All right. Well,
Dusty's my choice.
Yeah, my bad. I was not expecting to get up here that quickly.
OG's back.
Okay.
All right.
Did you hear Sarah? Did you hear Sarah? OG. What?
Orthodox
She
guy,
asked
did
you a
you hear
question
what
about
I
words.
said?
No.
Okay, I've heard you on some of your own streams say very particular words that are not appropriate for any of our streams. If you say any of those words, I will boot you for life. Is that understood?
Oh, you didn't need to say that. I don't use that language on other people's stuff.
All right. Well, as long as we are on the same understanding, go ahead.
What's up, OG? You sexy bitch.
Oh,
What's
no
up,
one,
Grumple?
no one has anything to say. How about you, Clay? You're a lefty. What'd you think? Who's worse, Floyd or Destiny?
I'm not a lefty.
You play one. You play one on stream. How about that?
That's the funny.
Okay, hold on. No, because now I have to ask the question. How do you define the left?
Well, for me, I think there's several ways to define it. Normally, what I would say is I define it in the way that Jordan Peterson would talk about, where you look at it through the lens of hierarchies. The right says that hierarchies are inevitable and exist and they could be useful. The left says that hierarchies could sometimes become corrupt and we need to look at the bottom, people at the bottom of those hierarchies. So that's in general how I would define. That's in general how I would define it. I think that we could use it when it comes to more specific issues to say that the left tends to be people that are more interested in sort of politics that are sort of focused more on identity. They're more focused on things that would require big government economic action and less government social action is normally how it plays out in the
But Rob, would you also say that that includes that hierarchies are unjust?
Yes, they could be corrupt or unjust.
That's why you have to fight against it. Then
Clay,
slay the dragon.
Let me ask you this.
I agree with your Peterson definition though, but that's because hierarchy. Well, my understanding of hierarchy is it's authority, right? So authority is from the top down, and if you really look at authority, and you say, okay, if right-leaning policies are based on hierarchy, that's authoritarianism, right? So the less and less and less authoritarian you get, that's left-leaning, correct?
No, but a hierarchy is not necessarily just authority. For example, a hierarchy could exist of competency. For example, in a hunter-gatherer stage, we could say there's a hierarchy of people that are talented hunters, right? Just because you're the best hunter that's bringing in the most food doesn't necessarily mean that you are using some sort of authority on people. They would just be the best at that hierarchy. And so we as a society might say, that's good. It's good that there's one person that's bringing in 40% of the food. That's a good thing. We understand that it's inevitable and that we shouldn't try to equalize that. Because the left is against
with a lot of authority in that society.
Well, they may. But authority is not.
That's how it works.
Authority is not necessitating whether or not that's hierarchy exists. What the left would do is
you don't have a position in the hierarchy without authority within the hierarchy.
That's not true. That's not true.
That's fundamentally how
that's not fundamentally true. You could absolutely be at the top of a hierarchy and not have authority on it. For example, do we have a hierarchy?
There is
no
hierarchy without power. Yeah, there is no hierarchy without power and authority.
Do we have a hierarchy? Please let me finish. Do we have a hierarchy on athletics? Do we have a hierarchy? Is there a greatest hierarchy of the greatest basketball player in the history of the world?
Strength,
okay,
power,
what's authority?
Yes, power.
You didn't say power. You said authority.
Yeah,
that's what
power.
you said, and therefore
all these words are
authoritarianism.
synonymous.
Okay, so then what's the authority that Michael Jordan has over basketball?
He
could say, I declare
shoes.
that 3-pointers are now worth 4-pointers.
He sells a lot of shoes.
Okay, he sells a lot of shoes. The
idea that hierarchy would be irrelevant. Let's talk about the club owners.
So again, so what we can see is then
One at a time, please.
When we're criticizing authoritarianism and authority, we're not saying, oh, by authority we mean someone that was very influential in the sport of basketball.
So it's only the authority that you like.
No, tell me the authority that Michael Jordan has in basketball.
The only hierarchies that exist
He's not
for you
part
on
of
the
the
right
hierarchy.
are the hierarchies
He's not
that
a
you
club owner.
like.
No, that's
But
not
all
true.
hierarchies sit on the right.
No, that's
How
not
is that
true.
hierarchies that are
What the fuck are you
You're
talking
so
about?
disingenuous. You're so
Leftism is
do
about
not-
destroying hierarchies.
Exactly.
So,
Yes.
Holy fuck.
He's right.
Let me
It
repeat.
pains me. It pains me, but he's right.
Hierarchies are inevitable. Yes or no?
They are they are in
Everybody
nature,
has
yes.
what I
No,
said.
so wait,
Everybody has
let me finish,
point.
Grumble.
Everybody
Let me
has a boss.
finish. If
I'm sorry.
If
Brunson,
hierarchies are
sorry.
inevitable, does that mean every hierarchy is on the right?
The left
No.
is literally about
Thank you,
diminishing
Gus. Or thank
fucking
you,
hierarchies, like
Clay.
destroying
it-
them.
Yeah, so-
Allow
so
me to make some space. Marte's going to make his exit from the panel. If we could give him a moment for his final thoughts.
Sexy bitch.
So this debate was very fun. I appreciated it. Rob was extremely kind. I got so much fucking respect for this guy. Matter of fact, he took this on a whim. I just said, hey, by the way, I have this debate coming up. Would you like to take it? I understand, Rob, that you don't want to debate Destiny, and I totally understand that. But I was like, well, it's a debate about Destiny. Maybe this could be a little different. Rob, you not only killed it, but like you were killing them on so many points tonight, especially when it came to like your conclusion about influence. And I mean, basically we like had the same argument. You just make a better argument than I do, to be honest with you, when it comes to this. So that's experience talking. So Benjamin, I appreciate you for accepting the debate. I appreciate Sarah, all of her chat. Please donate to her channel with the super chats. Hit the damn like button, people. So I have an admission right now. I chloroformed myself during this whole debate. I took a Benadryl and thought it would be a daytime one, and I've been struggling to try to stay awake. That's why I'm mapping out. So,
You lefty drug addict.
yeah, I'm taking an L. That's the only L we're taking on this side, and I can self-admit that. But not with the debate. Of course, we definitely crushed it. So, and EOD could definitely co-sign this as well, too. But yes, I appreciate you guys for showing up. This was an amazing debate. I wish I didn't chloroform myself. this is great. But yeah, it's hitting me. I'm like struggling to stay awake now. So stupid. All right, guys.
Thanks, Marte,
You guys
man.
take
It was
care.
fun.
Thank you, Marte. Have a wonderful evening.
Let me just
And
keep it sexy.
Alexander says, "Oh, Rob, you went on an unrelated tangent the moment it got brought up. Oh, and I'm sorry, buddy. Didn't mean to hurt your feelings. This is just some donos for Sarah, and you're easy to get a reaction out of. Hugs and kisses."
Well, I'm definitely someone who is entertaining and likes talking about things. Alexander Wren, for me, the day that you had super chats about me and got my attention was the most important day of your life. But for me, it was just Monday. So fuck you. So let me clarify real quick the me not debating Destiny. No, I'll debate Destiny on this topic of his calls for violence and his support for violence. That's it, though. I'm uninterested in whitewashing this by having a conversation about tariffs or some shit like that. That's all.
Okay.
There we go. Look at this guy furiously looking up. Did Rob change the name of his video from the? Go ahead, get it, Dusty. Get those thumbs working on the phone there. You got it, buddy. Oh, and he's
I was
muted, too.
actually kind of coming in.
You're muted, Dusty.
EOD, you're unblocked from my echo chamber. You tried to get me back up here. I appreciate you. So, what are we talking about now?
Echo chamber. I didn't think I was blocked from the echo chamber.
No, I mean it was only for like 5 minutes tonight. It was a retaliatory isolationist move. Right.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
What I want to see, Dusty, is for you and Rob to have a good faith fucking discussion. That's
It's not possible. He's not capable.
I don't think it's possible.
Because of you.
Well, I mean, nobody could actually provide definitive.
I've had good interactions with Dusty. I think Dusty can be good faith.
All right.
I think Dusty has been less than good faith in his interactions.
And I
with
showed
Rob
up in good faith. I've had good faith discussions with both of you. But the minute that he was like, "If you're wrong about this, you're banned forever,"
You lie.
So at that point, I'm not dealing with somebody who's interested in interacting in good faith. Why would I treat somebody with sincerity. Who's insincere?
Dusty, why did you say you like
I was
SAing
asking
women?
the EOD a question. Can EOD
Dusty, can you answer?
You guys just
Why
talk
did you
for each
say
other
that? Why
like
did
an
you
old
say?
married couple.
Why did you say that you enjoy SAing women? Why did you say that? Why did you say that? Why did you say you enjoy SAing women?
Well, I didn't say that, Rob.
Oh, that's bullshit. I know you did.
Oh,
It's so easy
okay.
to
This,
see.
yeah, this is what you're. Is that what I said about you? Did I say
Does that feel good, Dusty?
You said that.
That's what you said.
I won't show you proof, but I assure you that's what you said.
No, that
kind
was
of
you.
sucks. Huh?
You're
It
being
kind of sucks
delusional
to have
again.
someone blatantly lie like that and then admit once it's proven that I'm lying,
Rob-
saying I'm not going to tell you where you said it, but trust me, you did.
Yeah.
You see how that sucks? I don't want to interact with people that brag about the fact that they lie about me.
You're so eager to be a victim. You're like tripping over yourself to fake an injury like you're a soccer player. Bruh.
This coming from the guy who came onto a panel clutching pearls. Why did I get banned from your chat today? Oh my God, why are you such a victim? I got banned
I'm not
from your
clutching pearls.
chat.
I'm
gonna
mocking
come
you
on
for
and
being
just talk about
sensitive.
that the whole
I'm
time.
mocking you for being sensitive.
It has
worked
nothing to
up.
do. The one that's
He's a little
sensitive is you,
paranoid.
Dusty. Dusty, you're so
I mean, it's
sensitive.
kinda gay to be
sensitive.
You're
Welcome
so
in.
sensitive. You
It
came
is-
on
it
here
is kinda gay.
talking
Jared
about this
Patrick.
the entire time that you're on. That's how sensitive you are.
Damn it.
Well, you guys weren't talking about anything better. What do you want to talk about?
I talk
Destiny,
about
Destiny. Oh my God, Destiny.
So just to be clear,
Haven't
because
you
I
spent
took a
enough time
debate
today talking about Destiny?
because I took a debate, right? That this happened to be the topic. You're saying that all I talked about Destiny. All you've talked about today was me and Destiny.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
The last video you
that's
uploaded
about right.
about Destiny.
Also-
the last
also,
short you
showed
uploaded
up to
about
Rob's thing.
Destiny.
He said, I'm a Proud Boy because I got a Proud Boy t-shirt, and now you're wearing a fucking Bully Boy t-shirt. I mean, give me a fucking break, bro.
This is
You
just a
should
wide
put on the
shirt.
Proud.
Not every kind of shirt has some sort of deeper meaning. Sometimes
Oh,
people
you
use
need
it
to put on your
wrong.
FBA shirt.
I literally just got back from the beach, EOD. I just got back from the beach.
That you were actually a fucking Proud Boy, do you?
I couldn't hear anything.
Yes, I do.
All for the last
To be fair, I was not. To be fair,
Gentlemen, to bring us back around, Stan, I think you had a question for Rob if you wanted to ask.
Yeah. Can you guys hear me all right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, sir, we hear you
So,
just fine.
Rob, I
Wait,
was,
are you the one with the CPAP?
Oh my God, Grumple, what the fuck? You do this every goddamn time.
Sorry.
Shut your mouth.
He does,
Just shut
but
it.
pretty funny,
Just
yeah.
shut it. Go ahead, Stan.
Thank you. Rob, I was listening to the debate earlier on the panel. I think you brought up the George Floyd where he held the gun to the pregnant woman's stomach. From what I read and from what I understand, the woman wasn't actually pregnant. It was the wrong woman that they listed in the situation, and it was actually another woman that wasn't pregnant. So I don't know. Maybe you have some other sources that say otherwise, but from what I understand, that's the case. I don't know if you have a different version.
I don't. I have not heard. It was widely reported that he held a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach. If he did not, I guess that I apologize in the slightest way of besmirching a violent criminal that held a gun to a woman's stomach, and it happened to be an unpregnant woman as opposed to the woman that was pregnant. I don't see how that affects Jermaine anything that was said in this debate.
I can provide some clarity to that. It was actually, it was actually he didn't put a gun to a pregnant woman's stomach. She actually had a kid in the house at the time that George Floyd did that.
These
That makes it better.
It wasn't. She wasn't pregnant.
Can we agree that that's just as bad? That's just as bad.
Yeah,
that's
probably
Exactly.
worse.
Yes,
You're making
exactly.
it sound like pointed a gun.
I'm just
One at a
no,
time.
no,
One
no.
at a time.
I'm just
if somebody
providing
else is
clarity.
talking, like right now, Zombie, if somebody else is talking, please just shut the fuck up for a second. Go ahead, Zombie.
Talk over her, Zombie. Don't let her dog you down like that.
Shut up, Dusty.
Shut the fuck up, Dusty. Okay, I'm sorry.
Well, yeah, I just want to be clear. That doesn't derail anything. You know, it doesn't
women
make anything that happened, any better. Obviously,
I
it's
think-
still terrible.
I think that being clear about actual facts are important. So I appreciate if that ends up being true. I certainly do. But yeah, I don't think it changes the arguments per se. But yeah, we should be clear on sort of the stuff we're saying. So I apologize if I'm wrong. Now, I can't just 100% take your word for it, but you may in fact be true. That may in fact be true. I think there's a lot of stuff that was like, I've heard tons of rumors about George Floyd that I can't independently verify from all sorts of crimes that he was alleged to have committed in real life. It was sort of irrelevant to me from this perspective of the actual video was symbolic of what people were upset with. It was, let's say that George Floyd was the worst criminal ever. If you look at that video of Derek Chauvin kneeling on his neck and say that's murder, it would be irrelevant as to whether or not he was a piece of shit in real life if he was murdered in that moment. Now, you might say this isn't a guy that you would want to lionize or a guy that you'd want to celebrate, but it doesn't make the actions of the would-be murderer any more or less heinous when it comes to that. Because unless you would say that, like, Derek Chauvin in his personal interactions with George Floyd witnessed him point a gun at a woman or something like that, and so he was like, this guy's a scumbag, I'm going to take him out for those reasons. Otherwise, it doesn't really have bearing on those actions of that day. The only thing that would have bearings are the actual crime that he was being pulled over for and then his feuding with police in that moment. But yeah, sure, for the sake of being correct on all the details, I accept that I may be wrong about that specific detail.
No, you weren't like particularly wrong. He also died an hour later at the hospital. He didn't die on scene.
True. And there's solid evidence that he died of a fentanyl overdose and not of...
Exactly. With 3 times the amount of fentanyl and 2 times the amount of meth.
And it wasn't on his neck either. That it was a taught maneuver. It was actually textbook.
That's the best defense of Derek Chauvin, that they were taught this maneuver. And like, for example, look, I can't. I was never in law enforcement.
Yeah,
I'm certainly a
fat out of shape agree guy. With you, Rob.
But like, I was in my previous line of work doing home health care with adults with like autism. You learn some restraints. Now, if I'm trained to do a restraint and I do it properly as trained and it harms someone, should I be sued? If I'm literally doing what a licensed trainer taught me to do, I don't know. I don't know that I should be held legally accountable. I think the person that did the training should maybe be more accountable if you're going to say that it was an illegitimate maneuver.
So you went from a job working
in Marines, and I was taught that particular thing.
Just you, Dusty.
No, this whole panel is autistic as shit. You got to be kidding.
Dusty, most of the people...
This is weapons-grade autism on this panel.
The Saint sends a big 10 to say, here's a question for all of the panel. Is Sarah the only mature adult on the panel? We got Rob and Dusty whining like 2 little girls over some boy. Boot zombie since he loves to talk over you. Thank you, Saint.
Now listen, I'm not arguing like a little girl. I'm arguing like a little boy, which is different, you know? So I'll admit to some immaturity, but you're watching.
Somebody clip that for me.
Yeah. What about you, Dusty? You're conceding to being a little girl?
Chad Hominin.
And
I didn't concede to shit. I just said I want that clip.
Mo needs to make his exit. If you want to give your final thoughts, and everybody else will shut the fuck up. Thank you. Go ahead.
Thanks, Sarah. Sarah, appreciate having me on. I love these panels. Thanks everybody for coming out and having a good time. Rob, I enjoyed the fun back and forth just for kicks. That was great. I love your stream, man. Keep it up. I'll see you around next time, and I'll catch you guys later.
Thank you, Mo. Have a wonderful evening.
Good to see you.
I wonder why Mo felt the need to address Rob with such kid gloves. Every time he addressed Rob, he softened, what he was saying with, just for fun.
What would you like Mo to say? What would Mo?
It was just an interesting observation that he feels like he needs to kind of.
I don't think that's true at all. I think specific
characteristic of Mo, I guess, is my question in your view.
I didn't see him behave that way with anybody else. Did you?
No, I think that Mo came in asking probably the most pointed questions of me right out of the gate, despite the fact that he's a fan of mine. He said at the end, hey, I thought I was a fan of yours, etc. But he actually, unlike you, he asked questions germane to the topic and was actually asking pointed questions that could be on topic.
So you're saying you came
in and brought in some bullshit beef from your lies about me this morning.
Agree with somebody in your echo chamber.
No, I'm telling you that someone disagreed with me with questions they were asking, and it's not an echo chamber, which is proved by the fact that they could challenge me on those points. What I'm saying is you call an echo chamber anything that you're not part of. Did you try to ban EOD here and only brought him back when he said to bring you up?
Very briefly.
Oh, so you wanted an echo chamber. That's what you wanted.
There was no try.
No, I wanted retaliation.
No, an echo chamber. That's what you were looking for. An echo chamber.
No,
oh,
the
so
motivation.
when you ban people,
The motivation has nothing to do with. The motivation has nothing to do with excluding other perspectives that I don't like. It has everything to do with being petty.
Motivation has nothing to do with excluding
Yeah,
people. It's nothing to do with it. Not at all.
Flo likes to put bounties on people when they're being like tards, but I will be agreeable that Flo. I'm pretty sure I have one fucking rule, EOD, and I know you know better. But Dusty has had, like, I know he runs open panels, and I've never seen him really go into echo chamber mode. I don't think anybody on his panels agrees with anybody at all. It's more like a absolute shit show buffet of opinions.
I bet we all agree that Rob's sensitive.
Alexander,
I think we all agree that fucking Dusty is sensitive, right?
Alexander says 100% confirmed that the woman he held up was not pregnant and was unharmed. Floyd was one of 6 men who got in by claiming to be with the water department, and he didn't have the gun, just searched the house. Any thoughts to that?
No, that could be entirely believable. Obviously, I won't believe something just saying it, but that sounds as reasonable as anything that I've heard. I just want to, like, are you sure you're not a Democrat, Dusty? Hashtag it's different. When you ban someone, it must be because you want an echo chamber. But when I ban them, it's for good reasons. I assure you.
I'll explain it again. When I ban him, it's because I'm being petty, and I want to be petty in response.
Yes.
It's not because I'm scared of
why you banned
the mind-blowing perspective that EOD brings to the table, which
So
is
you
basically
think
a protective one. That's really all he's bringing to the table, right? Is he's shielding you.
Dusty, I just want to. So you're claiming that the reason you think I banned you is because I'm afraid of your perspective.
I'm shielded.
Yes, and I think that's why you ban other people as well.
Dusty, you're one of the worst people that I've debated. I literally debate anyone from the left or even on the right wing. I've debated people that are abject geniuses.
Panel,
you're a fucking moron.
Rob,
you're a moron, and you think I'm afraid of you. You think
have
that's
you not
why
said
I
on your
banned
own
you.
panel
Not because
that
you
you're not
blatantly fucking lied.
associating? Calm down. You don't need to filibuster. Have you not said on your own panel recently that you don't need to associate with people who disagree with you politically?
No, I said that I don't owe them an answer. And I said that if people are suggesting that Charlie Kirk deserved to be murdered and people that share that mentality about me, that I don't want to associate with them in real life anymore. Yes, I did say that.
Right. That's why I'm
so
saying
just to be clear,
that
me saying I don't want to associate for people that want me murdered and would cheer my death is you saying, isn't that you saying you don't want to associate with people that you don't agree with politically? You're saying those are the two same things.
No, I'm not. You're fighting straw men again, Rob. Leave the straw men alone. What I'm saying is you've been on your show making the claim that you don't want to associate with people who are not in the same political mindset.
Show me. Where did I say that?
I'm not going to do homework for you.
So I just want to be clear.
That's why the first thing I asked is, do you disagree that you said that?
Yes, I disagree that I said I will no longer associate with anyone who doesn't share my political beliefs. I don't believe I've ever said that.
Okay.
Now, is this going to be the same?
Maybe I'm mistaken. I'm not going to go do homework for it.
Yeah, maybe you're mistaken. Again, another just bullshit claim, just like before. Are you going to have one of your supporters? Are you going to have one of your supporters?
I asked you a question about the impression I had of what you said. You answered me, and I accepted your answer.
You didn't ask a question.
Do you see how hard you're working to be a victim of something?
No, I'm not. You didn't ask a question. You made a declarative statement. And then I said that didn't happen. And then you couched it in, I'm just asking questions. That's not what you said. You said
desperate to be a victim of some wrongdoing.
Dusty.
Rob, okay.
Dusty.
You can have it.
Let be quiet. You made a statement. I said it wasn't true. Then you tried to default saying, I'm just asking questions. That's all, I'm asking questions. Everyone can see through your bullshit. Dusty, I assure you, neither me nor anyone else that I've ever seen. Would you stop interrupting for 3 seconds? Neither me nor anyone that I've ever seen on this panel is afraid of debating you, Dusty.
Then, I mean, I believe it more when you don't keep bringing it up. Thou dost protest too much, Brutus.
He was trying to whisper sweet nothing into your ear, man. You shut up, girl.
Bennington says, question for Dusty, is the faded Hawaiian shirt good at charming guys at the local dive bar? Slay, my queen.
I don't go to those kind of bars, but
you don't even drink.
You can let me know. Yeah, I barely even drink.
I like that. His response wasn't, I'm not trying to pick up guys. It was just not at dive bars. Sounds about right.
No, it's gay bars.
Mike 23 says, I would like to ask the fat man a question. Why are you so hype? By the way, you are dead wrong about me being alone. I do have a girl with me.
I'm sure she's watching right now. She's probably enjoying the program. Well, I assume I'm the fat man. I've used my context clues to delve that. Why am I so hype? I don't know. This is how I am in real life. You should think I'm hyped talking about topics like this. You should hear me talk about the shitty-ass Pittsburgh Pirates that I've been a lifelong fan of. I don't know. I guess that's part of the reason that it makes me a successful streamer. Meanwhile, Mike, you don't seem very hype at all, and I assume no one listens to you. Maybe the girl that you're lucky enough to have with you. Hopefully, you guys have a good relationship. So,
Mike is pretty hype.
I have to go. Thank you so much, Sarah, for having me. Cheers, Rob. Dusty, stop being a piece of shit. Okay, like fucking come in good.
Get your boy in check. Get your boy in check.
Get my boy in check. I fucking invited you back up here,
and I appreciate
he
that
wouldn't
about
fucking talk to you. I'm
EOD,
trying. I'm laying out the fucking red carpet for your
I
ass.
appreciate the work that you're
calling
doing.
Me some kind of fucking protect. Fuck you. Okay.
Fuck you too.
EOD. Before you go, I have a question for you.
Sarah,
I have a
I
question
love
for
you
you.
so much, okay?
How many?
He is a
Clay had a
ginger.
question for you, EOD.
Okay, let's see.
How many of robnoerr's farts do you keep in the jar at a time?
This many.
That's
The answer is zero.
Listen.
This many.
So two. Straight out of the ass.
You're all right. You're all right. You're all right.
Y'all
You're all
suck.
right.
Fuck you. Okay.
Listen,
Bye, EOD.
Clay,
sucks those
just
straight out the
because we all saw that video of Destiny going down on you doesn't mean that other people are into that sort
You're
of
watching
sports,
some weird
you know?
shit, Rob.
Nah, it just
might
came
not
up
wanna-
on the X feed.
Did
You know, I'm sorry you were unaware of that.
Came into your feed.
I am
People
unaware
are
of
making AI videos of all kinds of shit.
Alexander
That's
says, with the Big Ten, apologies. The woman was struck by the gunman when she screamed for help. No excuse for Floyd, just correcting the record. There is reference to a 1-year-old being there, but no details.
Yeah,
What does that
interesting.
change?
It doesn't change anything, but I do think for the specificity of the argument, it's totally fine. Like, again, though, it's very interesting for people that say that I'm obsessed with people because I took this debate. They know so much about what I say in my channel. Dusty, how often do you watch me?
About like 5 minutes every other.
Oh, guys,
stream.
it's getting sexy. Is this sexy time?
This is
You with
I don't
you
know.
with your
It's
cat?
Hands off each other.
I mean,
What do you have? 2 cats?
Benjamin, are you
Oh,
wearing
dude, I got
trousers?
like
That'll
30
be the
cats.
definition of if it's sexy time.
I got
would
like
so
30
much rather
cats.
watch this.
That's why when he said I moved that cat off my lap and I preferred the dog, I said, well, which cat? Like this one?
It was a
That's
kitten.
Oh no,
mine. This one's
is
like,
that a cat asleep on the top of the bookshelf on the far right of the screen too?
Yes.
yeah. I live in a farm in the forest, and there's these Norwegian forest rats
You're a cat lady.
that will invade
I'm-
your
I'm
property
sorry.
like nothing you've ever seen.
Catman dude.
Listen,
Go in.
let's talk about something.
Benjamin's literally drowning in pussy. My bad entirely.
Balderson.
Go ahead, Rob.
Balderson.
Look
Go
at
ahead,
Can you
Rob.
breathe,
Watch
sir?
this. Watch this, you guys.
Shut up. Go ahead,
right here.
Rob. Bring it back.
Balderson,
back.
Dusty, and
Hold
maybe
on.
Clay, seeing as how Dusty and Balderson.
Here's the dog. Here's the cat.
Okay,
They're
Balderson.
sitting there both on my lap right now.
For fuck's sakes, fucking hate this shit. Fuck.
Go ahead, Rob.
Rob, you should
Balderson,
pet a cat sometime.
Balderson and Dusty, it
It's
seemed that both of
calming.
you made allusions today to sort of both sides engaging in political violence in a commiserate way. Are you both prepared to make that claim that when it comes to political violence today, that it's nearly equal on the right and the left? No, Dusty?
It definitely goes back and forth. Currently, it's more on the left, but I've been expecting that for a while, to be honest.
You agree
And
with that, Dusty?
I already stated my position earlier. The left is more initiates more violence. The right does better at it.
Okay, so give me examples of when the right's done better at it, like in a significant way here in the last 5 years.
Before you answer, I'm stepping away for just a moment. Clay, take over for the people.
They take
I'll be
over.
back in 2
Damn,
minutes.
you're moving up in the world.
So give me an example.
Okay, I'll
Oh,
give
you
you the
got
same
it.
example I gave this morning when I
Okay.
went to DC in December of 2020 as a Proud Boy,
Mhm.
and there was fights between Antifa and Proud Boys.
So your argument is this: when we're talking about the large scope of political violence, and we've seen riot after riot, hundreds of riots during Black Lives Matter, right? We see them constantly attacking Portland's ICE facility. We saw the Chaz Zone in Seattle. We saw assassination attempts against Trump. We saw Charlie Kirk assassinated. We saw an assassination attempt against Brett Kavanaugh. When you're like, yeah, but the right's better when they decide to use violence, and I'm like, give me an example, and you say, well, in December of 2020, I was in the Proud Boys and we beat some people.
You asked for an example in the last 5 years. I gave you exactly what you asked for.
Okay.
Maybe you should have refined it. If you wanted something else, maybe you should refine your questions.
Okay, so your argument is, so if you know what, actually, I knew a guy that was on Antifa and said that one time he beat up a Proud Boy. So now we're even, right?
I don't know what you're talking about.
I guess it was implied. It was implied when I asked for these examples that you gave something that was public knowledge and not your super secret little clique that engaged in a personal fistfight with some members of the left. That wasn't even reported as national news.
It was reported as national
news.
Okay,
bring up the article.
It was when you did okay.
It
was the same event when Enrique Tarrio burned the Black Lives Matter flag, and no, you weren't paying attention to that.
No, I remember hearing that story.
Okay, it was the very same event.
So what happened was the left wasn't doing anything, and you guys went there and used physical violence against them.
They were mostly hanging out in the little park they had cordoned off in downtown DC. They would venture out and do antagonistic things here and there, but at night, yeah, the Proud Boys went out and hunted them down, and it was very much the right pursuing the fight.
So you were involved in a violent assault of people for no reason.
Wait, Rob.
I was involved in a crowd.
Down and did what?
I was
Rob,
in DC at the time.
Hunted them down and did what?
Just got in fist fights, street fights, shit like that.
Do you have your collar pins from when you were a Proud Boy? Because I'm not this is a surprise to me that you're. This is the first time I'm hearing that you were in the Proud Boys at all. I know
I got a challenge.
I'm in the other. I may or may not be closely associated with the other organization that is.
I'm not associated with them anymore, but hold on.
Which I'm not either, but I was kind of at the time.
Nonetheless, the point that seems to be making here is the violence is overwhelmingly coming from the left, at least in the past decade. And the idea that someone's like, well, the left starts more shit, but the right, when they use violence, it's far more significant. And I'm like, give me an example. Let's assume that we go with that. Can you explain to me, Dusty, how you getting in some cool-ass fistfights against Antifa is more successful violence than, say, the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
Rob, couldn't hear you until just now.
I said, regardless, right? If your argument is the right uses more intense violence, more successful with violence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So,
but really, my position is that there's just not an amount of violence occurring in the country that we need to really.
Okay. Can you explain to me how your really cool super secret fist fight that occurred where you guys beat up Antifa, how that's more effective and strong violence than, say, the assassination of Charlie Kirk?
I don't think that the assassination of Charlie Kirk is a coordinated left-wing attack.
Was it a left winger that killed Charlie Kirk for his political beliefs?
I don't know why he killed him. It was a crazy person. One crazy person acting independently shot somebody whose job is to be antagonist.
Oh, so first off, we don't know that if it's independent. There's still an ongoing investigation. Second,
so you think Antifa and Destiny and this dude are working in cahoots?
I don't. Dusty, talking to you is completely irrelevant because the straw man you build it's not just that you're building straw men, it's the speed at which you erect them. Okay, so tell me in anything
Dusty,
please.
A bigger attack on Rob.
Let's show me anywhere in what I just said where I said this guy was working with Antifa and Destiny to commit this murder. Go ahead.
It was definitely implied when we were talking about Antifa. And then you use as an example, Charlie getting shot.
Mm-hmm.
You use it as a comparative example, and
so that's me saying Destiny instructed this guy.
No,
to
that's
shoot
not
Charlie
you
Kirk.
saying the fucking words. That's you. That's implied in the question.
So I'm implying, without using the word Destiny in the last half an hour, I'm implying that Destiny ordered this guy to kill Charlie Kirk.
Okay, why did you bring up the guy who killed Charlie Kirk right then in the conversation?
Because I'm talking about left-wing violence being more expansive. Yes.
Right.
Okay.
Because you're including the Charlie Kirk murder in politically active violence.
Correct.
As if it's a singular monolith.
No, it's not a singular monolith. There's many examples of left-wing violence. This is one of them.
You mean alleged?
What does this have to do? What does this have to do with me
flag?
blaming Destiny for the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Well, you seem to be putting all these independent actors into the same boogeyman pile.
No, that's you.
And saying, look, and using them to validate the threat that's you.
No, that's you. You're a fucking idiot.
That's not me.
You just jump to conclusions that no one's saying. If I say the left's a party of violence, you're like, oh, so you're saying no right winger could use violence?
Left.
No.
The left.
Do you want me to read the title again, you
you're
lying
talking
fuck?
About a
Do you want me to read
singular-
the title of the video again, you lying fuck?
You can read it again.
Or do you still think I changed it?
You need help with the grammar on the next one?
Do you still think I changed the title?
Rob, I
No, I
want to
just
give you
think you're
guys
bad at grammar.
I want to give you guys as much room as possible while I'm I guess taking over. But I believe what Flo is saying is essentially because you're trying to put all of them into one basket, it seems to him a little disingenuous than to turn around and say that all of the right-wing violence is somehow not all in the same basket as well.
I'm making a claim that says this, that left-wingers are engaged in far more political violence than right-wingers, right? He says, well, the left starts more stuff, but the right's more effective when they use violence. And I say, where's your example of that? He says, I was in the Proud Boys and we got in a fist fight in December of 2020 and we beat up Antifa. And I'm like, you think that that's more successful violence than shooting Charlie Kirk? He says, oh, so you're saying Destiny was connected to the murder of Charlie Kirk?
Right.
You asked me my opinion. I wasn't making a statement of facts when I was about who's doing more violence.
And so I believe what's being stated here is it's individual incidents, not all one umbrella.
Brick, how is it that you understand what I'm saying, but Rob doesn't?
Because you're goofy fucking lefties, and you guys think alike. I don't know.
No,
like I
not
understand
a
what
lefty
you're doing
thing.
is you're building a straw man. Me saying this,
Because it's
me
not a
saying that
lefty right
there's an environment being created where left wingers believe that they're morally virtuous and therefore they're justified in using violence against the right. Right? That's what happens. We see this overwhelming violence occurring over and over again, whether it be people attacking ICE agents, whether it be people attacking places like in Portland that they've gone after law enforcement many times, whether it be people attacking MAGA people, whether it be people attacking Patriot Prayer people, etc. There is an environment created that you have gaslighting from prominent left-wing voices saying they're fascist, they're fascist, they're fascist over and over again. They're saying these sorts of things, and people that are mentally ill or that are loners or that are willing to act on that are going out and committing acts of violence. That's what I'm saying. Yes, I've said over and over that any lone wolf could do crazy shit in the name of any political party or
Glad to
individual.
make you some more money there, Sarah.
Anyways, to finish this point. However, what we see that's unique with the left is how commonplace it is and how it is excused or defended by prominent voices and how many voices in the left. That's what I'm talking about. So that's why we can see Charlie Kirk assassinated and tens of thousands of people go online and celebrate it. Show me the equivalent of that happening on the right.
And before anybody goes, Alexander says, Rob, you know for sure that he's a leftist with leftist ideologies, but are hesitant to say if he was working alone. Where did you get the leftist part? If he texts, he says he did it alone there too.
The investigation is to whether or not he had partners that helped him get weapons, whether or not he was planning this on the Discord, etc. I would think that it's implied that he's a leftist based on the fact that his parents said that he had radical left-wing ideology. His trans boyfriend was someone that people said had a radical left-wing ideology. And he literally wrote, "Catch this fascist" on the bullet, which is something we hear that's ubiquitous with what the left calls right-wingers.
Okay.
Was that on the projectile or on the shell?
It was on the shell, the casing.
Is that still?
I was wondering that too.
All right. And Saint says, will you two little whiny boys kiss and make up? Do you two need a room alone by yourselves to hash out the sexual frustration between you two?
He's into Destiny. He's not into me. We've already been over this.
Dusty just grabbed the baby oil and meet Rob and boot Rocky. Okay.
Sarcastic Saint, it sounds like you're fantasizing about two men hooking up.
Ooh.
Pretty scandalous, Sarcastic Saint.
And
it was kind of a wild
Crab
comment.
Says, some right winger Cardi is it Card?
I'm not sure.
Carry two keys. The other.
CAR is a Colt AR. It's like it's an AR-15, but it's made by Colt. I don't know.
Used this the other day over a Kirk post. I'm guessing like harmed.
I think he's saying that some right winger ran over two people. Based on, I haven't seen any. I haven't seen any evidence of this. And did we have tens of thousands of people going online celebrating it? Did we have people like the New York Times writing articles saying those people that got ran over, actually, they had a lot of really bad rhetoric? So, no, we didn't see any of that, did we? Let me repeat.
Do we see a lot of people on the right saying things like, oh, well, he was a drug addict about George Floyd, right?
Yes.
So people on the right dismiss victims of things just like people on the left do.
No, it's completely different. It's not
I don't think
near.
it's the
It's
same
not
scale.
near the same. It's not even close, right? Saying that George Floyd, who evidence seems to suggest did die of a drug overdose, was a drug addict, is different than saying Charlie Kirk, a man who was blatantly killed for something that he had no responsibility for whatsoever, was shot in the neck, and we saw tens of thousands of people celebrate it and say more people with his ideology should be killed. Completely different. Not even close.
Political assassinations these days are more than likely going to be false flags. He was on our radar.
Yeah, I saw some interesting conspiracy.
He was on our radar. Hashtag he was on our radar.
videos,
That's all.
Too. Saw some
That was
interesting
gonna
False
be my
flags for
question
to excite people.
That was
Not
gonna be my
necessarily by the U.S.
question.
government,
That was
even.
gonna be my question
Probably,
to
but
both you
possibly
two.
others.
to distract.
Hold on, Ben.
Go ahead,
we can't hear
Benjamin.
you.
That was going to be my question to both of you two, is if you'll both admit that it's going to probably come out that this kid had an FBI handler.
May.
Ooh.
But then certainly it wouldn't be that he acted alone. I
So
would say
shooter
there's a better
going
not.
to-
I would say that there's a better than not chance. A handler might be strong. He may have, but I bet in
you
those
won't know if he had a
Discord.
CIA one,
Let
though.
me finish. Let me finish. I would bet that in those Discord chats, there's probably someone that was a Fed that was in there. And by the way, if you're watching, just to be clear, I don't give a fuck if you're on the right, left, or center. If you're in some text message chain or a Discord chat where people are suggesting violence, I guarantee you the feds are going to get wind of it. So don't do it. One, don't engage in acts of political violence, but don't be so fucking stupid where you think I'm just yuck talking about that. You don't know what fucking people out there are taking seriously, and they may go out and commit these heinous acts, and you don't know if the feds are there watching. So don't even engage with jokes about that shit, because you would hate to be held responsible for something like that, especially if you didn't mean it.
And that is
every DM you ever send, every message you ever send, the United States government has it. Just
they
FYI.
can.
Read 1980 and read 1984, kids.
And Chuck
There
in
you go. Audulus
Tennessee,
Huxley. I'm sorry.
over on Dusty's side, sends a big 10 to say, Mr. Fat Man, it's a shame you aren't this motivated for the gym.
Totally agree. Now, what I say is I'm already like pretty much the best damn debater out there. I'm pretty much the funniest person. So if I was the best looking as well and I got in shape, what fucking chance would the rest of these streamers have? So I give you all a chance. Now, Chuck in Tennessee, though, I noticed that you don't have your picture out there. Let's see it, Chuck. Let's see your pic, man. Show us your physique.
He cams up all the time. Stop
he
it.
does.
Are we
He's
having a
Oh,
who's
he
the
came
hotter
up-
man contest? Is that what Rob's calling for?
He's a
what can I
little
say?
guy
I'm
down in
self-confident.
Tennessee. Chuck's very sweet.
Rob, am I
but that
catching
was fun.
strays on this one?
I don't know.
Another new account says you have a Republican teenager that was deleted by his left-wing neighbor with a car, and an elderly man ran over by an ATV for handing out Trump flyers. I mean, if we want to make comparisons, ...
You want to You want to go? Look, now, not all of these are examples of left-wing violence. Since Thursday, here's 8 prominent stories. Nick Sorter, a right-wing journalist, has been attacked in Portland, where he was recording Antifa. As he predicted, he was arrested. The Antifa people weren't. Kavanaugh's would-be assassin, a mandatory minimum of 30 years for the crime that he pleaded guilty to, came out as trans. The judge gave them 8 years and said that it was sweet that he came out as trans and got him closer to his family. There was a young white kid that was murdered by a man with a knife 10 years ago in 2015 who stabbed him so violently, a 6-year-old white kid, that the blade broke, killed him. He's been left out in about 10 years for good behavior. Jay Jones, a candidate for Attorney General for Virginia, has came out and said that he wanted the death of children of a
How is that
Republican
stabbing political?
opponent. Please, let me finish, then you could ask specific questions. ICE attacks in Chicago, at least 2 of them, where then police were told to stand down as people were violently attacking ICE vehicles. There was explosives found outside the church that Supreme Court justices were going to. Antifa in Portland is literally committing an insurrection every night and is running the show, directing traffic as police stand down and allow them to do it. And we had a judge stop Donald Trump from sending the National Guard in to protect federal agents in places like Chicago and Portland. So we can see just how bad. That's just since Thursday, right? Now, You would say, how is it political? Yes, it is left-wing judges that are allowing violent criminals.
Only about the stabbing one. The stabbing one.
It is a left-wing judge that allowed violent criminals to once more walk the street, where we could see that these violent
it's not
criminals,
actually political.
So we could see these violent criminals that are left out over and over again that go on to commit heinous attacks once more. It is political. It is part of the agenda of the Democratic Party to get these people out early.
You are really reaching to try to find something that is an example of political violence.
It certainly is political.
That's not an example of political violence.
It is violence that is being allowed for political reasons.
It is violence, and it is a lenient judge.
How is it not political violence? How is it not political violence? Explain that to me.
There's no political motivation. Action, like nothing about that crime was political.
It doesn't matter if the motivation.
You have somebody who got too lenient of a sentence, and you're acting like this is an attack by the left on the right.
That's not what I'm acting like. What I'm saying is these were a list of things that had to do with actual physical attacks or attempted attacks by left-wingers or by people in the judicial system that is being lenient on people that are committing heinous attacks, which is part and parcel to the Democratic agenda.
Republican. Do you know if that
wouldn't matter?
Did you look into the judge?
Wouldn't matter to me.
It's still left-wing.
Which party wants to have far less harsh sentences?
You didn't even look into the judge. You don't even know. You don't have any idea if there's any political motivation behind the stabbing at all.
I'm telling you, which party is the party that is more likely to embrace leniency for career criminals?
You're inviting me to speculate instead of just knowing.
So it's speculation for you to answer that question. If I said which party is more for Medicare, let me say I answered your question. I answered your question. Now see if you could answer mine. Which party is more likely to support Medicare for all?
The left.
Well, that's speculation. How could you just speculate? Right. That's ridiculous. You fucking idiot.
So we're just going to assume that this is a leftist judge.
No,
that's
what we're
pretty
going to
sloppy.
assume.
That's pretty sloppy.
What we're going to assume is that this aligns with the political goals of activist left-wing judges and of the Democratic Party.
So this is my point. You're just happy to have any sort of attack on you.
No,
you're reaching for things. You're not looking into them. You're just sweeping it all in the paranoia pile.
No, that's not true. Dusty, just because you're incapable of looking at trends and what the political ideology are of the two major parties in this country doesn't mean that the rest of us are morons. We're capable of doing that.
I also understand outliers.
Okay, let me ask you this. Do you think that James Comey fraudulently went after Trump?
What does this have to do with anything?
I'm just asking a question. Yes or no? Do you think
he
that
wants
occurred?
To talk about the Epstein and all that.
I don't want to talk about Epstein. That's not an answer. The fucking question. Why do you people try to think like me? You're not fucking capable of having the intelligence of me. Answer the fucking question. Answer the question. Answer the question.
I didn't do my due diligence.
Answer the fucking question.
I don't feel like it.
Okay, well, let me answer as if Dusty was good faith. Yeah, Rob, I think that James Comey and his FBI did do things that were terrible against Trump.
And then I would say,
see, Clay doesn't know either. Clay, instead of interrupting, why don't you learn something? You ready? Let's see if I was going where you thought. Oh, but James Comey was Republican. Well, Clay, I wasn't going where you expected. Clay, why don't you admit? Yes, Rob, I'm a fucking idiot and said that I knew where you were going, but I didn't.
Why
because
don't
I'm a dumb fucking
This is
asshole
all deflection on Rob not doing his due diligence.
I'm a dumb piece of shit
you should
that
have
has
looked
to
into
interrupt because I don't know what the fuck you're doing. Answer the
actually
question,
Rob,
you fucking idiot.
what is the name? What is the
keeping
name?
up with me, you stupid motherfuckers. Don't even pretend to try to.
Let me do your due diligence. What is the name of the dude?
The name of what dude? James Comey?
What is the name of the dude that got released too early? I'll look into it since you didn't do it early.
I don't know his name.
Do you know the names of anybody involved in this?
Nope, don't have their names at the top of my head. And?
Okay, well.
Okay.
All right.
I guess none of us can do your due diligence for you.
Alexander says the casing of the bullet that was shot had notices, bulges, OWO. What's this? Not the catch this fascist with the arrows from the Help Divers game.
Pedantic argument.
It had catch this fascist on it.
No, POD, please. Yes, you're right. There was only one bullet that was shot. There were 3 casings that were found. One that wasn't shot said catch this fascist. And what's the point of this? Some gotcha. Oh, the one that was shot.
Rob
so
is sensitive.
The one that was shot.
Let's take this argument to the logical extension. So he wrote catch this fascist on one of the bullets, but he didn't shoot that one. So clearly that message was irrelevant.
94% of my chat said, yes, Rob is sensitive. So we have one thing that we agree on.
Oh, that's great. I would assume that
you
your chat's
built an
as
echo chamber.
intelligent as
Quite
you.
excellent. Quite excellent.
Yes, an echo chamber.
We could do the hell. We could probably do the poll on Rob's channel, and people would agree.
Yeah, no, let's do it.
I can't do polls on Rob's channel though, so you're gonna have to do it. I don't
care. Saint says, Rob, I do respect you a lot, but I don't want Dusty's attention as much as you do. So I would say you are having those dreams about Dusty. I'm sure 10th Man can teach you a few things. He did ask to boot Russ, but Russ was already booted right before that, so he chose Orthodox Guy instead. And then Rude Mudcrab said, so Rob knows about the left-wing violence, but has no idea about the right-wing violence. Not shocked.
He doesn't even know about the left-wing violence.
That's true, I do.
He knows about the fucking right-wing violence too. All of us do, and all of us fucking discount it every single time. And Dusty, I cannot fucking fathom how I have vouched for you in this fucking discussion, and you attack me for it. You attack me.
I'm sorry for letting you down, EOD.
For fuck's sake. For fuck's sake, guys. Okay, here's the thing. Okay, all of you refuse to accept the idea that there is any such thing as left-wing violence. This shit.
That's not at all true. That's not at all true.
Me.
Hold on. That's not at all true. There's plenty of left-wing violence, and I do denounce it. Like, you got to get that thing out of your head because that's just.
Where is this? Where is it? I looked up this story, Mudcrab, of supposedly a right-winger ran down 2 people in a vehicle over Charlie Kirk. Has anyone on the panel heard of this story?
I've never heard of this.
Clay?
Clay,
have you heard of this story?
I don't believe
you know that one
to any of your questions.
All right, hey Sarah, I'm out then. If the only 2 people here that are gonna fucking talk doesn't want to respond to me, then fuck it, I'm out. You can hang out with those 2. So it's me or them. I don't give a fuck.
Oh, I'm sad.
Well, to be fair, Rob, I don't play that game. So if you hold on, I'm gonna put it to you this way: I host open panels for a reason. It is up to the chat to boot people from the panel. If you want to send a brigade to send $100 to officially boot somebody for the night, we can go that way. But I don't play the whole, well, it's me or them kind of bullshit because that kind of negates the entirety of my show.
So then, okay, that's fair. So then I will just sit here while they say we're not going to respond to anything you say.
You don't have to respond
that's fine.
to them.
That's fine.
I'm not gonna force you to do anything you don't want to do.
Okay.
I don't care. But I don't play the like me or them thing because that's kind of like an asshole move. Number one.
Well, no. Wait, it's not an asshole. I'm not saying that you have to boot them. I'm saying, what's the point of this panel if the only 3 people talking, if they're like, we're not going to respond to anything you say? We're not going to. We're not going to answer questions.
Then somebody else can ask questions too. That's fine. Alexander says, Dusty, like so many other sophists out there, Rob sees snippets of information online, then uses them to prove what he wants to believe. When proven wrong, there's literally nothing behind it but feelings and conspiracy.
Where was I proven wrong?
I think he's talking to
about the example that you used of the kid with the knife that we were just talking about.
Where was I proven wrong about that?
You have no idea the political positions or even the names of anybody involved. There is no evidence at all.
This is a really strange attack from Dusty here because Rob lists like 8 examples and like, aha, well, there's one where you don't have all the details, therefore this entire argument's fault. Like this is just so
that's not what I did either, though. I was asking about the one.
That's not at all about Rob.
Yeah. You're hyper focusing on 1 of 8.
And again, I already explained that the political denominator
if
of
Rob
the judge
is presenting bad information.
The political denominator of the judge. For example, I gave an argument. So your argument would be if someone identifies as a Republican, then they couldn't have political motivations that would be antithetical to other Republicans.
My argument is that you included as one of your 8 examples something with absolutely 0 evidence that there's any political activity at all. You don't know nothing about it.
There is evidence. The evidence is that the actions align with specific political policies promoted by the left.
That's not
evidence. The actions line up.
That's you feeling like this is the sort of thing
that is evidence. That is evidence.
You disagree with it.
That
you
is
disagree
evidence.
with the actions of the judge. You disagree with the leftists. Therefore,
the actions of the judge line up with a specific political policy, and it appears to track with what I would expect from a judge who is left wing because it tracks with their rhetoric. So that is in and of itself evidence.
How much criminal court have you been involved in?
That's irrelevant.
No, it's not irrelevant.
This is a genetic fallacy. You're committing a genetic fallacy.
My point is that you don't understand how judges hand out sentences. You have no experience in the criminal court.
What I do
You're assigning
understand,
intention.
what I do understand is the left-wing position on criminal justice reform. And what I do
understand the
understand is
political
that
hype
this
that you-
lines up.
you've had.
This lines up with left-wing positions on criminal justice reform.
Do you have any evidence that right-wing judges are not lenient?
I have evidence that the right-wing position on criminal justice reform.
Let's
is
be real.
actually,
All
like,
you
pretty
have is
close
your
to the
field.
exact opposite of the left-wing position on criminal justice.
I would like to see something more substantial than just I feel like this is what it is. Because that's what you're saying.
Okay, so what specifically do you want? Do you want like a list of like stats on sentencing from
just
Republican
literally.
judges?
All right, I'll give it to you.
Anything.
I'll give it to you, and I'll give it to you. And then when I get it, will you say, "I admit, Rob, you were correct, and I'm wrong"? If it turns out that more than
No,
we're
probably
Democrats, of course you won't. Of course, right? Okay, so the parole board, which was responsible for leaving him out, is made up of the following people: Ladira Jones, Democrat, Bashir appointee; Shannon Jones, Democrat; Donna M. Patton, Democrat; Christopher McClure, Republican; Rhonda Trauber, Democrat; Jonathan Simpson, Republican leaning; Tammy Allen, Democrat; David Norman, Independent Democrat leaning; Kathy Craycraft, Republican leaning. Policy role only. Okay, so more
Seems pretty
Democrats.
split.
Seems like way more. It seems like more Democrats than Republicans. Okay, there's your proof. There's your proof.
You think that's proof?
I
You
think that
that's
you
proof?
said, show me, is that more Democrats than Republicans?
That's not proof at all.
Okay,
and that's not what I asked for.
What
do you mean that's not proof?
If they were
Well,
all
yeah,
proof.
so-
I asked for
yeah,
proof that
How
this
is that
all
not fucking proof?
Hold on, Dusty
That's a
didn't ask
list
for
of
proof.
fucking Democrats
Look,
being fucking
Hold
shit.
on.
Because here, EOD, if you're a conservative,
I really
right?
need to point
You're a
out like the silly
conservative
word
and
game
you
that
choose to
Dusty's
eat
playing right
at
now.
Burger King.
Hold
yesterday.
on,
Hold on. Let me answer EOD.
Hold on. Dusty and then Adam.
Okay, EOD, because what's going on here is it's like you're a conservative, and if you decide to eat at Burger King this morning for breakfast, does that mean your decision to eat there was a politically motivated decision? No.
Go ahead, Adam,
Yeah,
then I'll
so-
respond to this.
Could have been.
Dusty is doing like
Could
this
have been.
really funky thing where he's like equivocating between evidence and proof. Initially, he asked for evidence. This is
I
clear
did ask for evidence.
So clearly, this is evidence. The fact that the majority of people are Democrat is
That's
evidence
of
that
political
that it's
motivation.
going to be informed by their politics because politics informs.
I asked
all sorts
you
of
for
shit,
evidence of
especially when
something
it's
else.
Dusty,
related
shut the
to-
fuck up and let him talk.
Especially relating.
No,
to,
I'll talk
like,
when I want to.
especially relating to like when you're doing things that align with Democrat positions that would track. And now he's saying, well, no, that's not proof.
So,
Correct.
I didn't
it's
ask
not proof.
I didn't
because
ask
Dusty,
objective
shut the
evidence.
fuck up.
And what
No,
he's doing
Rob,
is this weird
make me,
equivocation
Rob.
game where he's like changing his mind.
Mhm.
Oh, well, I don't want evidence. I want proof now. I want
I
you to
asked
provide
you
me
for evidence
irrefutable
of your
proof of somebody's mental
Hold on,
state.
Dusty. Now I asked for you to go a minute ago, and everybody was quiet, and now it's Adam's turn.
Being fags.
That's
Also, again, this is another example of Dusty committing the genetic fallacy. It doesn't matter whether or not the evidence comes from me or Rob. It is still equally as valid, regardless of who it comes from. Again, Dusty doesn't understand what he's talking about. Again.
And again, the
Okay,
point
so you agree
was-
with yourself. Good job.
The point was, I gave the argument why the motivation aligns, or this decision aligns with the agenda of the Democrats. He says that's not good enough. I want to see the political persuasion of the judge involved. Well, it wasn't a judge, it was a parole board. So I provide evidence that they were overwhelmingly Democrats. He says that's not proof. Right. What would be proof, Dusty? What would be proof to you? They would have to say, I'm doing this for political reasons.
That this was a political act of aggression from the left against the right.
What would, if for these people to parole this guy for quote political reasons, what would suffice as proof for you? Only an admission by them? We're doing this for politics?
Yeah, that would help. That would help. You have a crime that has no. You have a crime. You have a crime with no political components at all that happened 10 fucking years ago.
And there you have it.
And you're
now
saying, and you're saying that because this guy qualifies for parole under state guidelines, that this is a conspiracy from the left. You, sir, are a delusional victim.
And see, there
Yeah,
you have it.
he's
There
saying
is
you
no,
would've done your-
there is no
So-
level of proof that would
This is a
suffice.
straw
There's
man.
none.
Rob,
What he's saying is when
Do
you
you
show
think
that
that
it
that was a
aligns
high
with the
level of
Democratic Party
proof?
agenda, right? Then when you show that they're overwhelmingly Democrats, which he was saying, show me the proof, show me. When you show both of those things, he's like, still, the only amount of proof that I would
Rob,
accept is an admission
it was
by
like
them,
half
which is
and half.
nonsensical. Dusty, why
All right.
can't you be quiet when other people are talking?
Because he doesn't like
That's a
it when
great
you tell him what to do. If you don't tell him what to do, he'll actually oblige more accordingly. Naughty says Ronald Exantis was the basketball American released early by the parole board that Rob was talking about. Any thoughts to this real quick before I move on to the next super?
It's just
No, just thank you for providing the name.
Okay.
Basketball American is a funny term to use, by the way.
Another
It's only ever been American, right?
another new account says, I guess lefties like Alex are going to keep coping forever, claiming that CK Assassin wasn't left wing and that those were just meme bullets with no political meaning. So fucking ridiculous. You can't even admit that. Anyone have a thought to this one before I move on?
It's obviously the case. Like, and this was the same argument that you see other people making, where it's like, well, the bullet that was shot wasn't the one that said "catch this fascist." So, like, what the fuck's the point there?
Well, so here's the thing, Rob. I've actually heard right wingers say that fascism is also on the left, which actually to me isn't true. But I've heard right wingers say this. So how does that equivocate? Like,
How does
it's
fascism
wild.
equivocate to the right? Tell me how fascism is right.
Exactly. See my point? See
So
my
wait,
point?
your
Look,
point
here
is-
it is.
your
There's
point
a
is-
right winger telling you that fascism is on the left.
I just want to
And
be
there's
clear.
a lefty telling you that, that
I'm not
fascism
saying
is on
that
the right.
fascism is on the left. I'm asking you to explain how it's on the right. That's what I'm asking.
I just want to be clear.
Exactly,
It seems that Clay's, the point you're trying to make is, well, because I've heard a right winger say that fascism could be on the left, we don't know what the motivations of this shooter was that killed Charlie Kirk.
Yeah,
maybe it was a right winger saying that Charlie Kirk was a left
fascists
winger.
are only on the right. Yeah.
Maybe it was a left winger, or maybe it was a right winger that thinks Charlie Kirk was a fascist left winger. That's your argument?
Maybe.
Yeah,
Maybe.
fuck you.
Maybe he's a crazy person. Maybe he's just a crazy person. Hey, did Jeffrey Dahmer do it for political reasons?
I'm not answering your questions.
Of course you're not.
Sarah,
I'm going to move on with the super chats, please. Thank you so kindly. EOD, I'll give it back to you in a few minutes. Orthodox guy says, Rob really is a sensitive little lad.
Thanks for calling me
Would
little.
you like to respond?
Good
point. That's a good point.
That's all I have to say.
All right. And Alexander says, you said the casing of the shot was catch this, fascist. You thought Floyd personally beat a pregnant woman. You assume the politics of the judge. The first two are provably wrong, but it made no difference to you.
The difference is there were things that weren't technically correct, right, that were irrelevant. For example, can you show anyone here show me saying that Floyd beat a pregnant woman? I believe what I said was he pointed a gun at her stomach. Now, does it matter? Is Alexander Wren going to send another $20 in to go, I was wrong. I'm sorry, I was, or doesn't it matter to you that you were wrong? What you're saying is, well, it's irrelevant if you said, it's irrelevant if you said pointed a gun at her stomach or beat a pregnant woman. You get the point that I'm trying to make. Exactly.
But Rob, can you show us that
Hasn't that been the entire official even story the entire time was that he pointed a firearm, a pew at a pregnant woman's like baby area?
I mean, regardless, it's all bad behavior. Right? It doesn't really, it's not really.
I mean, again, I just want you to think, because I said while talking about this, the bullet said, catch this fascist. He's like, let's do this. Actually, it was only one of the casings. Actually, you're incorrect. The actual bullet that was fired did not say catch this fascist. It was one of the bullets that was not fired. So therefore, you've been proven wrong and you don't even care about it. Yeah, go fuck yourself.
Oh my Jesus, Lord have mercy on my soul. That was good.
I was wondering that is how does brass have stuff
Can you
written
clip
on
it
it?
and
Because
ship
it's
it for
favored.
me, please? Saint, clip it and ship it. Thank you so kindly. Alexander says, Rob, maybe show proof that no reasonable person could have made that choice, but for politics. The people on the board are actually decent, proof of your claim?
I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable
Any thoughts there?
I don't have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt. When I have to prove it, it is the most likely situation that the same people that we see involved in the legal system that have been allowing violent criminals to run the street were also using that same sort of mentality to allow a violent black man who murdered a young child in one of the most heinous ways possible through stabbing many times to the point where the blade broke, was left out in 10 years. And that probably has to do with the same political motivations that's allowing people out. Can I 100% prove it? No. Unlike Dusty, what he wants, I don't have 100% proof that they said, yes, we're doing this for political reasons. My question to Alexander Wren would say, how can he make any claims about anything unless he has 100% proof of it? How can he do it? He's doing it all the time. He's making claims about me.
Are the Kentucky sentencing or Indiana sentencing guidelines, are those left-wing in nature?
I don't know.
The parole board has to go by the sentencing guidelines.
Well, that's not necessarily true. Do you think all judges and parole board members have to go by sentencing guidelines?
They typically follow them.
Okay, can you explain why the trans would-be assassin of Kavanaugh, the sentencing guidelines said 30 years, but she lowered it to 8?
I don't know the specifics of that
case.
case.
Well, that isn't that interesting. But you just said you seem
But
to
a
imply.
judge, hold on,
Wait. You seem to imply.
A judge.
You seem to imply otherwise.
Now you're lying again, Rob. A judge has more lenience to go outside sentencing guidelines than the parole board does.
I just asked you if judges have to follow the sentencing guidelines.
Judges
you said, yeah,
go
usually.
outside of the sentencing guidelines all the time.
Okay.
And this is why we have higher courts.
Do parole boards?
Right.
Bro,
you don't come
parole
up,
boards
you don't
don't
come up
set sentencing. What
do
you
parole boards let people out other than okay?
They don't.
Parole boards make decisions on whether or not somebody who's now eligible for parole under sentencing gets it.
The point that I'm trying to make, and I don't even know if it's true, parole boards. Parole boards.
Okay.
So I just want to be
Google.
clear. I just want to be clear. Both of you would say that there is no time in which a parole board could recommend or allow someone to be released before.
No, nobody said that, Rob.
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay. So then your claim is bullshit.
No.
Yes.
Hey, can I ask Brick
No.
a question real quick?
Yes.
What the fuck?
Go ahead, Adam.
I'm actually really confused on what Brick's position is regarding Tyler Robinson. Brick, do you believe that Tyler Robinson was like a right-wing guy who thought that Charlie Kirk was a left-wing fascist?
I believe he was a crazy person.
That doesn't. So it's a yes or no question. Do you believe that Tyler
Let's be
Robinson?
very clear, really quick.
Do you
Tyler
believe that
Robinson
Tyler Robinson
is the assassin of Charlie Kirk? Yes.
Yes.
I just want to be clear about that.
So do you believe that Tyler Robinson believed that Charlie Kirk was a left-wing
Fuck
fascist?
that asshole! I don't want to hear his name again.
EOD has spoken.
Adam, I didn't get
But here's the thing.
Brick, the question I asked you was, do you believe that Tyler Robinson believed that Charlie Kirk was a left-wing fascist?
I have no idea what he believed, bro.
Okay, well,
There's
then,
one lunatic.
do you think that there is any evidence to support that view?
Okay, there's a shit ton of evidence to support that the left supported Charlie Kirk being killed. Yeah.
Well, yes. Well,
there's
what
tons
I'm
of
trying to
people out
figure
there
out
celebrating
what-
being assholes. There's
like I'm
no secret
actually
there.
really confused in why Brick brought up the view that some right
do all the
wingers,
time.
like I guess you would say, like
Well, it was in reference
the guy
to
who
the
wrote
super
liberal
chat.
fascism believes that fascism is like a left wing ideology. I'm confused in why.
Well,
you brought that up.
because he's a crazy person that doesn't. So, what's your what
Okay,
type
so
of
he
fascism?
being a crazy person is a complete fucking deflection of the ideal
What-
that the
No,
left
hold on.
celebrated Charlie
Okay,
Kirk
go ahead and
being
answer
killed.
for me, AOD.
The left
Sniff some more
celebrated Charlie
parts
Kirk
from
being
Rob.
killed, and they will
AOD.
not. The left will not fucking decry left wing violence. This is a problem.
Okay. Anyway, EOD's
Is it
done
people being
sniffing-
assholes is a problem? Is there?
No, I don't
It's
think
my
people being
turn.
assholes is a problem. I think people shooting people is a problem. That's what I think. Is
I
a problem.
agree.
Well,
But-
you're all
Great.
being assholes and nobody's dying right now. Silent Zero says,
Robbery.
Rob, now ask Dusty the same proof, I'm guessing, from any of his statements from now on.
Everyone should, unless there's a written signed confession. He's not allowed to make any conjecture as what most likely scenario would be. That's his evidence of proof he demands.
That's fair. And Alexander says, Rob, if those details are irrelevant, then why bring them up in the first place? If they matter enough to bring up, then why don't you verify they are correct to begin with? People like you ruin the right.
Now, remember, Alexander Wren, who was incorrect about one of the two things they said I was incorrect about, which was I said that George Floyd beat up a pregnant woman. If he was really interested about truth, he would have said, actually, Rob, I'm sorry, you were right. You didn't say that, and I was wrong. But he didn't. Now, the reason that you bring up these facts that he said, catch this fascist, in the middle of a debate I'm having, and I mistakenly said that was the bullet that was shot, as opposed to that was one of the bullets that wasn't shot, is it speaks to his ideology and potential motivation. The reason I brought up George Floyd potentially attacking a pregnant woman wasn't even to help my case. It was to help Balderson's case more, to talk about what a bad man that he was, right? These were things that point towards sort of the character of the people and their possible motivations. Specific details are often irrelevant. It would be the equivalent if I said this, that actually O.J. Simpson was driving a four-wheeled Tacoma when he did X, Y, and Z and did all this shit. And you go, actually, it was a Bronco. It doesn't change the fact of what was going on there. It's just fucking stupidity. And everyone watching
It
can
was
see
an
it.
international harvester, Rob. I don't know why you're wrong on this one.
Alexander says, I have to say, Rob, Destiny, he added that in. Destiny broke you worse than I thought. You ask questions that you don't even know the answer to because you just don't bother or care enough to find out. The information is available.
It's not that I didn't bother enough to care to find out what the political leanings were, right, of the people of the party that was put in there. It matched up with the ideology of the left. What you're trying to say is that I had to know the names and the political standing of all of the people on the parole board. That's irrelevant to what I'm saying about the specific politics.
Well,
it's
you didn't
irrelevant
bother
to the
to do it, though.
it's irrelevant to the specific political politics of what's going on. Now, Dusty wants to say I didn't bother. Dusty didn't bother to look up any evidence of the left-wing violence that I talked about over and over again. It did not bother to look it up. He's unconcerned by it. Didn't care. We talked about it earlier today. Didn't care. Didn't want to talk about it later. Just makes these claims. No, the right engages in this violence more, is more thorough and or more effective in how they use these violence. Like, it's not that I was broken by destiny. It's that Alexander Wren is just a shitty arguer and wants to focus on irrelevant details that don't prove the case.
Well,
And
I
another new
have one
account
thing,
says left-wing phrases on the ammo. Family saying he's left, dating a T, but somehow Clay doesn't think he was on the left. Ridiculous. If this was a Bible thumper that wrote, "Take this, commie," ...
The significant point about his political views is that he's a fucking crazy. Sorry, he's a fucking crazy person, right? Why are we giving so much credence to his?
That was directed at Clay.
All right, I'm sorry. You're right.
No, actually, I was allowing Dusty to go because he was actually right on point. So, my claim is that this is a crazy person. Okay, to attribute any type of like political ideologies of politics, right? That's regarding the law, right? And this is someone who broke the law. To say that he was for the law is wildly insufficient.
Okay. Clay, so when Dusty went to Washington, D.C. and got into a fight with Antifa back then, was he a crazy person for getting into a fight there? And also, Dusty, you said the right winger started that. Every source you go to and everything.
Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
In D.C., you said the right winger started that.
No,
they did not. If you look at every source out there, it was a mutual situation, but
it was
fairly.
arguing
with Rob earlier. You said that it was a right wing things that started it. FYI. Now you're saying it's mutual.
I don't know why you're FYIing me. It was fairly mutual. What I will say is that Proud Boys from across the country showed up to engage in this conflict. Then at night, the Proud Boys were the ones on the streets looking for Antifa.
So again,
I didn't say Antifa has nothing to do with it or carries no responsibility. Obviously, I was a fucking Proud Boy. That's the side that I identify with, right? I'm not making excuses.
Why does that sound like an orgy?
Well, let me ask you, Clay, let me ask you this question, right? When we see these, have you seen these studies that say the right wing commits more political violence?
Huh?
Have you seen these studies that are cited all the time by Democrats that say the right wing commits more political violence?
Yeah, I don't really get into the left-right paradigm.
Do you see those studies? I didn't ask if you get into the paradigm.
I don't really get into your weird.
Have you seen those studies? I didn't ask if you get into the paradigm.
Yeah, well, I mean,
have you seen the studies?
Yes.
Answer yes or no question.
So you get into the half of your research
is good.
I'm asking if you've seen the studies. Have you seen the studies?
What can you infer from my response that I don't really read stupidity.
I can infer from your responses that you don't read. That I can infer, right?
Oh, okay.
I'm asking specifically if you saw these studies.
No, I read good stuff.
So
like
you would, since you don't believe
stuff.
in this paradigm, anytime you ever
Like
hear
fiction.
anyone say that one side engages in violence, you're like, that's bullshit.
Yeah, because it's individuals. who
Okay, so
engage
I
in
would
violence.
never be able to find you on any of these panels or anywhere else on social media, you talking about right-wing violence or anything like that.
Nah.
I don't believe
You
you.
got a really bad habit of going to 100% extremes in all your questions. Never, always.
Well, if he's saying that he doesn't fall into that paradigm, that would imply that he's not doing that ever.
I'm not.
Yeah, it would
am I?
imply that he's not doing it mostly.
No, that's not.
I mean,
most.
so what I do is I sit here and I debunk stupidity, right? About stupid ideologies.
Clay,
Okay.
do you believe in groups?
And I do this all the time, right? So
Do you believe in groups?
believe in groups.
Rob,
yeah,
have you
yeah.
ever
Do
peed your
you
pants?
do you think
Believe in the
that we
saving
can,
power
like,
of Jesus Christ.
Okay, so do
Ooh.
you deny
He's
that
doing
we
the
can,
exact
like,
thing.
identify that there are people who have like similar traits with each other, like families, for instance? Do you believe in families?
So there's a such thing called a hierarchy, and there's really only one natural hierarchy.
Do you
It's called
believe in
family.
families?
I
Okay,
don't
so
believe
you do believe in families.
like I believe in the saving power of Jesus Christ. That's what I believe
Okay,
in.
so do you believe that, like, I could identify people who have similar views in, like, say, tabletop games? Like, could I identify a group of people who all like, say, Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition? Do you think that's possible to identify a group of
I don't
people
really
who
play
like
Dungeons
Dungeons and
and
Dragons
Dragons.
5th edition? What?
That wasn't the question, though.
I really don't understand your line of logic here.
I mean,
why are you going down this weird place?
So here I have on my shelf. Here I have on my shelf here the Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition
I bet
Player's
you do.
Handbook. Now,
You ever had sex?
would it be possible to
Nerd.
identify more than one human being, like let's say 10 or more people who play Dungeons and Dragons? Is that
That's a
possible?
no.
I have a Superman hat.
Is that possible, Clay?
My good Adam,
Yo, D,
please,
let him go, please. Let him go.
Let land the plane.
Is it possible to identify a group of 10 people who play Dungeons and Dragons?
I really don't know. I don't play the
You can
game.
tell by the pimples on their
How about
early
this? Let's
face.
try it this way.
Clay has no idea if you can identify. I want to point out to
Well,
everybody
that'd be
that
like-
Clay
that'd be like
thinks-
trying to
Clay believes
identify a
it's
Christian.
impossible to identify whether or not there is like a number
Good
of
job,
people
bro.
who
You
play
scored a
Dungeons
big
and
W
Dragons.
today. You did good.
Clay, let me ask you this.
Because Clay can't engage with like the topic of whether or not groups exist.
Correct.
Clay denies the existence.
But I bet
of
he can
groups of
engage with
people.
women.
I mean, I would go to wherever girls don't hang out ever.
Okay, Clay, if I said the phrase, Democrats tend to vote for Medicare for all, would you say you refuse to engage with that because you don't understand the concepts of groups and there's no such thing as Democrats and Republicans?
So I could engage with it, but what are you asking here?
I'm asking, if I was to make the claim to you, Democrats tend to be more for Medicare for all, would you agree with that statement?
No, because that means I have to admit that groups exist.
Hold on. Stop.
Rob, I got
Stop,
one that's even
Parker,
easier.
stop it.
That
Stop it,
humans tend to have two legs.
No. That's not the question.
not-
Grumple, please. You're muddying the waters.
You said
Clay, could you
Democrats
answer?
or all Democrats?
I said
Rob said this
Democrats.
is an example of political violence.
Democrats.
Rob made the claim that was a
Clay respond. Let Clay respond. Let Clay respond. Clay respond.
Go ahead, Clay.
So some, most, all. just
Democrats tend to be more for Medicare for all.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't agree with that.
You don't?
No.
Okay, can you name me anything that Democrats tend to be more for than Republicans?
Being in a weird ideology of a group politic that essentially you're classing yourself as a piece of the machine, right? That's what you are. You're a piece of the machine.
Is there someone that wins a Democrat primary and someone
I'm all
that
for
wins,
voting.
Is there someone who wins a Democrat primary and someone who wins a Republican primary?
Yeah, you guys are weird for doing that.
Does it exist though, regardless of what you think about it?
The Democrat primary, yeah, and the Republican primary, yeah.
Okay, so you acknowledge those groups exist. There we go.
Parties throw parties.
You've acknowledged that the groups exist. Now, can we say based on the things that the members of those groups tend to agree, the things that those groups tend to agree with, that we could point out, this is what Democrats tend to think, and this is what Republicans tend to think.
But Rob,
can we say that?
Primary is
not what you did. You presented it as a fact that this was political violence.
Presented what? Presented what?
Save him, Dusty.
Presented
why
what, Dusty?
Why are you sucking Clay's dick right now? Stop sucking Clay's dick, Dusty.
Shut the fuck up,
I'm not
sucking
Dusty.
Clay's
What
dick.
the fuck?
I'm calling Rob out on a lie.
What specifically are you saying that I called out as political violence?
The guy getting released early by the parole board.
What I said was that it was talking about acts of political violence or acts within the legal system that seemed to suggest political motivation.
That is not how you presented it.
That is what I said. That's how I clarified it exactly too.
Okay.
Now,
then can
the
you
point
prove
that Clay's trying to get out of it by saying, like, when he goes so down the rabbit hole that he's like, I'm so against the idea of lumping people in as groups that I can't
you're
acknowledge.
asking him to join you in
no, that's not what I'm
speculation.
doing, Dusty.
Yes,
once
you are.
more. What I'm asking him to do is, like, he brought up the point specifically of the person that shot Charlie Kirk and said that we can't make a declaration of what the possible, if there was a possible political motivation, because it seemed to be he's saying, going down this rabbit hole to political distinctions don't exist. There is no left, right. There is no Republican, Democrat. So we had to go down the hole to get him to admit that, yes, those things literally do exist. Then the next question is, okay, now that we got, we'll finish. Now that we got down to the baseline that those things literally do exist, the next question is, can we identify characteristics of those groups or what those groups usually believe? Dusty, why don't you leave him answer?
You went on a rant there. I don't know what the question was.
The question is, now that we've acknowledged that political groups exist, is it fair to say there are tendencies of the things that those individual political groups tend to believe?
Do all that. We don't got to
Dusty,
do all that.
I don't need your opinion here. I'm talking to Clay.
I know you don't want it, but you got it.
I never agreed to that.
You don't agree that political groups exist?
Yeah, I'm not really into the
it doesn't matter if you're into it. We're asking. You already conceded that they exist.
At the end of this line of questioning, will it prove that you didn't?
Clay is making a fundamental philosophical mistake. He doesn't understand the distinction between is and ought.
Primaries exist. That groups.
Yeah, so the Democratic primary, the Democratic stop sniffing farts so that I can actually address what your stupidity is. Okay, the Democratic primary is an event. Okay, that's what it is. It's an event. Listen, it's an event where a bunch of individuals come together, calling themselves Democrats.
If it's a
but
bunch
really
of
just
individuals calling themselves a thing, it's a fucking group. You fucking idiot! Holy shit, you're retarded! Stop arguing this shit, bro. I had to sit here and listen to you.
None of this
retarded Southern retards fucking argue about stupid shit. You already know
this
shit.
You're right. None of this shit
matters.
matters.
Right here talking right now. Shut up and stop arguing.
What do you mean?
Shit,
Shut
bro.
up. Listen, Vapor. Hold on. Vapor. You're not wrong.
You should do the same.
I'm just
Dusty,
literally trying to find a fucking clip real quick to check something, and I come back and you guys are just tarded. Stop it. That's you. I shouldn't have to be your babysitter like that. It's absolutely unacceptable.
You should have left me in charge. Just saying.
Well, I didn't. I made the mistake of not leaving anybody in charge, but I shouldn't have to. If I have to calm down, it's because I have to step away for something, and it shouldn't be like that. It just shouldn't. All right, EOD or Ray,
if I can,
Dusty,
so
whoever.
What you can see, we go down through these rabbit holes with Clay, and it gets to sort of this ad reductum point where it's like, well, just because I don't concede that the Republican Party exists, I don't concede that the Democratic Party exists, it's worthless to talk to someone like that. Just like it's worthless to talk to someone like Dusty, who says that, yes, you did. You said you refused to concede that those parties exist. That's what you said. You specifically said it. Just like it's worthless. Stop interrupting. Stop interrupting. Just like it's worthless.
You won't get me to stop interrupting.
Like
it didn't work before. It won't happen.
Hey, Sarah, thanks so much for the channel. I really appreciate it. I'll talk to you guys all later. Appreciate it, Sarah.
Rage quit.
Thank you.
Bye, Rob.
Yep, take it easy. I don't know that I'll do Sarah's panel much anymore. How come it's always me constantly getting interrupted when it comes to open panel? If it's Connor there, I have to accept it because Connor's the guest. If it's me that's the guest, then I have to accept it because, I don't know, she likes Dusty. Hey, fuck it. That's fair. Now, in fairness, I didn't articulate what I was trying to say. I wasn't asking her to boot them necessarily. I was saying it's me or them because there's no longer any point to any sort of conversation. I'm fucking so over it. Right? I don't know what the deal is anymore with this. So, I don't know. But nonetheless, you can see the stupidity of those people. So, anyways, it is what it is. I actually enjoyed, before we got to the open panel, I thought that the conversation was quite interesting, even if it was a weird topic. But now I do owe reading some super chats, though. But before we do that, let's look. Oh, man, we did pretty fucking good with the dono bar. Before we do that, I promise I'll read them all. I really do. But I'm going to give you the Hassan cam. We're going to give you the chair, baby. The chair. Hassan cam, take over. I'll be right back. All right. But enough bitching about that. Let's read super chats. And remember, keep getting your super chats in. I don't know how late we'll stay up, but all right, here we go. Arby, $10 says, when's Chair going to get in on the debates? I want my favorite host to start racking up W's. Thank you so much. Blasterball, $50 says, one whip wheel for after the debates. Damn. I could do one. That's fucking it. I can't stay up until fucking 6 a.m. But some lazy streamer hasn't been here for a week to throw money on. Apatosaurus has been split in species. Apatosaurus ajax and Apatosaurus louisia. Apatosaurus louisia sounds kind of like French, and Apatosaurus ajax is cooler. Agreed. Crucible Crusader, $5 says, good to see you, Rob. Looking forward to your next debate. Not one step back. Thank you. John Smith, $5 says, hey, Rob, been noticing you saying Joe Smitherstein or John Jacksonberg in your hypotheticals. Just use John Smith, bro. That's what I'm here for. Of course. But I don't want people to blame you. Jess Gerald, $5 says, who would like a membership? And then gifts 20. Thank you so much, Jess Gerald. Damian Gershwin says, I never obey consuming raw cookie dough warnings. Lando Lakes, $20. Thank you so much. Steven Alvarez, $5 says, small problem with most debates in general about politics is that lefties go on painful tangents multiple times, and SC, a specific tangent, is difficult. Thank you so much. John Smith, member 2 months, says, how do I gift memberships? No clue. Catmere, $10. Thanks so much. Says, sorry for not donating to the spider farm last week. Yeah, and our favorite spider is gone. He must have got pissed and packed his bags. Catmere, $5 says, for the chair. Thank you. Unforced Ego, absolute legend, $105 says, gone this week, Mr. Noor. Consider this my day shift weekly contribution. Thank you so much, man. Unbelievable. Thank you. Achilles, $5 says, let them know, Rob. Thank you. AJC, $10 says, for the Hassan chair, the chair makes great points. And I agree in this instance. Lord of the Nerds, $5 says, the question has become, how does a public figure even remove their agency from the actions of others? That distinction reveals the debate winner. Lord of the Nerds, another $5 says, Destiny was literally one of the people telling others to sack public institutions over George Floyd. This is an IQ test for moral posers, no questions. Average Redhead, $2 says, I'm pretty sure his son got popular through Destiny. Totally true. Binghamton's water bottle, $5 says, Benjamin and Steve looking like they keep Heisenberg in business. 2 Methketeers. Smokey, $5 says, fine, here's your blood money. I'll take it. Achilles, $5 says, dude, this was an absolute knockout. I try. Wagira, $5 says, hello, Rob. I hope this debate does not give you an aneurysm. Smokey, $4 says, you guys are pushy. I like it. Thank you. Binghamton again for $5 says, Dusty looks like he's still wandering the dairy aisle, searching for that mythical gallon of milk he swore he'd bring back. Kokomo, $15 says, some love for Rob. Thank you so much. Blasterbot, $2 says, money for Rob because his mod has a pupper. Nice. Smokey, $10 says, money for Rob because he had to deal with Dusty. Also true. Binghamton, $5 says Dusty's got a secret crush on zucchini. Swears it's just a phase. Blasterbot $5 says Pupper Chat. Binghamton, $5 more says, do you think Dusty's wearing the same stained cargo shorts he was wearing while begging for change outside 7-Eleven? Come on now, he was a proud boy. He doesn't beg. Lloyton, $5 says, show tomato love. Felt wrong not to do it over here. Thank you. And Michael Stuckey, $50. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Meat Pill, $5 says, I sent over the doc on X, but I also don't use X, so it might have been filtered out. Indicative profile and all. Let me know if you got it. I'll check. I will. Taguch, $20 says, not one step back, Rob. Thank you so much. Nico Pluto, $20 says, I can't do 25. Get your ash back on, EOD. Nico Pluto, now EOD says for $5. Thank you. Heart Ponder, $10 says, boot Dusty for the love of what's good. Boot Dusty. Taguch, $20 says, let's fucking go, chat. Not one step back. Dusty is destiny, sweetheart. Thanks. Binghamton, $2 says, Dusty's brain buffer slower than dial-up. Dean Jacobs, $10 says, hi, Rob. Hi. Oh, hey, it's always nice to hear from you, Dean. Caleb, $5 says, for being late and leaving early. Got to sleep. Plus, EOD told me I had to give money, my lunch money. That damn EOD. Intel Wob, $5 says, I just got in here and I already know Rob destroyed these clowns. I tried. Blasterbot, $5 says, get him, Rob. Get him. Thank you. Intel Wild, $10 says, Floyd was way worse than Cuxony, but Destiny's still 100% pure. Intel Wild, $50 says, Rob is the GOAT. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it, man. Really do. Roy the Boy, $10 says, do you think running a 30-06, an antiquated and outclassed round, is evidence of being Antifa affiliated because it's the standard rifle cartridge with USA in World War II? Or am I crazy? I think that it has more to do with where they're able to get the weapons, but it could be, I guess. Jeff Willard, 5 gifted memberships. Thanks so much. And then Gorilla Biscuit gifts 2 memberships. Blasterbot, $5 says, I agree, Chair. That is what a mod and a debate should do. I Stand America, $2 says, nice to meet you on the panel. Thanks, man. Appreciate it. Gorilla Biscuit gives a membership. Thank you. And lastly, Nasho Nabo, $50 says, Sarah's entire business model is making it so people pay to get rid of annoying people. She doesn't care if the panel's good faith or the interruption. She only cares if you try to tell her what she should do, and then she'll get mad and actually moderate. Yeah, in fairness, maybe I shouldn't have said it's me or them. What I was trying to say is I see no point. If you want them to stay, then I got to go, because I don't see the point of the only 2 people talking, them being like, well, we refuse to answer what you're talking about. And Arcor Oak, $10 says, great job, Rob. Thanks for speaking against political violence. Thanks so much. My pleasure. All right, I do owe 1 whip wheel, so I could do that. Oh, let's see. Gotta share the screen. There we go. All right, here we go. Oh, the rap version. Here we go. It's here somewhere. Let's do it.
There's a whip. There's a whip. Where there's a whip? There's a way. We don't want to go to war today, but the Lord of the land says, nay, 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 nay. We're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, left, 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 left. There's a whip, left, 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 left. A crack on the back say, gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Where there's a whip, there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, 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 there's a way, there's a way. Where there's a whip, 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 whip. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Crack on the back says, wanna fight. We're gonna march all day and night and more. For we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Walk it, walk, walk.
I remember that. Oh, come on. That's it. That's it. All right. There we go. Anyways, as far as the panel in general, I thought that we did a good point, me and Marte, of arguing our point there. I think there was a lot of confusion for the other side in exactly what they were trying to say, and they contradicted themselves quite frequently. But open panel. I don't know what it is. Just Dusty spurging out because he's mad. I don't feel obligated to fucking deal with people that are bad faith liars. Right? I just don't. I don't give a fuck about it anymore. I don't feel obligated to deal with any. I'll boot people from my channel for any reason that I see fit. I don't give a fuck. Right? My channel, I'll do what I want. But, I just don't give a fuck to like walk these people through it. Like Clay talking at the end there. Well, I'm not conceding that the Republican and Democrat Party exist. Fuck you. Like, what's the point? It's so reductive. I mean, I suppose we could we'll prove that anything exists. We could all be brains in a jar, like in the Matrix. Yeah, I suppose. Fuck off. What's the point? And the idea that it's like, well, here's the deal, right? If it's a right-winger that gets killed, it was just a crazy. We can't point to political motivations, etc. And Dusty's argument, we only could do it if someone admitted that it was political motivations. And, the constant interruption, shit like that. No, I know I talk at large clips. But for God's sakes, like, you can't get a word in edgewise without people interfering. Yes, we are brains in a jar, if you consider your skull a jar. Not bad. So, man, it'd be nice to get to 200% of our goal tonight. We could do it. We're close. We're close. I have a crazy headache, though. I got to admit. I had a headache when I started tonight, and I still have a headache now. Game plan tomorrow is we'll do the call-in show around noon. I got a ton of shit that I got to get done. I'm going for a haircut tomorrow. Get the old beard trimmed up, which would be nice, Get that trimmed up. And then I got to return my rental car from this weekend, which for me is kind of... It's quite a drive. Believe it or not, there's no real car rental place that close to me, so it's about 30 minutes. Don't take Tylenol. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go downstairs and take Tylenol. Haha. Pray I leave. Then I also I got new medical insurance, so I got to call my pharmacy and make sure that they take it. I have a feeling I'm going to go in for some, like, general prescriptions, and they're going to be like, that'll be $5,000, and I'm going to be like, pfft. So we'll see what goes with that. And then I got the noon show. I have a friend that's supposed to be coming in from Pittsburgh around 3 o'clock. I got some work for the Crucible that I'm supposed to do at 6 o'clock if I don't have to do the extravaganza. Then I got my stream at 10 o'clock. Ibuprofen. I usually take a leave. I don't think that's acetaminophen, is it? The shit that's in Tylenol. I don't know. Sarah's channel's not live? Well, I hope nothing happened to it. I'm sure that it's still live. I see it. They still live. Naproxen? Okay. Yeah, it's on the gauntlet, not in the main. So yeah, we got work to do tomorrow. That's okay. No big deal. But yeah, it's been a good show. I can't thank you guys enough for your incredible generosity. Aleve is the Proxicon. There you go. I don't know. Maybe I'm pissy about the moderation. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what the issue is. But whatever. The panel scene's just like a fucking joke. I guess if I go back, I'm just going to be like, I'm not doing open panel. I don't know. I don't know what else to say. It's just constant. Like, even, who gets it even worse than me? Adam, who was on the top right. Poor Adam. He never gets a fucking word in edgewise. Like, people just talk over him. And I think Adam's one of the smartest fucking dudes. I love hearing from Adam. And people just talk over him, and it's like, oh, okay. And Adam's more polite than me, so he's just like, okay. But I don't know. I'm not upset or anything like that. It hardly matters. It just, no, I'm cheering for Sarah to do well. I really am. I like her as a person.
I just sometimes wonder, maybe it's me. Maybe I talk too long, so she feels like she has to let people interrupt me. Maybe that's it. I don't know. I'm not sure. But it's like, well, you told him not to interrupt, so he's going to interrupt. Oh. Okay. Interesting, I guess. What's up, Crucible Crusader? Thanks so much for the gifted membership. I don't know. So, Crucible Crusader gifts another membership. My goodness. Nah, I don't wish anything ill of Sarah. I like her. I hope her channel continues to kick ass. I really do. It's always the open panel shit where it's like, the fuck. Now, having said that, I thought the actual panel itself, there didn't need to be a lot of moderation. Thought it went very well. Crucible Crusader, thanks so much for the gifted membership. Appreciate it. Mm-hmm. Oh, man. This headache. It's like right here, too. Like right in the front. Sarah's channel is Sarah Tomato, but she has the second channel that the open panel's on is the Gauntlet. Yeah, I think next time I'll just tell her, I'll say, maybe I'll do the debate, but I'm not going to stick around for open panel. I don't have the time of day for it. But I do regret if I gave the impression that I was demanding she kick someone. That's not what I'm trying to do. What I'm saying is I don't see the utility of me being here anymore. If people are just like, nope, I refuse to engage with you. Okay? Like, then it's going to be me or them. Either they're gone or I'm gone. And I'm fine with saying like, okay, well, you should go. Because I don't understand the utility. If there's 3 people talking and 2 of them are like, I refuse to engage with the one. Okay. But probably a little pissy of me to say that. I don't know. Rob, I love you, but you read my $50 super chat like it was a 5. Intel Wild, $50. Thank you so fucking much. Says Rob is the GOAT. Thank you, man. Really appreciate it. Thank you from the bottom of my heart. Sorry, I was trying to read really fast. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to read it like a 5. I'm sorry. But I did not mean that, honest to goodness. Yes, it's a very sincere thank you. Intel Wild's always very nice to me. So, but anyways, yeah, I try, even with the open panel, I try to be entertaining. I try to have it be where people are having a good time. That's what I'm trying to do. Oh, look at this. Someone told me to go check her show real quick. Look at this.
Well, no,
Dusty's cool.
Well, then it'll be challenged because executive order is supposed to impact what happens under the executive branch. And if I may remind anybody, the Department of Defense, like all
funny
departments and agencies under the federal government are under the executive branch, including the Department of Defense. So yes, an executive order can impact all of the military, all of it. It can't.
But
Oh, Dusty. No, I know I did fine. Debate-wise, I did fine. I just hope I didn't fuck up Sarah's panel. I don't think I did. Right? But, I don't know. I was just trying to get my thing. Anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm fucking... Nasho Nabo. $10 says, nah, screw Sarah's channel. That was insanely painful. I like your debates, but I feel Sarah's open panels raise everyone's cortisol because she's more concerned with starting a Ryan bid war. Well, it's fine. I could do just the general debate and then maybe not the open panel portion afterwards, but I don't know. Or just stick around for like 10, 20 minutes and then be like, okay, I'm out. I don't use dark mode. People used to give me shit about that on X, not using dark mode. It took me forever to figure out dark mode on X. Now you tell me there's a dark mode on YouTube? Damn, I didn't even know. No whip song business. I'm out. It's 3 a.m. I'm gonna end it. But I will say this. I actually wish Sarah does very well. I like Sarah. I'm glad her channel's doing well. The panel things are tough for anyone to moderate, and they're tough for anyone to enjoy, at least from my perspective. I don't particularly like watching the panel debates. I love watching a one-on-one or a two-on-two debate, but a panel debate, it's usually a shit show. Look at this. Dark mode reduces the symptoms of headaches. No wonder my head's fucking sore. But, all right. I think we're rating Speakeasy. So that should be fun. I'm not sweating it. I'm not. I think Sarah will be all right. I think Sarah probably did very well with Super Chats today. Oh, thanks so much, Jason Egar. $10 says, hey, bud, been ninja watching you for months. Time to subscribe and donate. Thank you. Try middle for the headache. The women have kept it as Midol for the headache. It's like I used to watch like those Survivor, not the TV show Survivor, but like TV shows about like survival. Like Les Stroud, Survivor Man, and Bear Grylls. And I remember like they were always like, it's a good thing to keep like in your go pack a tampon because if you get a wound, it sucks up a lot of blood and it's easy to start a fire with. And now Midol, here's how what's going on? Ladies got all the best shit, right? You know? So, all right. Hey, you guys are the best. Thank you so much. I hope I did you all proud tonight. I enjoyed doing the debate. It was a lot of fun. Special thanks to Marte for inviting me. It was a lot of fun. So I hope people enjoyed it. As to everyone else, thank you to all of my mods. You guys are amazing. Thank you to Spiro. Thank you to Black Elk for helping out with my channel. Thank you to everyone that gave a super chat. Thank you to everyone that chatted. Thank you everyone that watched, everyone that gave a thumbs up. I appreciate you all. I don't know what happened over on Rumble. I'm so sorry if you're watching on Rumble. I can't see. I don't know what's going on. So anyone who donated on Rumble that I missed, I am so sorry. Literally, like, it just won't let me join my own live video, like, as we speak. I don't know what the hell's going on. Oh, there, it just did. Otis Driftwood, $5 says, 5 across the eye, Rob. Thank you. That's all I see. So thank you, Otis. Always incredibly generous over there. Thanks. But I don't know what the hell happened there. Wouldn't let me sign up. All right. We're going to be raiding over to Speakeasy. I hope you'll enjoy his channel. Thank you to Andrew Wilson. Sorry, I was debating what happened for the raid over there. Appreciate that. You guys are the fucking best. I will see you all tomorrow around noon for a call-in show. So if you want to call and yell at me or any of that good shit, just let me know. Really appreciate it. As always, everyone have a good one. And God bless Charlie Kirk and his family.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.